What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei lost everything and time traveled. Issei, twisted after wicked violence, is given a chance to end it once and for all. He has to relive every ounce of past torments first, among other things. Keeping his family alive and keeping himself alive until he's more capable is the goal. The reward is rest, after too long. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Ascalon sunk deeper into the blood-soaked mud quietly, its once glistening, holy aura having fled long ago. It was beautiful, crafted and gilded like one would expect of a weapon of renown. Now, it was a sword. A piece of steel used to carve his enemies asunder. Dirted with mud and violence, as the sword is. Breathe. A once wise and powerful voice reduced to a distant tired echo within his mind. His partner did not speak aloud, lest he wishes for him to be swarmed and executed. Although not enough remained to rally towards him as their previous numbers could, one or two were enough in his state. The gods once reigning over death, and the various afterlives had passed long ago. What was left for his soul once he inevitably died to the onslaught of machines was a mystery to any scryer or foreteller, not that any were left unslain. Thank you? Issei Hayata was what remained of humanity, of devil kind and the supernatural. The product of most magic kept for oneself by the strongest of the world. Born human, albeit endowed at birth, and forced to test any teachable or begrudgingly gifted magics by all those laid to waste before his moment. The wicked creations of man had taken everything from him alongside all others, leaving nothing but an unflinching resolve to not let the billions of lives lying at his feet go to waste. He hoped to die a good death. Perhaps the next fight would finally be his last. Although built by man, these piles of scrap were designed to rip and tear through armies. Using blood as fuel, they ravaged the defenseless humans and the comparatively strong supernatural pantheons. Heaven was the first to fall of the three biblical factions. Those machines, nicknamed mirages by Azazel before he too fell in bloody battle, wielded guns that pierced barriers like paper, were covered in metallic plates that deflected magic like water, and with their 4 pairs of glowing yellow wings, they were designed to be airborne one-man armies. They were once hundreds of millions in number, reduced to mere fractions after many of the battles to cut down the Hindu faction, mostly by Shiva, Brahma and Vishnu. A more recent example of the devastation caused by the fight over hell finalized by Surzek's Lucifer, the last standing Mao, before he gave his life on the steps to the underworld. The only beings other than him to survive were those that chose near certain death, as opposed to seemingly feeble attempts at combat. Very small groups of people fled into the dimensional gap, a crack between spatial dimensions where the laws of physics weren't even meager suggestions. It was a poisonous void to any without a clearly defined existence within the universe. Most of these groups died immediately, the rest dying a short while later. By his knowledge, he was the last frontier of existence. The last task for these hellish creations to complete, with their final motive unknown. But what was a frontier with nothing to protect? Worthless. Pitiable. Issei was worthless. A shell of a reincarnated human, fighting not unlike a puppet to protect a corpse-littered battlefield. His light had long vanished. The mirages had attacked his home while he was protecting the Grigori from the first wave by earnest request of the Governor-General. His lovers, his parents, slaughtered, like mere cattle. That day marked the beginning of the end, as the underworld trembled when the grim curse of the boosted gear descended again. The condemned souls contained within let cry their hatred. Kuo was consumed in his crimson malevolence. He did not have Valley to help contain his wrath that time either. Issei had killed thousands of mirages, along with hundreds of thousands of innocent humans, within mere minutes. The people he grew up alongside, his friends, his schoolmates. Despite being worse than devastated at what happened to his family, he was so horrified by his actions that the boosted gear shut down immediately in response to the regret and guilt. It would always respond to his emotions, positive or negative. The grief was too much that time. He couldn't handle himself, not any longer. It had taken a month for the gear's function to return, but it had taken his spirit with it when it had left. His ambitions did not return. His lifespan, once within the thousands of decades due to his demonic nature, was reduced to less than a year. The ghastly and manipulative former users inhabiting his sacred gear just laughed at his hatred, regrets and longings. He would weaponize them in turn. That night had altered him, and with supposedly less than a year to his name, he set a rather simple goal. He sought an ideal death for someone of his partner's reputation. Issei would not disservice him, as the last host of the Red Dragon of Domination, the Welsh dragon Draig Gotch. He had already done so years prior, with his stupid fucking perverted behaviors. The Alpi dragon title, how repulsive. Issei thought to find this kind of death at the hands of humanity's murderers, yet here he stood. Exhausted, wheezing and entirely drained of his magical reserves. Denying his own right to rest on already tainted ground, all so he can slay one more. A futile effort in every conceivable way. Blood had seeped into every crevice on his skin, and glued his dirted brown hair together. His eyes, once a similar shade, had changed to a vivid emerald since the massacre committed with his hands. Small cuts left no inch of his complexion unmarred, having healed the larger ones to press forward. He was left as the sole survivor, the last legacy of the mythologies and pantheons. He wasn't special. He was left behind because he could double his power, because he was the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. More likely, he had convinced the leaders of these factions that he was a friend, someone worth shedding the skin of life for. So many people, so many worthier names written in mythological books and tales. History would end up forgetting their sacrifices. He would be the one to write it, but each robot gained strength through bloodshed, used a small amount of iron within massive quantities to create more weaponry, to regenerate and rebuild itself. They got faster with more fuel, stronger with each body's innards they covered themselves with. The ones that had slain heaven had the second highest losses recorded in a conflict with them. After those events, each mirage was comparable in battle to an ultimate class. Between the later massacres of the underworld and the human realm, each single battle he walked into now was against a being with the physical capabilities of Albion or Draig in their prime, just before the biblical god had sealed them in prolonged battle. Issei had Draig's assistance, and thanks to it, he had already killed what felt like hundreds of thousands. It was slowly tearing him apart in the process, both physically and mentally. Their numbers now were likely within the final 100, but it'd still be impossible for him in his current state. Facing the mechanical equivalent of 100 heavenly dragons wasn't a feasible task any longer. If he was recovered and prepared, maybe. Issei was hoping to find peace in passing on, and his next battle would deliver it swiftly. His body, hardened through vicious wars and covered in scars of battles barely won, mangled to the point of disfigurement, would not hold on for one more kill. Seeing his last red variant, a shade lighter than the crimson they coated themselves with, climb over the edge of the valley he had created through battle previous, Issei was ready. He was face to face with death. He was staring at it. He was already in his balance breaker thanks to the previous battle, and had doubled his base power a total of 34 times within the instant he had before it noticed. It was all he could manage in this state, concentrated solely on his arm's strength. He poured every ounce of magic he could grasp from his environment into this one action. The Mirage looked at him, glanced in his direction with their camera-reminiscent head. On that day, November 23, 2019, Issei Hayata took his last breath. It was not him choking for sweet nectar, like he had been for the last few minutes. It was peaceful, calming, fleeting. With their bullets puncturing his thinned and fractured armor, he felt the blade it had crafted through bloodshed puncture his throat, shredding arteries and bone. He was already moving, and thanks to Newton's first law of motion, his body grasped the writhing creation's neck and head. Draig was in control of his useless corpse. Sanguine fuel, metal and various components burst from within the compartment. His battered and dying body slumped face down, the now decapitated scrap metal following suit. It spilled more blood than could possibly be contained onto the already stained soil. Issei took one look at the glowing green gem beheld by the gauntlet covering just his left arm now, mimicking its influence on his soul in his last moments. Within the gem, he could see the crimson behemoth he was proud to call a friend looking back at him. Words weren't needed between them, he could see those slit emerald eyes and he knew what wasn't being said aloud. Issei had spent long enough here, it was time to see what came next. To see whichever afterlife awaited him, if they even existed anymore. I wanted more. I could have done more. The swimming blurs within his vision faded as he let his eyes linger closed for the first time in too long. Get up. Draig, get up. What the fuck? Issei kept his eyes closed, yet he knew he wasn't where he had died. Even if his sense of touch had dulled what the ground felt like, this felt more like nothing. Akin to resting on compressed air, like that time he had put a gravity seal on himself for training and put the entire magical complex on backwards. It had propelled himself sky-high resting on anti-gravity. He had felt this before. What he felt now, however, or couldn't remember having felt at least, was the lack of pain. The tenacious aches in every muscle, the shredded flesh refusing to bend to his will, the shattered bones bending at unnatural angles. It was absent for the first time since his last stand against them began. I thought I died. You did. That voice, sounding void of emotion and content, could only belong to one being. The last existence untouched by the massacres. Even the strongest being of all, the DXD, Great Red, had perished alongside him as the last dream of creation died in battle. Ophis, the Ouroboros, was the last soul remaining. Then why am I here? I thought you stopped caring once you regained your silence? I did. There was nothing interesting within my silence anymore, though. By the time that happened, you were the last and only that could entertain me. The very concept of infinity, everything and nothing together in an impossible contradiction, felt entertained. By him, no less. Was this the influence of everyone's actions while they were still alive? Issei shoved off from his hands and stood. He was adorning his old-school uniform, boosted gear attached to his left wrist in its base form. He was most familiar with this appearance of his. It's because of this familiarity that he knew what he was. My soul? Yes. Once again in that monotone, detached voice. It had disgusted him at a primal level every time he heard it before. Now, it was somewhat comforting. Even nothing was benevolent when you left a less than sacrosanct war after. After? How long had it been? Did it really matter? Oh well. I can't entertain you while I'm dead, unless you want to keep my soul here and treat me like some kind of jester. What's a jester? It's someone that never mind. It's not important. Why did you take my soul here? I wanted to speak with you. About? Trying again. Trying again? Trying what again? Asking this, he was met with a response that left him speechless. Issei sat there in stunned silence, just staring into the pitch-black eyes of the Ouroboros. You want me to go back? To keep entertaining you? Yes. My whole life since this began has been torment. And you want to send me back? Yes. I'm not a puppet for you to play with. Neither is my life. Do you not want to see your family again? One. He did. Oh, so desperately, he wanted to see them again. Fine. How will you send me back anyway? The dimensional gap is a place in which the laws governing space and time hardly exist without intervention. It is entirely separate to the dimension of time within your universe. What makes you able to manipulate something that doesn't exist here then? This is my home. Ah, right. Born as the first proof of existence, the eyes within the abyss. Issei wasn't facing a mortal, a god, a machine, or even an entity. He was facing the definition of a concept given exalted flesh. Right. When will you send me back to? When can you entertain me best? After a few minutes of careful consideration, he had decided. During this time, Ophis was just staring. Not at him. Through him. It sent flowing chills down his spine. Take me back to when I first joined Kuo Academy. Back when you were uselessly weak? Ouch. Not a necessary comment, but yes. What will happen to the me that exists then? Either I can replace his soul with yours, or I can send you back as you are now. You'll have to deal with him if you do, though. Replace our souls? I don't want to have to explain why I'm a big glowing scar, nor do I want to have to assassinate him. Alright. Alright? Was that all? Close your eyes. Thank you, Ophis, I guess. What will happen to you? I will exist, as I always have. Great Red May. His senses flipped. He could taste sounds and feel sights. His stomach emptied itself nigh immediately. He could smell the feeling of his abdominal muscles clenching. How very putrid. Actually, all of his muscles were tensed. Issei was sure his brain was tensing too, somehow. He couldn't comprehend time anymore. It had felt like he stood still as the universe died around him, yet only a microsecond had passed simultaneously. When his senses seemed to work again, his muscles refused to contract, to obey his will. He forced his eyelids to open at the very least. What greeted him was the blinding sight of his bedroom ceiling. Many nights were spent just staring at it, before it became dust and ash. His quilt, an ugly blue that covered his form, was covered in vomit. A beautiful sight he had the chance to behold once more, even if the pungent stench was burning a hole in his nostril. His partner remained silent. Issei's face contorted into a sick grin, a genuine smile. He was happy for once. He would have to relive the torment of humanity, and most flesh-kind beings being torn asunder, but he could change everything. He would need a plan, with the knowledge he has now. The memories would fade in time, so he had to compile everything he could. Once his body responds. Issei lay there, muscles laden with nerves firing at random, contorted and twitching for so long. He didn't mind. He had to meditate anyway, for many reasons. To reach out to his soul and commune with Drake, most importantly. As he was born human, he had naturally low magical reserves, which did not change once he had died and was reincarnated by Rias Gremory. In his past future, he had overcome this obstacle by having the magics he learned etched directly onto his soul, scarring him forever with burn marks and varying concentric patterns. With his soul transferred, these etchings should remain engraved onto his new body. Magic obeyed the laws of physics, to a degree. It was how human magicians were possible, albeit through impossibly long decades of study. The laws of thermodynamics, mostly covering the conserved nature of energy, were those that could not be disobeyed with lone exception. They were laws of nature after all. With him having to gather the colossal amounts of energy for his magics, the boosted gear was simply inefficient, multiplying fractions to eventually quantify enough. If he had even a billionth of the energy Surzex Lucifer, for example, used in one of his lower-tier spells, he would have to boost 30 times. Truth be told, it was more like a trillionth. That was the scale between the supernatural and untrained humankind. No, Issei did not use the boosted gear as an energy source. He used it as a medium. As a creation of God, it was considered indestructible, with nigh unmatched magic transferring properties. He gathered the energy for his spells from the atmosphere, stealing it for his own with the portion of the divine dividing he had stolen and assimilated from Valley. Everyone that used magic with almost zero exception had a reserve within their body, and they naturally refilled that reserve from the magic permeating the atmosphere, albeit slowly. Issei did it forcefully, pulling and concentrating the magical energy outside his body before filtering it through his gift from God and releasing it. It took time and resulted in a foul miasma of magical energy, positive and negative in nature, encapsulating him and stalking wherever he went. He didn't mind so much, since it helped disguise himself from the machines. They had become rather sensitive to magic after toppling heaven, and couldn't differentiate the magical aura from him, not with their extremely unreliable optical components. He had too much time to think while immobile. Before long, he had manifested his twice critical form, the precursor to the boosted gear, although Drake was not accessible in this form. He would have to continue later. He had to live as Issei now. Well, he was Issei, but a different Issei. Acting as a naive high schooler, Satan have mercy on him. Issei, are you up yet? He sat there, entirely stunned as his mother opened the door of his bedroom to find him sat on his bed. Various bodily fluids still clung to his bedding and himself. Thankfully, he had dismissed his sacred gear in his stupor. She immediately began fawning over his unmoving and shaking form, changing the quilt, and providing him with a bin to be sick in. With a last nag to rest and drink water, she left him within a few minutes. Issei couldn't think. He was frozen in time by the sudden atypical appearance of his past mother, eyes chasing her as she moved around his room and eventually left. After a long while of waiting for his brain to restart, he sat up as he wiped the tears he had unwillingly shed onto his now far less ugly gray quilt. His mother wasn't dead anymore. His parents. He fell over himself trying to get out of bed, desperately crawling down his stairs in spite of his sudden onset of vertigo. His mother was here. Issei? I thought I told you to rest. You have school tomorrow, you need to be well enough to. Consumed in a death grip hug that claimed and beheld her very soul, she paused. Her son, who was so excited and joyful not just the day before, now sobbed into her collar. Issei. Honey? All good in there? Issei is Issei? The fuck? He had vanished. Had gone from weeping to the wistful dust in the air. Back in his room, Issei sprawled out against his bedside wall upside down. It seems his fresh body was not used to teleportation yet. With freshly dried tears littering his eyelids, he made the preparations to create a barrier around his home. Multiple, actually. Some of the strongest barriers ever composed by supernatural kind, that any passing mirage wouldn't even dare to look twice at. It would certainly alert the devils present in Kuo, but he was going to confront them anyway. No point in hiding just yet. With swirling energies visible around his stilled body, he began his work. Amnesia. Judgment. Descending circle. Heed and still. He who watches with indifference, disobey the laws of nature. Govern this sanctified domain and disallow transgressions. In the name of the Spirit, I beseech thee. Let fly those who dream of flight. Violate the grant and fall in love with humans once more. Bestow totality. Even with his chant-shortening abilities, for a barrier this strong, he had to recast the barrier at 137 points equidistant in space, including in midair. It took around 10 hours, and the atmospheric magic within a 20-kilometer radius was concentrated into a 50-meter magical fortress. By the time the barrier upheld itself, he had passed out for the final time. The devils would have felt that. Since they absorbed the energies around them to refill their reservoir, angels and their less holy derivations were naturally attuned to atmospheric magics. Experiencing a void in this sense would be akin to stepping within the dimensional gap, with the adverse symptoms of severe paranoia and minor psychosis. In the middle of a meeting, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, of the 72 demonic pillars of Solomon, were within this range. They had felt a strong pull on their own reservoir, as if it had magnetized itself to the air, and they had to obey. They were discussing some menial task about stray devils when they felt this force, and both dropped to their knees wheezing. Present was Akeno Himejima and Yudo Kiba of Gremory, and Tsubaki Shinra of Citri. All saw their kings fall, then felt the force themselves. With the deceptively humanoid creatures letting their slick leather wings curl at their back, they permeated the atmosphere with their magic. As beings with reservoirs, they naturally bled energy into their atmosphere. Most knew to expend the energy to overcome this force, if they had to be stealthy. With the less atmospheric magic around them, the more energy taken to expend this energy. It was never a problem they ever had to encounter. Perhaps if the Grigori's Governor-General were present, he would have discovered the reason why. But these were fledglings in the beginning years of their lifespans, mere children in the faces of what felt like a calamity. They had lost consciousness after Issei had placed the 20th point, sucking even more lifeblood from the atmosphere. Humans would remain unaffected, thankfully. Some may experience drowsiness but with no worse symptoms. Upon awakening, they would feel a sickening holy energy permeating the air, as if a seraph-class angel had descended and released their full aura. Too strong to track directly, it would take vivid investigation to find the source. Issei Hayada rested meanwhile. Eyelids swaying, Issei stood. Then fell. Then stood again, mentally empty. He had used most of his focus recasting high god-class barrier magic. His parents were sleeping peacefully on the Zone for all, having felt the weak pull on their own meager reserves. The atmosphere had almost returned to its normal concentration, but the lingering effects could be felt by him, even contained within the barrier. It had an extremely strong presence of holy energy, stronger than what he felt during Michael and Metatron's last moments. To the devils, it would be worse than putrid. He wouldn't have to worry about that though, since he wanted to rest. That pestering fucking beam of sunlight piercing his eyelids through his kitchen window refused to cease. Should I just destroy the sun? No, that'd kill Lady Amaterasu and kill my fire. And all life on Earth, I guess. Ugh, fine. Raising his hand to shield himself from the unrelenting onslaught on his corneas, he slowly opened his eyes to glance at the calendar adorning the wall. September 4th, 2016. 3 years before he had died. He had very limited time to get as strong as possible and prevent the machine uprising. It was also 8:44. Read the digital clock to his right. He was sprawled out atop his family's kitchen workspace. If it was September 4th, it would be the day he started his first year at Kuo Academy. If it was 8:44. Issei had 16 minutes to get dressed and make a 30-minute journey. Without magic. His brain was slamming bricks against its confines. Each swaying step felt like a vicious strike from Hercules to his poor human skull. He began crawling up the stairs, eyes closed. Found his uniform through clenched teeth and eyelids, wiped some toothpaste over his still clenched teeth with his finger before falling down the same stairs he had struggled with. His shoulder felt funny. Issei had the route memorized, without mentioning his greater-than-superhuman senses. Although those were still recovering from his previous behaviors. With a wicked headache, he walked calmly. As in, he sprinted as fast as his pitiful human legs would carry his sad lump of flesh called a body. No doubt people were staring. After a long hard fight against his own will to live, Issei didn't bother staring up at the gates closing behind him, having fallen over for what must have been the 50th time on his journey. Someone was talking to him, but he was going to kill that someone if he had to listen to them for one more minute. Walking through the filled corridors of Kuo Academy, Issei glared at everyone staring at him. Well, glanced at them, but with his current mental state it was akin to a rabid dog looking to kill a small animal. Slumping in a taken chair, he slammed his head onto the desk with as much grace as a jackhammer, trying to soothe the baby's cries. Taken. As in, he had sat on some poor girl's lap and abused her desk with his forehead. XQ. If anyone talks to me, I'm going to throw their eyeless carcass through that window. From Hikiko Moriyama's perspective, he was getting his class ready for introductions as it was their first day of their first year. He was. Then the door ripped open and a brown-haired hooligan covered in dirt, clothing rips, bleeding cuts in. Was that a dislocated shoulder? And did he just sit on the lap of a fellow student? The poor girl looked mortified, and all the other students were being extremely discreet about their blatant staring. Then, with a loud crack of bone against wood, any whispering was silenced. Well, as a teacher, he should speak up. Never mind. He may be 16 or thereabouts, but he's fucking scary. That seemed like the general consensus among his students as well, including the delinquent's chair. Issei shot his head up, eyes blaring open. The light stung, and his various egos were screaming at him. Oh, he was sat on someone. Oops, sorry. It's okay. The girl meekly replied, just wanting him to stop crushing her legs and to stop the staring from her new peers. He stood up looking at his vaguely familiar classmates who weren't keen on making eye contact, and moved to an empty seat. If that's all, I'll begin the lesson. Another crack, much harder this time, silenced the teacher. I'll begin the lesson. My name is Hikiko Moriyama, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. I'll go through. Issei drowned his boring preachings out. He just wanted to sleep. So sleep he did, until this grating alarm sound told him it was time for lunch. He was considering foregoing any kind of pretense of being limited to human capabilities and punching a hole through it with magic, before just settling for a covert illusion on himself to remove his sense of hearing. It took so little magic that it was one of the few things he could do, even if it only made him more tired. Issei knew his classmates were staring at him, and was physically incapable of caring any less than he did. He rested until he felt better. And when he opened his eyes and undid the illusion, he gripped a hand that was about to touch his shoulder again. Not quite bone-crushing, but enough to really hurt Aika Kiryu. She had seen his dramatic self-introduction and had seen the dried blood staining his cracked desk, but the final class had ended an hour ago. Aika was alone in the room with him, and was staring to see if he'd wake up at first, then she started to stare at his body. Perverts are as perverts do. After an hour, she had gotten bored and went to wake him up, before he beheld her hand in his. It would have been really cute if it didn't hurt so fucking much. She could have sworn she heard a small crack in her hand too. He turned his head to look at her eyes. He had really lovely brown eyes. Minus the blood permeating his sclera. Can I help you? PLESCLETGOFMYHANDITRELL fucking hurts so thank ya. Class is over. I see that. God, I think you broke something. Fucking hell. I've been trying to wake you up for half an hour now. Sorry about that. Well, wasn't he talkative? And terrifying. Maybe that was just the liquid coating him though. Gonna wash up? You're covered in blood, and still bleeding. Oh. Right. I'll go do that. He stood up, towering over her slightly. She was average height for a woman her age, but he must have been around 5 feet and 10 inches. Pretty tall considering he looks to be Japanese. It was kinda hot. Looking down at Aika's weird face with various shades of disgust, he walked out the door of the classroom towards the bathroom. Do I not even get your name? I'm Aika Kiryu. Issei Hayadu. Great. One look in the mirror, and he saw how ravaged he looked. Flaking mud glued parts of his hair together, dried blood joining the rest of it. His shoulder looked all kinds of fucked up too. His clothes were torn all over and a nasty cut on his eyebrow had been dripping blood beneath his eyelid for hours. It was weird being fragile again. If he healed his wounds now, the various devils would sense the magic usage, not to mention Aika would question how his cuts were closed. He'd do it on the way home, settling for just snapping his shoulder back into place. It isn't recommended to attempt to relocate a dislocation without a medical professional's assistance. Issei isn't a medical professional, but the amount of times his joints had snapped mid-battle meant he knew how to do it semi-professionally and quickly. Following a sharp crack, he almost doubled over from the pain. He wasn't as durable as he used to be. Or would be? This whole time travel thing was weird. His soul had switched, but the pain tolerance he had developed did not switch with it. It didn't help that his healing magic was already unbelievably inefficient and slow. Just enough to keep his body moving and organs from spilling out. A problem for later. He washed his hair, dried it slightly with paper towels, cleaned his cuts and left the bathroom. Aika was waiting outside with a familiar smirk on her face, also shamelessly staring at him. Unsurprisingly, he just thanked her and brushed past her in slow pursuit of the exit. He did not fail to notice the white-haired middle schooler staring at him from behind. Aika just followed beside him, trying to make one-sided small talk. By the time he was standing outside his home, it was decided that she just wanted to follow him home. So this is where you live? Pretty average on the outside, can I see the inside? Bye. Heh, see you tomorrow. Issei didn't get a chance to heal his wounds. The cat had watched him all the way from school along with Aika. She didn't seem inclined to come any closer to the more than holy barrier he had placed down though. Rias knew the culprit now. Oops. He walked through the door with Aika and Koneko staring at his back, briefly glancing at his still sleeping parents in the living room before moving upstairs while healing himself. It was slow and it burned through the atmospheric magic like almost nothing else, but it worked. With his face no longer hosting glimpses of flesh beneath skin, he got to work with repairing his clothes. Tomorrow would be a long day. For today, he had to prepare. He would commune with Drake and the agonized souls, train his physical condition with various magics to assist and mentally prepare to see the family that was taken from him. He had contained himself when it was just Koneko, but facing all of them as he is now, unlikely to end well. So for hours he sat meditating, gathering his various energies and mimicking extreme exercise with magic, causing micro-tears within his muscles and immediately healing them, forcing them to grow stronger. Within this frame of silence, Issei felt the pull on his soul from Drake, who was interlinked with him. Following this pull would lead to his companion. He missed his partner. When he entered his mindscape, he didn't expect to see Drake's towering draconic form hibernating. Well, there was only one way Issei had proven to awaken him. And as he was within his soul's confines, he could utilize any technique engraved onto his soul. He decided to be kind enough to his partner, choosing not to throw the magical equivalent of a thermonuclear device at his face. Penance, obsolete, eternity. Descending ladder of Jacob, heed my summons. Philokalia. Swiping crossed arms outwards, a blinding and deafening white pillar of light consumed Drake's entire form. This was one of the techniques he had inherited from the Greek pantheon, designed to fully counter any regenerative immortal being. By obliterating every molecule comprising their existence, they would have nothing to recover from and cease to exist. Of course, he powered it down for Drake, and as a heavenly dragon, it wasn't likely to do much damage even at full power. It would really hurt though, evident by the sudden roar and expression of harsh, maleficent aura. The earth beneath them trembled and shook, failing to contain the being's presence. It's good to see you again, partner. Who do you think you are? I will incinerate Dash. Do you not remember? Ophis said. The Ouroboros? What does it have to do with anything? Who are you? It seemed just a mention of infinity had calmed Drake's initial rage. Despite being a heavenly dragon, a being ranked within the top 10 strongest existences, the distance between the top 2 and the third were like an ant gazing at the birth of the universe. Inconceivably colossal. Come here, partner, I will remind you of our duties. Resting his hand atop Drake's snout, he whispered. Nightmare ambition. Left to die under the sun, behold my being, in all its twisted beauty. A technique to share his memories. It could only share small segments, few in number, but it was enough to show him of the horrors they had faced together. The visions of numerous battles of a time past. Drake could not refute them, he had seen his partner's soul. It was like looking at an ancient evil sealed long ago. I see. It's been a long while, partner. Did we find a fitting end? Not yet. There's work to be done, we have more time to prepare now. Are Belzard and Elsha present? You want to use that tainted power? I won't stop you, if you deem it necessary. Well, that and I miss them too. That power can wait, it feels horrible on my skin anyway. Why use it anyway? Sometimes people need to feel rage to understand the consequences of their actions. Plus, what motive for strength is stronger than hatred? Good point. It's lovely to see you again, but my scales still burn thanks to that. Prick. Love you too, Scaly. I'm guessing the second liberation is free to use now, right? How's the progress on Balance Breaker? Second liberation is yours to activate. Balance Breaker won't be possible right now since you've only just awoken me. It should be free for use in a week's time or so. Thanks, partner. I'll be heading back to my training now. Opening his eyes, he found his room and clothes in tatters. He had been using magic a bit too much without the necessary focus. There was also a deep throbbing ache in his swelled muscles. His method of physical conditioning had this side effect. First order of business now was cleaning his room up before his parents woke up. Elsewhere, Rias Gremory was making contact with her brother about a potential disguised seraph within Kuo. Being the definitely not overprotective brother he is, he would be there by tomorrow at the latest. Having shared the location of the barrier with Sona, it's likely Surzex would be accompanied by Seraph All Leviathan. While Rias and Sona were generally very autonomous as holders of the Kuo territory, a Seraph-class angel being present meant war was imminent. And while young and foolish, they were not foolish enough to think they would not be obliterated in less than an instant. And this Seraph-class angel was still mending the cracks in the walls and ceiling with a crimson gauntlet adorning his left arm. Tomorrow could not come later, no matter how much he wished it would. Waking up was normal, getting ready and dressed was far better than yesterday. Issei's parents were downstairs to greet him with breakfast, his mother fawning over his appearance. Neither remembered falling asleep the day prior. Good. Leaving on time, he immediately noticed a massive unholy presence outside of the barrier. With someone of this level, it could only be a high ultimate class devil, or one of the Mao. Fuck. He fucked up. Ignoring every screaming instinct and reflex pointing at the shadows in the alleys he walked past, he made it to the familiar gates surrounded by a wave of students. Passing through, he felt the second warning sign. A barrier, inconspicuous at first glance, that wards off those aligned with God. Thank Lucifer he wasn't an angel. Weaving through the crowds in the corridors to make it to his classroom, he walked through the open door to face unreadable stares from everyone present. He might have made a scene yesterday. Issei just took a seat, resting his head on his hand. That unholy presence was even more pungent now. At the very least, 2 or more superclass entities were present. He would likely get summoned to the Occult Research Club or the Student Council room. As predicted, after an hour or so of his teachers babbling, a familiar handsome face walked through the door to his classroom. Kiba, once akin to a brother to him, was now openly requesting his presence at the ORC with caution and fear evident in his facial expressions. Having agreed, drawing even more unwanted attention from his classmates, he now had a timer on his consequences. 6 hours. 6 hours until school ended and he was due for a meeting with his family, with a few extras. He had to prepare physically. Once his final classes had ended with no attention paid to them and Ika bothering him for all of them, he discreetly cast a few reinforcing spells and prepared the chance on certain barriers he could cast immediately if anything went wrong. Now was a test of his ability to deceive. Gazing at the door he had trounced through with such joy so many times in the past, he knew who was waiting on the other side for him. Issei could feel them. Their souls, their presences. The smell of burning ozone, the slight chill in the air. The door was swung open to reveal a simple dimly lit community room, of simple Gothic design. 2 sewn for alls laid in front of him, separated by a coffee table. On one sewn for all laid Rias Gremory, Surzex Lucifer, Sona Citri and Graphia Lucifuge. The other sewn for all was left bare, a clear invitation. The other peerage members were dotted around the room, clearly ready to pounce on him should the threat be posed. Ah, Issei was it? My name is Surzex Lucifer, I'm the brother of Rias Gremory here. Please come and take a seat. Gesturing to the sewn for all, Surzex Lucifer took the lead on negotiations for his future. Thank you? Was there something you needed me for? Just one. Who are you? What do you Maya? A malevolent aura filled the room, suffocating its residents. Issei had immediately cast the barrier he had prepared, and decided against revealing his own presence. Issei Hayadu. Who are you? Issei slid one leg under the sewn for all and placed his forehead atop his knee in a respectful gesture to the keeper of the throne of hell. Conflict was not his desire, especially not with his brother-in-law. I'm this generation's host to the Red Dragon Emperor. Not a satisfactory answer, judging by the introduction of a new aura, just as strong. The coffee table that had been splintered and fractured by the previous presence had now been frozen solid. That's neither here nor there. Who sent you? No one sent me. You're choking Rias and her peerage, Surzex. Upon realizing his sister and her best friend were, in fact, choking on his atmosphere, he reluctantly released it. With that, both manifestations of woe were extinguished. Just so you know, I'm thinking about disintegrating you where you kneel. Which seraphim do you serve? I don't serve any angel. I'm a human magician, I just happen to manipulate holy and unholy magics. At your level? You'd be the strongest magician to exist. I don't believe you. Then I will prove my humanity to you. With a slight focus, the boosted gear manifested on the arm held over his heart. It grew yellow spikes and gained a secondary green jewel to show its identity. Drake's declaration also backed his words. Boosted gear. Second liberation. Their guards were not lowered, but he could feel the difference in hostility with this. He remained kneeling. Only humans can inherit sacred gears after all. While devils had a known method of reincarnation, angels did not. Well, not yet. The magic filling the atmosphere outside is not dissimilar to that of Michael or Uriel. Are you an exorcist? Should I curse towards God then? A visibly stinging pain ran through the weaker members of this conference, namely everyone except Surzex and Graphia. Fair enough. Then, Issei, do you pose a threat to my sister? I just want to go to school. I'm neutral towards your sister. I haven't seen her until now. And how strong are you really? May I release my aura? You may. Not alone. Bear witness. Issei stood. Rahised his foot, then slammed it into the wooden boards beneath. Death. Surzex felt the cold chill of his intent to kill wrapping around his neck. Graphia remained still. All the other devils present had passed out immediately. If his aura was like a hammer, Issei's was like a surgeon's scalpel. Less destructive, but with an unspoken promise of the end underlaid. At his current level, he was stronger than Issei. He knew this, but that aura felt filthy. Like a survivor of the Great War. Someone who had met death and embraced it. The only way to have an understanding of death that potent was to have killed millions, and faced it yourself. Surzex did not have that understanding, despite his overwhelming power. He had no desire for genocide, after all. The pressure stopped, the invisible blade of ice shifted away from his neck. Issei's strength mainly came in three forms. His overwhelming spirit, his versatile magics, and his main strength, his close quarters ability. Magic did not work well against the mirage after all. I see. I possess no threat to anyone within Kuo's bounds, especially not your sister. King of Hell, the Crimson Ruination. At current, Issei only desires to live a quiet life. However, if you infringe on this desire, I promise you this. Upon the name of White Drake Gotch, the Dragon of Domination, I will end your species with my own claws. He will protect Kuo, as he has done long before Rias Gremory and her servants ruled. I did not realize you two were so well acquainted. It would not do well for my kind to make a lifelong enemy of a heavenly dragon, after all. We will not be hostile with you, you will not find an enemy of the devils. If anything, I would prefer for cooperation. We both seek the protection of Kuo after all. That would be something to discuss with my sister, once she wakes up. Graphia, I believe our business here is done. The silent maid simply nodded, before preparing the teleportation circle. I hope you take care of my sister, Issei Hayadu. I would not like a war to start, after all. I'm also most curious about how you control divine energies without the necessary requisites. I'll be visiting soon enough. Issei just watched them leave, before gathering the fallen members of the Occult Research Club onto the Zone for Alls, and laid some of them out gently on the floor with some cushions. I think our acting was near perfect, partner. Agreed. With this, we will have avoided most suspicion. Drake spoke within his mind, so as not to awaken his family. Healing any discreet wounds they sustained from falling over, he looked down at these strangers and servants. He would get to join them soon. For now, he had to play his part. They would not understand the truth, not yet. How strong was he, Graphia? I would estimate around a superclass human magician. The problem lies in that barrier he cast. I do not believe that anything short of multiple god-class suicide techniques could even crack it. I estimated around the same. Issei Hayadu is interesting, especially with all this mystery. He has a defined existence, as his killing intent showed us. But he also evaded any scans and reconnaissance we performed before transferring ownership of Kuo. I also don't believe even Michael could cast a barrier that strong. Gabriel and Raphael may be capable of such, as the main supporting angels of heaven, but it is unprecedented. Even as heaven was under assault, no such barrier was recorded by our forces. Would you like me to have him under surveillance? At his level, he could deceive any tale we place on him. It would be pointless, even if you did so yourself. I will contact Azazel about any holy barriers he knows of, and we will rely on Rias and Sona to keep an eye on things. Very well, Sirs X. Issei had some time to think on the way home. Plans to concoct, his path forward, how to develop his relationships with the devils into friendship. He had lots to do, and now he had the time to do it. At current, his body was reinforced to the durability and strength of a middle-class supernatural entity. He had 6 days until he could use his balance breaker, the epitome of the boosted gear's strength. His magical capabilities were still limited to the atmosphere around him, but was at the destructive level of Drake in his prime. The amount of humans, devils, and demigods he had to carve through to get to any amount of mirages were far too much. Issei's first order of business after obtaining balance breaker would be to attune to his eternal flame, the gift he had received from Lady Amaterasu of the Shinto faction before her passing. He could then use it as a catalyst for his flame magics, and would not have to worry about his reserves or draining the atmosphere empty. He had a lot of gifts he had to attune properly to. Some he did not have the chance to manifest in his past life. Others he simply could not. Limited by only his will, the gift of God would surely help, alongside Drake and Elsha. He should be able to communicate with her and Belzerd in 6 days, so he can arrange his disgusting power properly. It would be necessary. Oh. He had been stood outside his front door for an hour, strategizing and thinking about mundane matters too. He opened said door, greeted his loving parents, exchanged a few words about his lack of perversity, and left to his room. Specifically because he had a fool to make of himself at this time. Will you prove worthy? Damn. Damn indeed. He would need a specially crafted weapon to handle the mirages. Ascalon, strong as it was and how well it had served him, was not enough. He may need an audience with the Vulcan, the blacksmith of Olympus. Hephaestus. If he could receive 10, 20 or 50 legendary weapons and fuse them all together in a balance, he could create a tool strong enough to withstand Belzerd's power. It would be needed, alongside the loyal demonic sword he had just tried to summon, granted by Falbium Asmodeus and Ajuka Beelzebub. It kept trying to corrupt his mind and it stung like nothing else, but by Satan was it sharp and efficient. Losing himself to his plans and recording everything in a notebook, he dulled his mind of thought. Elsewhere, Rias Gremory awoke with a splitting headache and a note pinned to her forehead with minor magic. It simply read, "I knocked you out on accident. I'll apologize in person tomorrow. I hope we can get along well, Rias. Issei Hayadu. P.S. Your brother is nice. Let him come and visit sometime soon." Issei Hayadu? Oh, the Archangel class entity. If Sirs X didn't kill him or try to, he shouldn't be a major threat. Not to her or Kuo at least. Seeing him tomorrow sounded daunting though. She's only a high-class devil after all. Meeting a higher-tier being. A doll dancing in the hand of an outer god. She would have to work on her politeness and hide her obvious fear. Her peerage seemed to awaken around the same time as her, and after showing all of her fellows present the note, it was decided that they would all be there to greet him. If nothing else, to die fighting. Tomorrow could not come later. It seemed like she was thinking that too much nowadays. She only had a year to prepare to marry the descendant of House Phoenix, if her parents weren't jesting. She would have to try and gather peerage members as soon as possible, and raise her own strength to control her bishop. Maybe if the meeting went well enough, she could convince Issei to train her. Wishful thinking, maybe, but such training would almost guarantee her victory. Said Issei was sleeping at his desk, dreaming of fire, blood and ash. A reminder of his duties. Tomorrow came, and he was ready. When he walked into school, Sona Citri was at the gates greeting students. Glancing at him, she just nodded. Moving on to his classroom with Aika harassing him in the hallway, he sat down to be stared at again. After waiting for the teacher to come and acknowledge his presence, he had left mid-lecture. Issei had a destination, and English class was not it. When no one was looking, he had jumped out of one of the windows and began moving towards the old school building. Some students gawked from their place at adjacent windows, but he paid no mind. Now, facing the old door of the ORC once more, he opened it and walked through. He had a facade to maintain, and he had to dull these swelling emotions. Drake reminding him of his duties helped. When faced with a tidied lounge, barren to all life with exception to a petite white-haired girl in a meeting with Morpheus on one of the Sown for Alls, he had a passing thought that maybe he was too early. It was never specified that he would arrive after school, however, so they must have anticipated this. Hopefully. Else, it may be a long few hours, longer if the girl awoke. The girl being Koneko, or Shirin, one of his late wives in his previous time. Younger than he remembered seeing her, but he was a year early. Taking a seat at her feet, he tipped his head back and stared at the ceiling. Issei stared a bit more, lost in thought before he realized he could use this time usefully. Koneko could not bring Rias to him right now, so he would have to wait. Deciding to commune with his partner once more, he hoped that he would not interrupt her rest. Falling into the depths of his sacred gear, he was face to face with said partner, the crimson behemoth he was. Awake this time, unfortunately. Issei was looking forward to waking him up again. With small discussions about finer details of the future he could not express with his technique to share memories, he practiced his magical attunement alongside the conversation. Drake's company was almost unmatched to him, having spent long grueling nights relying on the dragon's focus to not be assassinated in the little sleep he was afforded. Conversation was all there was to have in his exhaustion, so they conversed. About the past, about the machines, about power. While magic was not his place, rather Elsha's, the same horrible power he used alongside Belzerd was used with her. Less aggressive in nature, yet nonetheless taxing. It would be better to have a stronger foundation for her to work with. He had imagined machines and let fly some pent-up rage at them. He imagined potential ways to use his magics, and tried to grasp his eternal flame. After failing, he kept trying and trying until his environment was trembling. Time passed, and he didn't cause the shaking this time. Someone was interfering with his real body, in some non-violent form. Experienced in the vicious transfer between soul and body, he ignored the slight double vision and nausea that arose. Feeling another tap on his arm, he looked to see Shirin kicking his body in her rest. He smiled. She had a habit of moving a fair bit, and shifting all around him while he slept stilled. As a stranger, she would not do the same with him. Not yet. Shaking her ankle lightly to awake her, he didn't realize that this was the situation he was trying to avoid. At least, not until it was too late. She shot up, looked at him and froze. Eyes refused to meet his, trembling hands clutching herself. He scared her. And that hurt him. Of course he understood, but this was someone he loved. And still loves. He just sat there, hands shifted to his lap, unmoving. She didn't speak, and neither did he. Issei just smiled at her, and continued doing so when she finally met his eyes. "I'm just waiting for Rias, you're welcome to go back to sleep." He had whispered and looked away, trying to seem as least of a threat as he could, but could also not tell if it had worked. Not until she moved to sit up, assuming his own position. She still trembled, but was testing the waters she had woken up in. Issei, of course, knew her. And he knew that if anything around her did happen, he kept a secret technique, undeniably fatal in execution and unknown to most, tucked within his pocket. It was habit while she was his lover and had been his habit even after her passing, lying untouched in the trousers of his wheezing carcass upon his own passing. Reaching into his pocket and watching her flinch, he pulled out a sweet. A small chocolate-covered fudge piece, maintained with a very minor chilling spell. Placing it atop her lap, he looked away from her and rested his arms atop the back and side of the Sown for all. Tipping his head back once more, he heard her fiddling with the small plastic wrapping, likely checking scent-wise to see if it was poisoned. A small while later, once his counting of cracks in the ceiling had reached 110 or thereabouts, he heard her chewing it. A smaller smile reached his lips. Trust is built atop small actions after all. After the chewing had stopped and the wrapper was rested atop the same coffee table his feet laid on, a small while passed before he heard her whisper softly. "Do you have any more?" It was cute enough to melt his heart, and he reached into his pocket to find one more after chuckling. Placing it onto an unstretched palm resting on her lap, he retreated back to his previous position. "That's the last one, unfortunately. I have more at home, I'll bring you some tomorrow. Okay?" "Okay. Good." While Koneko was still very obviously wary of him, she was less concerned about his sudden appearance and accompanying threat of death. After finishing that one and placing the wrapper away, she was still opposite him and didn't dare to move, but her arms moved to her side as opposed to her lap. He could not see, of course, but he had his ways of knowing. A glance at the clock behind him by tipping his head further revealed that it was 10:34. Oh, he was upside down. It was 4:04. Rias would be here likely any second. He could already hear the gentle entrance and wary creeping of Akeno Himejima, her queen. He did not acknowledge her because of her discreetness, and that it may further startle Koneko. Kiba was approaching the external door and the stairs following, and Rias had not left school yet. At least, that's according to his hearing. The thrum of students chatting as they left threw his calculations off slightly, so it's likely that Rias could be on her way. While Akeno and Rias were in the same class, she had likely gone to the student council room to borrow Sona. At their known pace, they'd be here at 4:09. Kiba will be here in a few seconds. Koneko, Akeno. Rias will be 5 minutes or so. Koneko was clearly shocked that Akeno was present, just as the latter was surprised she was noticed. Neither acknowledged what he said verbally, but Kiba opening the clubroom door proved him correct. Gesturing to the zone for all opposite him, Issei gave a gentle smile. Kiba gave him a false smile, shaking his hand with a slightly sweaty palm before setting himself down opposite Koneko, leaving the free space for Rias or Sona, or both. You guys don't have to be so wary. I'm here to discuss cooperative measures with Rias and Sona. Kiba, you can stop channeling magic with that hand behind your back. Akeno, I can hear you making tea, but I don't think lightning is necessary in that process. Kiba just looked at him before sighing and placing his hand respectfully at his side. The ever-so-gentle crackling of lighting dulled with Akeno's shock at being discovered once more. Koneko just stared at him, muted. Would you not be wary if someone who was a large enough threat to require a mouth to communicate with was within your home? Kiba had a good point, but he had gone through that situation far too many times before. He perhaps had too much experience. You're welcome to be wary, but you have to learn how to hide such feelings. If you show your emotions, they're likely strong enough to use them against you. Take, for example, magical chanting before such a situation. All they would register is a slight magical signature, and if you're skilled enough, you can disguise that signature within or around your reserves. It allows you to fire off any higher class spell in an instant. Issei's inner teacher had shown itself, and he may have gone too in-depth, judging by the blank or deadpan faces the peerage members had looking at him. You can't maintain a magical chant without finishing it, everyone knows that. Even devils that don't use magic know it. I'll teach you guys a bit more later, with a demonstration of what I mean. For now, Rias and Sona are coming up the stairs. Upon their opening of the door, Issei was proven correct yet again. A glance back at the clock showed he was a minute quick on his prediction though. Boring. It's lovely to meet you properly, Rias Gremory, Sona Citri. I'm sure Sirzex has informed you both of his discoveries? They moved to sit opposite him as he spoke, leaving poor Koneko to sit next to this monster. That is true, Issei Hayato. We've been told that you are a human magician who is the host to the Red Heavenly Dragon, specializing in barrier formations at the level of a seraphim or Mao. We've also been told that you've expressed desire to cooperate under us. Is that correct? Sona was mistaken. She was the only one besides Kiba who was not a part of his harem. She was a good friend to him, and Kiba was akin to a brother. Close, but you missed two parts. Firstly, I do not specialize in barrier circles. I don't have any particular specialization, more like a jack of most trades. Secondly, I'm not cooperating under you. You're a bit young to be that good at most magical branches. Boosted gear or not, you're better than most supernatural beings alive. If you aren't cooperating with us though, is it safe to say you plan to resist our ownership of Kuo? I don't plan to do that either. I said I would cooperate, not work under you like a slave. I am stronger than you, and you would be foolish to think you could control the dragon of domination. I suggest you rephrase. My apologies, Red Dragon Emperor. We have full intention to work cooperatively with you at an equal level, however that will work both ways. If there are any lower level threats, we will handle them. Should anything larger arise, we may require your assistance. That's fine with me. I'll give you all my phone number once we've decided on the order of operations. Have you considered my request to join the ORC? We have, and as a member of the Supernatural, it's only right that you either join the Student Council or the Occult Research Club. As such, you're now a member of my club. Rias had spoken up for the first time in this conversation, seemingly leaving the tense details to her more articulate friend. He smiled. Good, thank you. Now then, I understand that many of the devils here are wary of my intentions due to my actions. I apologize for knocking you guys out with my aura, however the holy barrier I cast will not be removed. I can attune you all to the barrier so you won't find any discomfort in its presence, but the protection of my family comes first, and I would sooner die than render them unsafe. His reasoning seemed to resonate with all of them, understandably. They all care deeply about family, they always have. How long will it take to attune all of us? There are 7 other devils present in Kuo at current. Not long per person, I just need to cast one of the barrier's points onto each of you. As there's holy energy involved, it may burn slightly, but I can do my best to shield you with attributeless magic. We will have you do that later, tomorrow if possible. For now, I'd like to ask how strong you really are. At current you can consider me to be at superclass. A Mao candidate or a seraphim, for example. If I had wings, I would likely possess 5 or 6 pairs. Can you show us what you were talking about before? Ah, Keno. She wanted to see the pre-chanting in action. Understandable, as it's a technique only usable thanks to his chant reduction engravings. All thanks to Castor Ambrosius, before his passing. Very well then. I will go through the full chant of a small yet powerful barrier technique, since I would like to avoid damaging anything in such a demonstration. Issei stood up from the zone for all and walked to the side so as to be visible to everyone. He wouldn't even need a chant for this barrier, but it was a demonstration and not live combat. Phase Twilight Nightmare. Lower yourself to the mortal realm. All devils present felt the magical buildup, followed by a natural feeling of shock once the developed spell did not change nature after a few seconds of exposure. Issei waited for the cries of questions to stop pouring in from the magically attuned present, and just silenced them after a few minutes. Ricochet. A translucent red barrier manifested around him, barely 2 meters in diameter and spherical in nature. It was a simple barrier, only rated up to the upper echelons of high-class beings, but it still astounded them. When someone gathers the magical energy to use a spell, they fill their body with that energy, and use it to create a circle, where they pour all the remaining magic in and complete the casting. If the circle was not created, was made poorly, or they did not appropriately construct the rest of the spell within the foundation, the magic would change nature and become unusable. It was like having to place code within the system of a computer that would change itself and prevent the program from working as intended if you were not quick enough. This act completely defied a key point they were taught about magic. Issei had to answer a few questions about how it worked and how he controlled the naturally chaotic nature of magic, namely from Akeno, Rias, and especially Sona. Afterwards, he just said a few goodbyes and told them to await for tomorrow, where he would mark them and allow them entry into his home's barrier. The days following were more than boring. More skipped classes spent in the Occult Research Club's room with Koneko, more slight teachings about the intricacies of magic not disclosed to high-class devils. He eventually unlocked his balance breaker and began training properly. Close quarters combat was once again an option, and he could meet Belzerd, Elsha, and the Broken Souls once more. Issei was only excited to meet the former two, and since they were connected to Drag more than him, they also had no recollection of the future awaiting. A few uses of his memory-sharing technique showed them what he went through, how they helped him, and how he used the malformed souls that lured him into the Juggernaut drive. They seemed excited to see the outside world after only having contact with each other, and Drag for a few hundred years regardless. All the while, Issei got to work reshaping his balance breaker to accommodate his 3 extra forms. He had put them to good use in his past experience, but he had much more space for preparation this time. It would take a lot of experimentation and patience to find what powers he had to redevelop in his fresh body and what he had access to, eventually compiling them mentally. Issei would have to pay a few abroad visits to certain mythical factions and convince a few certain individuals to help him. Or he could wait. His options would come anyway. His biggest advantage came with his foresight, and he put it to good use. He managed to develop a weird, mushy level of trust with his cooperators too. Through teaching them a bit, and many small actions, they were no longer uncomfortable around him. Kiba and Rias no longer felt the need to drown him in politeness either. Koneko was probably the biggest change in character. After only a week or so, she felt comfortable sitting and sleeping around him, and even took to asking first for the sweets he had. Issei was enjoying this chance. All the while, an eye from the abyss of the universe stared down, entertained. Issei was bored. Being a teacher was fun, but being harassed with questions he doesn't have knowledge about sucked. Sona in particular was the worst for it. She kept asking about the law of magic conversion, and he had no slither of information about it. He mostly followed Elsha's teachings concerning his magic. For more specialized spells, he relied on who he inherited it from. He couldn't even consult his peers due to the extreme restrictions involved. It was all based on feeling for him, not knowledge. He had never been the intelligent type, and the mathematics involved with human magicians escaped him. All he operated on was how the flow of energy felt within and around him, and he became sensitive to it under repetitive duress. Another problem was beginning to represent itself too. The marks on his soul, the concentric circles and engravings etched into his existence, were beginning to manifest on his physical body once more. They did not reach his face or limbs. It could be solved easily with a light illusory barrier placed around him, but constant maintenance of magic wasn't his forte. He performed far better when he could release everything all at once in a destructive quantity. He could also try makeup, but that felt vaguely girly to him. Not to mention his lack of skill in the matter, and that a simple splash of water would render his efforts worthless. Barriers were a suitable answer, but it was a currently unsolved query on how to create self-maintaining barriers undergoing motion. The underworld's best magicians, in cohesion with the Grigori, were still working on it at this very moment. The problem had been around for thousands of years and remained unsolved, and would likely remain so considering the genocide of all conscious organisms in the near future. He hated practicing something he wasn't good at. If it meant he could keep his secretive marks hidden, he would prefer to just have them on show. Nonetheless, that would arise questions, and answering everyone that asked was far too much effort and energy wasted. Truth be told, the method with the least effort on his part would be to disappear for a few days and come back claiming that he was kidnapped and tortured by a cult. An unorthodox approach to keeping secrets, and something he likely wouldn't do. The option stood as a last resort in the back of his mind. He would just try his best to keep the barrier upheld. In other news, Azazel and his Grigori agents were finally beginning to move. It had been around a month since he had returned to this time, and he had never known they appeared this early. It made sense if they had to search the entire population of Kuo for threats and various sacred gears though. At the current point in time, only one agent was placed temporarily within the abandoned church they had used last time. Azazel was nearby Kuo, but not quite within the borders. Probably off fishing, drinking, womanizing, or something of equal importance. That being none, of course. Issei also had the impending feeling of being watched, even within the safety of his home. Perhaps the Ouroboros was getting a little too invested in observing him, and was slipping in focus. Conversation with it was limited by himself, however, as he wanted to maintain independence as long as possible. Each day he spent now was more or less the same. He would go to school, skip class, chat with Koneko in the ORC clubroom, share occasional banter with Rias, Akeno and Kiba as they appeared and disappeared, and was harassed by Sona about magic after school without fail. He also started to train overtly on the school grounds after hours, mostly with an audience of the various devils. He could feel his body tensing up as he sat around doing nothing, so he did something. Issei's body was at the level of an upper high class being at current, which was not good enough. Kokobile would begin to move in a year, give or take 2 months, and he planned to extinguish the crow's flame of ambition entirely. To snuff out the burning candle representing his life with as little effort as possible, and without intervention from Rias and Sona's respective groups. In the light of good news, he had unlocked his balance breaker's wings a week after regaining the form itself. Practice was rough since he refused to let Drake control them this time, but progress was being made. He also wanted to alter the wings to better match Valley's own, as they were far superior in durability to his own. As Issei was walking home from another boring day, every sense he possessed screamed at him a horrible melody of promised pain. He was being followed. He knew their location, the strength of their magic, and their race just from his sharp magical sensitivity. A fallen angel was far behind him, atop a tall building using observation magic and a weak barrier to disguise themselves from mortals. They were extremely weak, so he had nothing to worry about. His reserves were minuscule compared to his current power standing, and he was suppressing them even further. No magic was flowing around him since he wasn't stealing from the atmosphere and hadn't been for hours now. Nevertheless, he remained watchful. Previous experiences involving fallen angels in Kuo had left Issei bleeding to death in a small park after a mediocre date with a wicked bitch. Speaking of wicked bitches, he would absolutely maul her this time too. On his own. He might even set various restrictions on himself to make it even more enjoyable. Maybe he would limit himself to the Grimoire's power of destruction. That could be interesting. It was one of the powers he was gifted from the Mao Lucifer before his passing. He had awoken it without assistance, but it wasn't very effective as of yet. He had a year to refine it, so it would surely be a good part of his arsenal in time. He also couldn't practice it openly, thanks to obvious reasons. Thinking about what he would have for dinner today, he walked back into the house 3 doors next to his before teleporting inside the barrier around his home. It would confuse his neighbor a bit, but it would disguise Issei from the tailing crow. It seems like they noticed the immense holy aura very quickly too, upon arriving within the vicinity of Kuo. It could raise problems, but Azazel was easy to reason with and befriend. His mother was in the kitchen waiting for him, following various claims of "I never heard you come in." And dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Come downstairs after getting dressed. He traced his way into his room, obeyed his mother, and came to sit at the table. His father was already there waiting, reading various news articles on his phone. These small involvements with his family never got old, and never would. Issei loved that he had the opportunity to spend more time with his parents, and cherished every moment. He loved being around his lovers too, but it was peculiar to show such emotions in front of them. With various small talks, a plate being placed in front of him, and his mother coming to seat herself too, the Hayate family enjoyed their meal. Donasek, a proven useful Grigori spy, was out on the hunt. He was on a secretive mission by the orders of Azazel to find the source behind the holy barrier. He watched various people come and go across multiple days, but the only people he saw leave and enter were a regular human couple. They didn't even acknowledge the powerful wall's presence, nor did they possess any sacred gear or outstanding magical energy. Someone had placed the barrier on that couple's home, and he was determined to find them. He thought he had luck with an unsuspecting teenage delinquent walking home, but he didn't enter the home. He had lower reserves than average for a human, and combined with his slightly ill-looking visage, he was less than a suspect. Not that he would stop looking, of course, even if he had to kill the couple to drive out whomever placed the barrier. To speak of barriers, Sona was currently at the student council's staff office, where the devils within her peerage slept. She was practicing the barrier Issei Hayate had demonstrated a month ago, and had been practicing since seeing it in action, with little luck. Magic wasn't just about a chant, despite how some may think. To create magic without a circle was akin to painting without a canvas, a miracle of sorcery in every sense of the word. Issei himself confessed that he had not used a circle, and wasn't just hiding it. He even demonstrated clearly how his magic flowed. Upon asking him to create it as large as possible, and following the information received that it would be vastly weaker, he had covered the entire academy and a few surrounding buildings in a magical field without the use of a foundation circle, or even a chant. It had just appeared, as if the world itself had decided a barrier should be there. It was extremely weird, and she didn't want to rely on her sister for help, but any books on the matter repeated the knowledge that she already had and was not helpful in the slightest. Issei himself couldn't explain the phenomenon well, so it seemed she was running out of options. He had provided Sona with the chant and the direct, "What are you, Issei Hayate?" She couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, said Mao were currently in yet another meeting discussing the all-for-honor mentioned Red Dragon Emperor. It was abnormal that such a sudden appearance of such a strong Longinus wielder occurred. Ordinarily, it would stem from the discovery from one of their kind inheriting and taking care of a possessor, in some cases only learning later. That, or their presence was detected and recorded after a particularly notable conflict. This host to Drag had many inconsistencies that followed alongside him too. For example, his aura wasn't overwhelming, but rather surgically lethal. It was strange for someone wielding the Dragon of Domination to not have a dominant and rawly spirit. It's more likely that he had two sides of a coin and only showed one, but the origin behind the revealed side posed questions. At current knowledge, the only people capable of such an achievement were a few notable gods of war and death, Azazel, Seraph Fall Leviathan, and to a weaker extent, Serzex Lucifer and Kokabil. People that had seen the horrors and atrocities and sufferings of war, had helped commit most of them, and were not divinely inclined in the biblical sense. Angels could not possess such an intent to kill, as they only committed murder to prevent atrocities and worse sins from being commenced. Issei Hayate was added to that list. His information was sent to heaven previously to discuss his roots in holy-natured magic. It returned empty, not even a distant relation spanning tens of generations, nor any recorded bonds made between Issei and a member of heaven or the church. Michael made a note to them that he would come and visit Issei to discuss it. His existence was a mystery, and it couldn't be decided whether or not he was a threat to anyone. If he was, any attempts to eliminate him would likely have to be conducted by a Mao-class being. According to the reports from Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, he wasn't a threat to Devilkind at the very least. He posed no threat to any named factions, but when asked if he desires conflict with any faction, he had bowed his head, shaking in what was described as the deepest rage I had ever encountered, a seemingly all-consuming hatred for whoever it was directed at by Rias. When asked what faction it was that he hated, he had avoided answering and left. A cause for concern amongst the leaders of devils. If he posed such a hatred to an allied faction, he would have to be eliminated. Serzex Lucifer organized plans to visit Issei and ask him in person about the faction. If it was necessary, he could also conduct the termination. It was decided that Falbium Asmodeus would accompany him, as the designated warlord of the Mao. Should Issei escape, it would be down to him to contact the faction head and make plans to go to war. A code red would be issued amongst all devils and members of the hated faction, and Issei Hayato would be killed almost certainly. Assuming they were allied, of course. If not, he would be free to roam and live uninhibited. Such tense conversation was cut short by a magical communication circle connecting to Sarah Fall Leviathan. After hearing her beloved Sona start to speak, she flew into what could only be described as a frenzy of confusing mayhem. Without letting the other party utter a single word, Sarah Fall had proclaimed her love to her sister multiple times, asked if she was in trouble, prepared a teleportation circle and several destructive ice spells, then flew into a worry about her health, all without any mention of the reasoning for the call. The Mao were used to her antics, and Surzex is almost the same level of intensity as her, so the normal members just sat in a completely silent deadpan. When Sona finally spoke, asking for her help involving magic and potentially Ajuka's assistance too, Seraphal could not move faster to grab him and prepared to teleport. Surzex figured he could use this time to escape his paperwork and responsibilities to go and visit Rias, until his lovely, endearing and not mortally terrifying wife Graphia dragged him out to his personal desk. He was not kicking and begging for Falbium to help him, despite what anyone may claim. Ajuka Beelzebub was fairly uninterested in anything not involving magic or official business, so he just let Seraphal drag him along with a lazy expression on his face. Face to face with Sona after a short transmission period, Seraphal swarmed at her with various cries of "I love you and I'll help you with whatever you need." She didn't even get the chance to explain what she needed help with. Seraphal, despite how she acted, knew that her sister wouldn't ask for Ajuka without it being a relatively serious or complex matter. After light scolding from her sister, Sona finally had a chance to explain. Issei Hayato, the source of the magical barrier, showed me something. He had showed us how he delayed his spells with his chance, but he hadn't used a magical circle. Is it even possible to cast magic without a circle? Now, Ajuka was interested. With the word magic being mentioned, his lust for knowledge in all its might had manifested. He was, however, stunned that Issei Hayato had reached past the pinnacle of magic. Seraphal, for seemingly the first time in an agonizing amount of time, was speechless. It was possible for the upper echelons of superclass beings, the 5 dragon kings, the leaders of the biblical factions, very few gods and the twin heavenly dragons to cast magic without a circle. It was, however, impossible for that magic to be anything higher than low class. What Sona had described was impossible. A high to upper class barrier being manifested without a circle was like saying God had returned from the dead, and was actually living peacefully in the Bahamas for hundreds of years. It was impossible. Magic had to have a foundation, and any magic without such would be unnaturally weak. Even the beings that could cast without one had to use their bodies as circles and temporarily mark a unique magical circle onto themselves. Issei did no such thing. He manifested magic out of nowhere, and at a complex level. Ajuka was stunned for the first time in too long, and a beyond joyous smile overtook his face. He had to meet the Red Dragon Emperor, even if he had to defect from being a devil to do so. Seraphal was extremely advanced in magic, being the second strongest in hell next to Surzex. She had committed horrific acts of extreme large-scale violence during the Great War, and knew her way around her spells. Her applications of her given arsenal were almost unmatched, even outside of hell. This, however, was not her level of expertise. It also spelled out that Issei was a far greater threat than they could have imagined. If his strength was not unfairly balanced towards magical application and versatility and was instead equalized, he was hiding his strength and would be the third strongest being to manifest, second only to the twin dragon gods, Great Red and Ophis. He could topple almost all of hell without needing to think twice. While Ajuka helped her with the barrier she was trying to cast, saving the personal questions about Issei for later, Seraphal contacted every higher-up within hell. They had to know about his strength. The mentioned soul, Issei, had enjoyed a lovely dinner with his family and was in the process of learning to control his wings within his soul's cape. He had made a big leap in progress just now, being able to levitate without needing to flap his wings and landing well. The only factor he had to work on was speed. Getting used to wings was like learning how to use 2 new arms. Difficult, but it gets easier with experience and patience. When Drake had given his performance a measly rating of 52 out of 100, he had silently chanted his strongest spell just to dodge a colossal wing sweep at the last second. He could tell the flow of magic within Issei with his eyes closed, as their souls were interlinked. He could hear the silent beseeching of magic to flow alongside him, and knew everything about his partner. He also knew that taking the attack head-on would really fucking hurt. This kind of play fighting was their form of dragon banter, and both were laughing after the small confrontation. Were being the key word, until Elsa decided to have a little fun herself and smacked both of them atop the head with invisible magic hands before they could even register her presence. Issei was loving the life he was living. He knew his duties, and knew what he gathered strength and power to fight for, but enjoying the little things while he could help keep him sane. It also stopped the incessant nagging remorse in his head for the innocent people he had killed after losing his family. Everyone he had killed or lost was alive now, and that was all that mattered. The same thing would not happen again. He was weak, but now he's different. Different enough to make a change? Only time could tell. After his flying practice, he began to practice differently with the strongest available being. That being his wonderful supportive partner, of course, who was more than happy to slam Issei into the ground hundreds of times. Even better, by his own request. Being numb to pain had its advantages, and he wanted to reap all of them. He was durable enough not to die instantly, at least. He did seem a little bit mad about the onslaught of pain afterwards, however, as seen by the reprehensibly large beam of light he had sent down to pierce Drake. With a simple roll to evade, he fell victim to the trap and laid to the ground beforehand. Consumed in fire, he didn't even flinch. A flap of his wing and it was extinguished, but his partner had vanished from sight. He took to the skies, creating hurricane-force gales of wind with each flap of his wings, and after a surprise attack from behind with Ascalon, all-out combat training had begun. Elsa just watched them destroy everything Issei had created in his mind with a shake of her head. He was strong, yes, but not quite Drake's strength yet. She just sat and watched the various flashes of light, fire, holy energy, and the blasting of wind kicking up dust around her until Issei was thrown deep into the ground, and subsequently crushed underfoot Drake's claws. This kind of careless training and fun directly contrasted the panic spreading within Hell's upper ranks right now, of course. It seemed Rias and Issei were the only ones that were calm and enjoying themselves. Rias was enjoying a lovely calm bath with Akeno before they both left for bed. Sona wasn't told about the consequences of creating stronger Circle-less magic, and was simply content to have a foundation to work with now. An emergency meeting was held in Hell. It seemed like all of the Mao would have to visit Issei alongside Grafia. Especially if he had the potential to invoke the first code red involving evacuation of the underworld. Azazel was also informed, albeit missing certain key details. His forces resided in the underworld as well, and it would not be fair to let the innocent fallen angels fall victim to inescapable horrors. Olympus received some information as well, thanks to Hades, settling for evacuating him and his grim reapers into the gardens of Lower Olympus for the time being. Their meeting would have to occur far sooner than expected too. Tannen, being an ultimate-class devil, had heard about the Red Dragon Emperor, and would join alongside the Mao. Various schedules were cleared, potential evacuation notices were sent to all major population centers and all family heads to the 72 Pillars of Solomon. War was being prepared for and the cause for concern was sleeping soundly right now, dreaming of brimstone and bloodshed. Issei woke up. His dream had ended slightly better than it had started, thinking about his parents. It was them begging him to live, but change is change. He got dressed, brushed his teeth and checked on his body's markings. They had spread further. The day before, they hadn't reached further than his upper torso. Now, they were branching towards his limbs and neck. He only had a few days to practice his magic to a proficiency capable of maintaining it 8 hours at the minimum. Issei could tell the devils about it, and it would spare him having to last longer. Satan, his body was toned. He looked good. Tall and muscular, if not a bit pale. The crimson markings marring his torso ruined it, looking like peculiar tribal-style tattoos. Vain comments aside, he made his way downstairs to his family. Light conversation put a smile on his face after a particularly stupid joke from his father. He wasn't in the mood for breakfast today, for some reason, and his mother did not like that. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you feel ill, you shouldn't go to school, but you can't not eat anything. Issei was not listening. Well, not properly. He was handed a packaged breakfast bar and resolved himself to eat it later, once that sickening feeling in his gut vanished. A quick goodbye kiss to his doting mother and a wave to his too manly for kisses father, and he was out the door. He wasn't late, so he walked at a comfortable pace. Complex thoughts about power began to place their roots in his mind. They were cut short by a more than ominous devilish aura permeating the entire space outside of his barrier. Drake manifested almost immediately. Something was not right. Whatever it was, it involved powers on the level of all the Mao combined. The old devil faction? They shouldn't be active this early in his timeline. Regardless of the source, if Rias and Sona were involved, he was their only source of protection. Skipping the walk, he checked his surroundings before teleporting directly inside one of the bathrooms on the ground floor of the academy. He almost had to hold his breath upon doing so. It felt not quite murderous, but like it promised death. He could feel another aura, different in nature, but suppressed. He couldn't tell what it was though, thanks to the outlying devils present. They were in the ORC. Another quick spell and he was outside of the internal door to the main room. Time could not be spared if they were in danger, and he prepared his balance breaker's alternative forms. Drake kept silent for now while doubling his power, resolved to keep a third and fourth eye on Issei's surroundings. 2 small destructive spells cast at the same time blew the door wide open, and he blitzed through the splinters poised to kill. His aura flooded the room following alongside him, far more potent than what he showed Surzex and the devils. Overdrive. Drake let cry his own declaration of promised death. A designation of his own design, focused on a perfect balance between his reflexes and physical capabilities. He had enough time for 50 boosts, usual time frame of 10 seconds forgotten in exchange for a set amount of recall. It was prepared on sheer reflex once he had left the barrier. Speaking of Surzex, he was sat calmly drinking some tea on one of the Sown for Alls, eyes locked onto his in the middle of turning his head. A third Sown for All lay facing him, which bore 3 of the 4 Mao, with an empty Sown for All end. Was that Tannen's humanoid form? Why is he here? Issei's aura was dismissed within the microsecond. If all the Mao and the Blaze Meteor Dragon were here, there was no threat. The increase to his senses was also relinquished, leaving the speed and strength boost just in case. With his sense of time returning to normal, Surzex had snapped toward and followed his own. Signature magical circle in one hand and teacup in the other, he was also ready to kill. Seraphal was the only one quick enough to react to, even if hers was slightly delayed too. Ice manifested itself in the spot where he stood previously, having already teleported to the Sown for All and seated himself. Issei wasn't looking at them. He was staring into Tannen's eyes with a mix of confusion, shades of respect and an unspoken question. Tannen was staring back, as impressed as his blank face could show. At least, until a wicked full-face grin filled his visage. This was, by far, the strongest wielder of Drang he had ever encountered. Stronger than some of their juggernaut drives too. Incredible. Magical permafrost glued him to his seat, pinning his arms to his side. He did not resist. Seraphal had a strange look on her face, something he had only seen once previously. It was slightly scary. "Hello, Issei Hayadu. It's been a while, how have you been?" His politeness was deceiving. Issei saw the power of destruction he had prepared. "Yes, hello Surzex. I've been great, teaching Rias and Sona a few things about magic. Why exactly have you gathered the Mao alongside Tannen?" Tannen came because he wanted to see the new Red Dragon Emperor. "We came to decide if you need to be executed or not. I'll speak with Tannen later. As much as I enjoy his company, unfortunately, my execution comes first." "Why?" "You've expressed a certain degree of hatred towards a faction. We need to know what that faction is." Issei's head slumped down, shadows overcasting his eyes in the naturally dimly lit room despite the ever-shining sun outside. Only Tannen could see his eyes, and he saw nothing but rage and hatred. As a dragon, he knew what such a potent rage meant. It was not something simple, like a disagreement, or something small being stolen from him. It was the kind of hate you feel after you learn your kin has died. Sympathy was in order. "I do not hate any of the biblical factions, nor any of the factions you are acutely aware of." "That is not what I asked. Which faction do you resent?" "Surzex, I respect you for taking care of me and my dragons, but the Red One deserves more sympathy. I will side with him if you continue being this unfair." Tannen had spoken, in that familiar rough voice of his. It was the same whether he was in his humanoid or draconic form. Comforting, in a way. "Do you know something we don't know, Tannen?" Seraphal accused. "I can see it in his eyes. He has lost someone to this faction. Have some respect, devils." "I see. My sincerest apologies for your loss and our hostility, Issei Hayadu. Nevertheless, the identity of that faction is important. We can organize protection for you from them, or cooperation in destroying them alongside you if you'd like. We need to know who they are first." Surzex spoke with what sounded like genuine remorse. He knew what happened when dragons lost their kin. Cities burned, innocents died, and they become too swarmed in fury to die until their revenge was fulfilled. They are known as mirages, without a faction name. Their goal is the elimination of anything conscious and capable of unique thought. I lost my parents and lovers to them. Issei spoke through tightened jaw muscles, head still bowed. One of his teeth cracked loudly, being repaired with magic nigh instantly. His face was contorted and perverted into a snarl. I see. There is no further need for hostilities here. My apologies, Issei. Per our understanding, your parents are still alive, however. Would you mind explaining to me? The permafrost melted and the devils suppressed their aura, resorting less to hostility and more to caution. Tannen suppressed his own spirit too, and Issei did not expect him to. Dragons, especially the notoriously prideful and youthful ones, blatantly refused such an act. It was a kind gesture amongst those of draconic descent, performed as a sign of respect for the lost kin. My parents are alive now. They were not before. Teeth unclenched, he spoke in an almost monotone voice not unlike the abyss. The devils present would not make the comparison, however, as they had only met Ophis in the future. Did someone perform necromancy? What are you referring to? My parents died in the past for me. They would have died in the future for you, but I will die myself before I let that happen. Ajuka was the sharpest knife in this metaphorical kitchen drawer, and locked onto a solution amidst the cryptic answer. So you're from the future? Everyone present turned to first look at Ajuka, before it also clicked in their head, then turned to Issei. Yes. There was a general sense of hesitation involved with mentions of coming from the future. Tannen believed him immediately, despite the admittedly outrageous claim. The devils were more so hesitant on believing him immediately. They were, until another voice joined the silent chorus of doubt. My partner tells no lies. I have seen his memories, and he may show you too if he decides it is necessary. Upon the name of the Dragon of Dreams, I declare his proclamation as truth. To swear upon Great Red is the ultimate expression of good faith. No dragon would willfully enter a verbal pact involving it without being genuine. The consequences of going against that pact is a fate far worse than death. Devils, you would do well to believe the Dragon of Domination. The Blaze Meteor spoke on the draconic matters, and educated them in case they were unaware. He was as kind as Issei remembered. The Mao were the pinnacle of devil sorcery, power, knowledge, and wisdom. They were the upholding pillars of hell, and even they were hesitant to doubt the words of two renowned dragons recorded as nigh unmatched calamities, especially if one had sworn on the name of a dragon god. I see. Would you mind sharing certain memories with us then, Red Dragon Emperor? Surzex was the safest option, as Issei had the most recorded memories of him. It would make the process far easier and much less taxing on himself. Instructing Mao Lucifer to sit next to him, Issei placed his roughened left hand atop his paler right counterpart. Whispers flew and marked the space, crafting an intricate circle atop their hands and connecting it to their individual magical pathways. It tied them together. Nightmare, ambition. Left to die under the sun, war and peace, crow and declaration. I wish death upon myself. Feel me in my entirety. Bear my past and my future. Behold my being, in all its twisted beauty. It was easier to cast on Drake because they were inherently intertwined at his birth. They were a part of each other's souls, and the bond between them made any possible resistance futile. This Surzex was not the same. Alongside the recoil of his fight preparations, Issei may very well lose consciousness performing this. It came from a pact with the world, after all. Surzex experienced brief flashes of a time past. He saw Issei Hayadu amidst a decadent wasteland littered with the dust of disintegrated bones, broken splinters and particles of metal and plastic, boosted gear fading. He felt the despair, the self-loathing. He saw Issei telling himself of his sisters passing to the machines. He felt the similar rage displayed on his own visage. He saw his last moments, within his magical epitome. He watched the last flames of his life extinguish. He felt the pride and the sorrow. He saw Issei's last moments too, forced to watch as unbridled hate in every form flooded his being. He saw the precursor fights with the last of humanity sided with the Mirage, the power of destruction Issei had used almost surgically. He saw himself giving the boon to the boy. He felt the reluctant urge to die. These feelings were so potent they filled his own form and took root. He saw what remained of his sister and despaired. He saw Drake in all his fury. He was forced to watch. He saw the death. He felt it. It grabbed his essence and claimed him. He could feel it. It burned. It hurt worse than any duels involving the Father's own light. It hurt, Satan, it hurt. 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 Cerzex stared at the stone for all lying opposite him. He looked down and saw the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei's hand resting next to his, face up, pulled away forcefully by Serafal, who was tearing up. His sister's lover was laid out on the coffee table in front of him, being checked and acted on by Ajuka and Tannen. Falbium was practically shouting into countless magical circles. His head hurt. He couldn't hear anything they were saying, screaming. Issei was covered in blood. They were performing chest compressions and healing magic as best they could. The feelings faded, but their scar remained. Issei had bore everything, all on his own. He was the spearhead of every humanoid's existence. The lack of hearing faded into tinnitus, which faded further into faint cries of worry. He couldn't move. He could only whisper, even faintly. Serafal could barely make it out, and had to lean in. Upon casting the spell, Issei had begun to seize. Cerzex was locked in abject horror. They had to be pulled apart, and Issei was vomiting and spilling blood from his nose and eyes. Deep cut-like tattoos were spurting hot dark sanguine, and Ajuka took action immediately to apply pressure and magic. Tannen was trying to restart his heart, and Falbium was commanding every half-decent healer in hell to arrive immediately. Phoenix tears were procured almost instantly, and slowed the bleeding only slightly. Stasis and healing magics were applied to lacking effectiveness. Cerzex could finally be heard. It was like a whisper across dimensions, but it could be discerned. He's from the future. She slapped her friend, and it seemed to shock him back to reality. He performed various magics on himself in silence, leaving Serafal to also tend to Issei. Their magics were not working. It refused to cling to him, like the world didn't recognize his presence. He was like a blank space in the system. The seizing stopped as Drake manifested on his full arm and shoulder, lacking claws, and he seemingly worked the poor boy's body like a puppet. He cracked ribs and crushed the sternum to reach the heart, and kept it pumping. Now, he could act properly. Balance breaker. The desperation in his voice could be heard. Every system had completely shut down in Issei's corpse. A crimson armor adorned in green jewels manifested around him, containing the blood loss. The chest cavity was left exposed to allow access to the heart. The Welsh dragon was drowning out everyone else in countless cries of boost. It was the only time ever observed by them that the being had taken action to preserve any partner to this extreme. What the world desires, what the world rejects. Shut the fuck up. Has always been power, has always been love. Silence yourselves, souls. Enough. Numerous cries could be heard emanating from his sacred gear. Some female, some male. It seemed the past souls were trying to activate the juggernaut drive in this weakness, and were being suppressed by the dragon of domination. Issei hired his own body in two indiscriminate voices. All the while, said dragon was still powering up. After Drake's last comment, they had fallen silent. A narrow escape from death. Issei was stabilized following a last roar of Overton. Healing spells were conjured, numbering in the hundreds. It seemed his own incantations would work. All were low to mid-class, but the sheer quantity stitched him up faster than most immortals could themselves. It was all a spectacle to behold. The Red Dragon did not have access to the portion of power stolen from the White Dragon, so he had to multiply his partner's base reserves. He practically forced Issei's consciousness back into his body. It would hurt, unimaginably so, but that was why they trained his pain tolerance. Balance breaker shattering around him, his eyes opened. My everything is screaming, what the fuck happened? Upon hearing no response, he lifted his head slightly to see he was surrounded by the Mao. He practically dived into an open space, stomping his foot and demonstrating his full spirit. Why didn't his aura manifest? Why was Cerzex hugging him? Did he do something? Why was he so slow? Why were there 3 Cerzex? Why was he on the zone for all now, had rested against? Tannen? A dream? Oh, right. The memory spell. He had lost consciousness practically instantly. All he knew was he was suddenly within his soul's cape facing 20 screaming shadows in unarmed combat. Drake, Elsha and Belzard were beside him, so he didn't stand a chance of losing. Everyone was shouting. Then, Drake forced him to wake back up. He seemed angrier than usual, desperate for something. Oh hey guys. Sorry about that. The Mao Leviathan and Lucifer were conversing while he was reflecting and turned to him almost immediately, halting their discussion. Falbium was currently dismissing the support he had requested, and Ajuka was staring straight at him already. Issei, you died? Rather blunt from Serafal. It didn't surprise him though. The recoil was massive and hit at the exact same time he performed an already advanced and intricate technique. He had died more than a few times before, in his various skirmishes. Only 2 deaths were memorable. Yeah, that tends to happen. Tends to hurt too. Anyway, do you guys believe me now? Yes, we do. We'll have further discussions tomorrow. Greyfield will come to collect you as you arrive at school from the ORC. For now, I speak for all of us when I say that you should rest. We also have a lot to discuss amongst ourselves. Alright. I don't suppose you could lend me a teleport home? Thanks to the barrier you cast, we can't place magic even slightly close to it, unfortunately. You'll have to walk. Well, Surzek's words seemed accurate. Devils would struggle to be within the same city as it, let alone cast magic. It would apply even to the Mao. I'll take him. I want to talk with him and Drake, so it'll save some effort. Tannen was like a knight in beautiful glistening white armor, having come to save the princess and take her home. Although he was more like the dragon, Issei supposed it didn't matter. He was just happy he didn't have to exert any effort. Tannen picked Issei up and left them out with their thoughts, following goodbyes. As a reincarnated devil himself, he couldn't get too close to the barrier, but most of the way should suffice. He walked to have more time to talk. You encountered me in the future, didn't you? I did. I was far weaker than I am now, barely at the level of a youngling Drake, having not even mastered Balance Breaker, but you trained me and showed me the dragons you foster. What did you think of them? Incredible. To build a haven just for dragons, I would have loved to live there someday. Not just because the dragon apples were delicious, either. Thank you for the assistance, old friend. It's lovely to see you again. It's nice to see you too, Red. Your host this time is strong. He must be on my level by now and only at, 18 years? 16. It helps that I fought for my life constantly. Right now, I'd still lose against you, unless I used everything in my arsenal. So you have something you think could kill me? Asked Galan. Blade. The familiar weapon formed in his hands. It felt as good as it used to. It felt purer than he remembered too. Ah, the sword of St. George. Certainly, as a dragon slayer and holy weapon, it could kill me. You should come and visit the dragons sometime. They always look up to Red's hosts. Retract. I will. I'll see how the discussions go tomorrow and see if I can visit soon. It might be a sticky situation having someone like me within the underworld's territory, though. Nonsense, if you're accompanied by me, they will allow it. I'll make sure they do. I appreciate it, thank you. For everything. They both fell quiet. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It gave solace to Issei to just get to appreciate Tannen again. He had fought alongside the Mao, but fell quickly due to the Dragonslayer adaptations they had procured. Tannen had nothing left to say. When they had arrived a street away from his home, the dragon had let go of him and left him to walk. The aura was potent, and, as strong as he was a devil in the face of its natural enemy. This much burned enough. With passing goodbyes, Issei learned that he would attend alongside the Mao once more. Tannen's presence was therapeutic, as the kindest dragon king. Dragging his feet and pressing forward, it felt like he had lived an eternity within the minute of walking, filled with torment and agony. He just wanted to sleep. Before that, he had to be scolded by his mother for coming home so late. Upon lying and saying he had eaten dinner with some friends, she calmed herself down and dismissed him to his shower. Not even getting the chance to, he just walked into his room and fell asleep sideways on his bed, half of his torso and legs slumped atop his floor. His dreams of death were replaced by an extremely angry Drake, Belzard and notably so Elsha. They had all beaten his soul into a mangled pulp under the guise of training. No rest for the wicked. Today was the worst of it, hopefully. His head pounded a wicked drum melody against his skull. He couldn't even stand. Fatigue draped his every movement, and every muscle he possessed was torn. Issei's own fault, of course. He had overestimated himself and had died for it. Drake had healed him, yes, but that was mainly the self-inflicted brain damage, sensory overload and the gaping hole around his heart. The shredded muscles would have to wait for when he could stand to use magic again. He would thank any god out there that it was the weekend, but he had business at school. It seemed like that had slipped the minds of the four Mao as well, since they had called him in today, under the impression he would be skipping classes again. Regardless, Issei wasn't on a time limit this time. He could crawl like an earthworm to school, and the only consequences would be peculiar looks from bystanders. Gathering himself mentally and preparing for the agony, he had inched himself up and while falling over had decided his desk chair would make for a lovely walking stick. The marks had spread across his entire shell now. The slight mishap yesterday must have finalized his engravings. The soul was the body, and the body was the soul after all. He couldn't cover it up with the technique, so he would have to settle for looking like a particularly mediocre villain roaming around Kuo. While admiring how intricate his etchings were, he caught a whiff. Issei fucking stank. He didn't get a chance to shower after dying yesterday, and had just gone to rest immediately. He, still grabbing the walls and mirror just to stand, couldn't shower like this. Then, his genius struck. An idea had taken root in his head, and he internally embraced himself for his intelligence. He slumped into the bathtub, face down, and turned the shower on. After plugging the drain, it would fill up with water and he wouldn't need to stand at all, nor bear the headache from the window's light piercing and lobotomizing him through his retinas. It was a stroke of brilliance, until Issei was choking and drowning in a bathtub. He didn't even fit properly, and the position of keeping his feet and legs pointed upwards had doomed him. Why did he not take his clothes off? The weight, small as it was, had stopped him from being able to push himself up. Every muscle and tendon he had was frayed twine, and he was human. Humans tended to need air. To breathe. 20 minutes later, his mother had woken up to the extremely loud banging coming from the bathroom prior. Upon getting dressed and walking to the bathroom to brush her teeth and take her medication, she saw her pitiful son in the dirted, torn and now soaked clothes she had seen him wearing yesterday. He was performing a walk of shame back to his room while hacking up concerning amounts of red-tinged water. As he passed by, she caught a faint smell of him and almost gagged. Just trying to comprehend what just occurred gave her an even deeper headache, so she settled for completely ignoring it and continuing her daily morning rituals. Issei was a complete and utter moron. Drake was practically throwing up, cackling at the thought of the strongest Red Dragon Emperor almost drowning in a bathtub. By himself. Said Dragon Emperor couldn't stand the loud booming laughter from a dragon stupid enough to forget why he had started a blood feud with another dragon even after both getting sealed. His headache had gotten worse. He couldn't even stand at this point. He was just lying flat on his floor trying to dry himself off with a dirty towel. Dousing himself in a cheap cologne lying somewhere on a pile of worn clothes, it would somewhat mask the smell. Graphia Lucifuge was slightly embarrassed. Herself and Lady Sarah Fall had forgotten that the Red Dragon Emperor didn't have school scheduled today. Regardless, he could come, so she figured he would make it there eventually. She had lost every sense indicating hope after the time passed into the afternoon. Waiting 4 hours was enough to test her patience, and there was only so many cups of tea she could produce before it was too much. Finally, the door to the clubroom opened, and her mask of polite nonchalance slipped onto her face. He looked pitiful. It was like she was looking at a stray dog covered in infected wounds. Issei was currently using a practice sword stolen from the kendo club as a walking stick. The pungent stench of cheap cologne and sweat flooded her nose. Why was he wet? Regardless of his current physical condition, they had a meeting to attend. It was only after Graphia had arrived to the meeting within hell alone that she internally scolded herself. Magic from other people didn't work very well on him. Teleporting back, she had to practically cast the spell for him using his own magic. He barely had enough for the one incantation, and it raised a few flags in her mind. She could bring it up in the meeting though. Issei was face to ground. After Tannen lifted him by the scruff of his collar, he was face to face with the Formao yet again. Having been placed in his seat at the humbly expensive table, the meeting could begin. You look worse for wear, Issei. I almost drowned this morning. Can we try our best to keep it quick? My head really fucking hurts. Ha 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 ha, he almost died in a bathtub. Fully clothed too. My own host, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor Dash. Issei's eyes had glossed over the second drake started speaking to them, and the Welsh dragon had been cut off. Of course, Issei went into his boosted gear while his partner was distracted and had struck him in the side with an empowered stab from Ascalon. Then he had kicked the blade in deeper between the scales. Then he had used a full-powered Philokalia, following up with a colossal spear of light that pierced Drake's essence. He kicked the spear of light in deeper too. While a cripple on the outside for now, he was more than capable on the inside. Combining the Dragonslayer aspect of Ascalon with a vicious immortal neutralizing technique and a massive holy blow directly to the soul, Drake was in worse than a writhing agony. It wasn't enough to stop him from laughing at his partner, in his own mind at least. Ahem, what is it you wanted to know? Is Drake telling the truth? Did you seriously almost drown in a bathtub this morning? He was about to attack his brother-in-law too. It felt like there was a familiar closeness between them since yesterday, and he probably wouldn't mind as long as he survived. Right. Shut up, Surzex. Why am I in a meeting exactly? We wanted to know more about the mirages, as you and Surzex had called them. How big of a threat are they? How many do they number? What weapons do they possess? What tactics do they use? Where are they based? How did you cast circle-less magic that strong? Ajuka, be quiet. Later. Falbium was taking charge in the current round of questions. As the military tactician of Hell, he knew every detail they would need. Issei was impressed with the thoroughness. An extinction-class threat. They numbered in the hundreds of millions of units, and they had many different weapons. There are 2 notable variants, and they use swarm hit-and-run tactics. I don't know where they originated, but by the time we were aware of the problem and took action, they had killed 60% of humanity. We became aware after they toppled heaven. It didn't even take a single day. It wasn't looking good. The number of extinction-class threats could be counted on a single hand, and all 3 were currently still present were sealed or unavailable through other means. Hundreds of millions? They outnumber all supernatural entities by a factor of 100. Each was at the level of Prime Drake by the time I had died. Everyone's faces paled. Hundreds of millions of heavenly dragons spelled the end of any existing society. Just 2 was enough to threaten the 3 biblical factions. Issei saw their faces and sought to comfort them, if only slightly. They gather strength through those they've slain and those slain from their own. When I had died, only 100 were left, and they had gathered the strength of every other living being in existence. It was slightly comforting. This meant that as long as they could find them quickly and kill all of them before they could adapt and grow stronger, they wouldn't become a threat big enough to end every species of conscious beings on Earth. We'll need to communicate with Heaven and the Grigori, along with every faction we know of. Big or small, friendly or enemy. We need intelligence on them before they build their numbers high enough. That's not a great idea. Not every faction will believe you, and some of them had sided with the Mirages. It's a safer bet to leave them to me, an independent party. If you almost drowned in a bathtub, how will you? Surzex was cut off by a sudden sharp and burning pain in his hand. He looked down to see a single nail of light pierce through his limb. Issei hadn't even moved, or chanted. The nail had vanished the instant it pierced him, so he was left with an aching sensation in his chest and extremity. He couldn't help but laugh at Issei's expense despite it. The next one won't disappear, prick. Like you can cast any more magic. Ugh, whatever. Leave the mirages to me, you guys just focus on peace talks between the biblical factions. One last question then. How did you travel through time? Ajuka had asked an actually decent question. Ophis had sent me back. Time doesn't exist in the dimensional gap after all. Everyone flinched. Ophis was frightening, like a boogeyman if it was instead an ancient dragon god. Why would the Ouroboros send you back? Not sure. I just received the offer and took it. It chose me because I was the last one alive, I suppose? Alright. That should be all of the information we need about them. I believe Ajuka has a few more questions for you, but we'll all take our leave before then. Thank you, Issei Hayadu. Falbium had never spoken much in his past life, so it was nice to get to know him a little bit. Ajuka was staring at him with almost begging eyes to ask his burning questions. Surzex had an absolutely stupid smile on his face as he left alongside Graphia and Falbium. Seraphal had given him a cheerful passing comment to say hi to her sister for her. Ajuka and Tannen were the only ones left in the room, and the questions flooded in. How is it you use circle-less magic? Do you use your body as the medium? Is there a more efficient way of doing it? Can you show me? How does it affect the law of magical flux? What about the law of convergence? Did you finally get to solve the problem about self-sustaining barriers and translational motion? What about rotational? How is it you can use holy energy? Can you use demonic too? Do you have any tools from the future? Can I see them? Why do you have such little magic, but you're capable of high god class barrier magic? Where did you learn it? Did you fuse any other barriers to it? What are the markings on your body? Do they help with magical flow? Why does magic from others not work on you? Is it also a type of barrier? What balances and ratios do you use when comprising attribute-less magic? Can you show? Ajuka, enough. You're giving me a headache, let alone Issei. Write everything down and let him answer later. I want to show him to my territory. Once again, Tannen had saved him. He was blessed to see him a guy. I get to go and see the drakes? We have permission, so yes. I'll keep you for the night too, give you a chance to heal yourself properly. Also, did you actually almost Diaro? Tannen, shut up. Thank you, but shut up. I already tore Drake's scales off for that comment. I can do worse. Do worse? You practically need a wheelchair. Issei just grumbled. This was bullying. Worse, Drake was still laughing. Ajuka handed him a few pages covered in questions, then they went their separate ways. Tannen took him by his collar outside, then took his dragon form. He got to ride a dragon again. It was always so fucking cool. It didn't matter if he had wings or not, dragons were the coolest creatures out there. Of course, he had to expend every slither of energy he could, healing himself to a degree to withstand it. Thankfully, he had also received a gift from Ajuka in the form of a vial of phoenix tears, which definitely helped. The ride was over far too quickly. He had spent so long admiring everything that they had already reached their destination. Tannen had taken him to a valley filled with alcoves small and large, all atop a mountain. Smoke bellowed from a large bonfire they were using to cook, and it smelled wonderful. Some dragons were watching from their caves, others had come to greet their returning leader. All had noticed the human that came alongside him. Dismounting his ride, Issei realized how small he was in the face of all these creatures. There were some children that were around his size, but most were far larger. Regardless of age or size, he had a staring audience. An audience had to be entertained, right? He felt slightly better anyway, so it was perfect for a small performance. They were all speaking quietly to each other in the draconic tongue, and Drake was lending him translations. Then they fell silent as an emerald light blinded them for just a second. Tannen didn't even get to introduce him, so he would introduce himself. Balance Breaker. Issei's body was enshrouded in his familiar red adornments. With his face kept unwreathed, his tail swayed gently behind him as his wings manifested. Thrice the size of him with the same color palette, it made him out to be an imposing figure. Taking to the skies, he had a better view of his spectators, and them him. The quiet continued to reign, before Tannen let fly a roar that shook the valley. The dragons under him followed suit, joining in the chorus. Issei almost felt left out. Almost. Black markings spread over his throat, before he too joined them. With Drake overlapping alongside his magically enhanced outburst, he had drowned out every outspoken viewer. They did not fail to notice the cry shaping their perception of the environment behind it with pressure. He had joined them as a fellow, and would follow their customs. They seemed a lot more welcoming after his spectacle. Drake could not keep up with the translations of each dragon that approached him, so he temporarily lent his partner the gift to hear and speak Draconic. It wouldn't last longer than 2 days, but they were only spending 1 here. That small use of magic had drained him further. He could keep Balance Breaker maintained for as long as he liked, being considered the master of the boosted gear, but summoning it had exhausted him even further mentally. Physically was a slightly different story. Some of the more eager and welcoming dragons had offered to show him around, with many asking him about being the Red Dragon Emperor. They admired Drake and they greatly respected any of his hosts. Before long, he was seated at an unreasonably long and tall table of stone. Well, seated upon one of the more fatherly dragon's shoulder. Said creature was just happy to be able to help, and had to verbally fight off many contenders for the spot. They all looked upon jealously. He was handed slabs of meat larger than himself, impossibly large combinations of various different cuts of flesh. Settling for a simple dragon apple, they had even fawned over his respectful choice. It warmed Issei's heart to see all of this kindness. He missed all of them. Granted, he could not remember their names, but they seemed a lot more shy last time. Regardless, he loved the company. His family was great, but getting to talk to anyone else without hostilities or lies was refreshing. Some of the more battle-thirsty dragons had left to a clearing to spar, and he was keen to join. Tannen had quite a bit of energy, and wanted to feel Issei's strength firsthand, so he had also joined. With the rest barring a few coming to watch the Red Dragon himself fight them, there was a fair bit of excitement in the air. Everyone besides Tannen wanted to fight him too, it seemed. He would have enough energy, since these dragons weren't higher than high class, and that was only one of them. His first opponent was decided to be a larger, bronze dragon. Very polite and respectful no less. With his balance breaker still active, Issei got to work in systematically dismantling his other with less violent methods. Dodging an airborne stomp and taking flight himself, he weaved effortlessly between beams of fire. When the bronze dragon had cooled down and realized his superior was missing, he felt a sharp pain in both of his wings. Before even hitting the floor, the red dragon had disabled his legs, wings, and had him in a vicious chokehold. Scales shifting and cracking under the pressure, he submitted. All to a weaponless, magicless Longinus user. It was almost scary, but it didn't deter any of the others from wanting to also duel him. Issei had to work his way through 16 opponents of various strengths, specializations, and size. Only one had managed to land a hit, and that was by him blocking with his arms. Weirdly, all this fighting and warming up drained him of the remnants of his earlier fatigue. It felt freeing. Now came the challenge, however. The Blaze Meteor versus the current Red Dragon Emperor. Tannen had given him permission to use everything besides Ascalon in his arsenal, so he did. He threw everything he could manage at the towering might. Using the notion that he couldn't use magic right now to his advantage, he already had a colossal rune system forming above the clouds. The former Dragon King had given him the first hit, and he intended to make full use of it. Tenbra Rosso sang, Terra Tremute, Miraculum Inferni. With his chant almost completed, Issei threw himself directly into the chest of the scaled tower, and with a vicious punch that shredded scale into razor blades and embedded them within flesh, the fight was begun. Tannen was expecting magic, received a decisive blow, and wouldn't find the truth until it boiled his blood dry. Bear witness. 1. His malicious aura had entombed his friend, and using the slight opening created, he was upon the dragon once more. A hailstorm of blows piercing his natural armor and trailing down his underbelly let Tannen take to the skies, conjuring small meteors countless in number. They'll follow me, I need to destroy them. 14. Temperance. With Drake supporting his cast, he coated the atmosphere in the aftershocks of his powerful punches aimed at the skies. His audience watched amazed as the pressure alone had obliterated certain sectors of coverage in the sky. With the few remaining meteors, he had a plan. Tannen was already on top of him, however. With a vicious stomp into the ground, the red one had disappeared. A minute had passed before the Devil Dragon hybrid felt an excruciating pain in his leg. Not the one crushing the red dragon host, the other one. Taking flight once more, he flew right into the circle's range. The last thing he saw before being engulfed in fire was Issei, where his leg was, unharmed and having broken every bone he could reach. His hand was held out, and he was mouthing something. Shift the paradigm of the world aberration. The host to Drake had his arm outstretched, hand weaving unseen orange magics. He had twisted it facing down, gripped his hands around the energy, and following his action, a beam of heat and light fully encased Tannen. A brutal roar could be heard before he had to cut the technique short. His ears were ringing and he was close to passing out himself. He also knew that if he cut it here, Tannen would counterattack as his last action, hence he had Drake multiplying his own reserves in preparation for one last incantation. Being in the underworld had its advantages. The Blaze Meteor had emerged from the magical furnace, having suffered significant damages despite every advantage being in his favor. It was time. A simple outburst of noise, a flood of death. His own fire filled the sky, concentrated into a vicious beam aimed directly at Issei. The red one might struggle with his strongest attack. He didn't even have a second to react after all. Overton. 17. The star. It was enamoring to the onlookers. If their leader's attack was power incarnate, his opponent's counter was skill defined. A small, dark blue sphere was launched into the sky and swallowed everything, leaving nothing. The false stars of the illusory night warped around it not unlike a black hole, before it vanished alongside the remnants of Tannen's technique. Issei breathed. Breathe again. Then leapt backwards as his mentor fell from the sky devoid of most magical reserves. Incredible, Issei Hayadu. Stalemate? I can't be bothered to finish you. The Devil Dragon Saint just cackled. It was a wonderful fight, he hadn't been this excited in decades. He knew it was his loss, but he wished it could have lasted forever. It didn't even take 3 minutes for the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history to utterly decimate him, with his former weaknesses being the only reason he didn't win. All without leaving the ground, and without his sword. I know I lost, Red. How did you do so much damage to me with one attack, though? Let alone being a rook, I'm a former Dragon King attuned to fire. Not only did you burn me through my scales, you completely negated my strongest attack. I didn't use normal fire, despite what it looked and felt like. What I used was the sun in particular. It's a part of Lady Amaterasu's arsenal, and a vicious trump card against fire-resistant opponents. They never expected after all. And the portal? How on earth did you conjure it with such little magic? Drake helped me out. He was boosting my power ever since the fight started, focused purely on my reserves. He had to activate the technique, unfortunately. It's a magic Odin showed me, using tarot cards as their base. Temperance increases my physical capabilities to unmatched levels, and the star creates that nullification effect. Truly spectacular. I hope we can spar again when you're recovered properly. I may have to put some restrictions in place if you can kill me that easily though. Tannen was chuckling. He was starstruck at the display. Even if he was a time traveler, it was incredible to see Drake's strongest host. Following their post-match conversation and injury review from the audience, Issei just wanted to sleep. Telling all of the dragons that they could ask him any questions tomorrow, he left to get some rest. Later, a certain bronze dragon would find him laying down beneath their apple trees, and invite him to share a den for tonight. Issei had the best sleep in too many years under the wing of that friendly dragon, surrounded by his younger kin. He had dreams filled of his eternal flame, and of peace. Elsewhere, a mother and father could be seen frantically calling their missing son, to no answer. They would wait until tomorrow. Every time he fell asleep and didn't annihilate himself the day before, he always seemed to wake up in perfect condition. Unfortunately, today was not that day. He woke up to the incessant retinal abuse from the false sun and the shifting of his blanket. Blankets don't shift. Propelled up to his feet, our protagonist looked at the wing of the dragon he had slept under and recalled his memories of the day prior. It seemed like every day he woke up not in his bed, he was startled. All he wanted was a normal and calming morning for once. Issei looked down at the bottom of the valley he had called home for the night, to see Tannen in all his might rendered absolutely useless. Multiple of the more courageous dragons tried to wake him up, just to be blown off. He supposed he would help a little bit. Jumping down the 100 meters of mountain rock, he hit the ground relatively quietly thanks to his own wings. Tannen's nest was the largest, carved from the floor into the side opposite him. His kin, still trying to wake him, looked at Issei with almost begging eyes. He just walked up to the cavern, slipped through the path the dragons had made and, upon reaching the blaze meteor, could be seen grinning cheek to cheek. He raised his hand, encased it in a magical circle, and slammed it down directly onto Tannen's head. A small crater formed from the force, and it certainly did the job of rattling his brain in its confines. Then came the real fright. Issei roared. Within an enclosed space, it amplified the already empowered projection into a deafening earthquake-simulating battle cry. Tannen stood at attention almost immediately. Then, seeing his audience, just grumbled and tried to stomp a laughing red dragon emperor. To no avail, of course. He wouldn't be able to sleep after a show like that anyway. Truth be told, he thought he was under attack from Albion or Crom Crutch again. It was almost traumatic to the poor former Dragon King. Fuck you. Love you too, Scaly, now get up. It's awake time. If I wasn't still healing what you did yesterday, I would have killed you by now. You mean try, right? We both know you wouldn't succeed. Ugh. Issei laughed. He knew Tannen just wanted to rest a bit, but if the dragons were trying to wake him, it's likely he had responsibilities to perform. His own body felt pretty good, his head not so much. Regardless, he was hesitant to go home. It was great, but only a single night here wasn't enough. This place was like a sanctuary, a home away from home. Breakfast was a sad affair. The dragons he had spent time with all wanted him to stay, especially the more clingy, demonstrating drakes that were trying to pin him down. Laughing all the way with a dragon apple in hand, they commenced a one-sided game of tag. It barely lasted for 10 minutes before they were all exhausted. Issei just stood over them, having finished the apple, core and all. Then the bigger, older and stronger dragons decided to try and stop him from leaving. Recommenced with hailstorms of magics, a more vicious game had started. The Red Dragon Emperor just continued laughing and weaving through the spells, he didn't even need his armor. Not until Tannen, who was watching alongside some of the mother dragons, wanted his payback. Feeling an immense buildup of energy from him, Issei immediately summoned his sacred gear and wings, giving himself more room to dodge. The laser of fire came the second he was primed in the air. It was too wide to dodge. It also had enough power to burn him severely, so he decided it was time to frustrate Tannen even more. Stomping on the space below him, he propelled himself upward with a small barrier as a foothold. It had shattered instantly, But he was unscathed and wheezing for air, laughing upon seeing the scowl resting on the ultimate class hybrid's face. After their morning hijinks had finished, Issei had to say goodbye to everyone he had met. Boarding Tannen once more and waving goodbye to the crying drakes with promises of returning soon, they left for a teleport platform. You couldn't just teleport in or out of the underworld without certain permissions, which is why there were extremely heavily guarded designated areas to do so. He definitely could, but it would put all residents into immediate lockdown and cause unnecessary panic. This was for emissaries of various factions, specifically anyone that wasn't a devil. After Issei said his goodbyes to his friend, mentor and ride, he made his preparations to teleport home. Some people around the platform were giving him strange looks, but that might be his ripped and dirty clothes. It turns out roughhousing members of the strongest species alive did miracles on your outerwear. He was whisked away, landing face down in his barren living room. There were no life signals in his home. With more than a little concern, he stood to his feet and tried to find his parents. Nothing. His father worked relatively close by and was not there. His mother never left the house except to visit her husband or go shopping. She wasn't detectable either. Issei stepped outside of the barrier and, suspecting they were together, traced the magical signature he had left on his mother's back when he had first returned and embraced her. His blood ran cold, a slurry of sanguine paling his face before rage malformed it to conflagrations. She was at the abandoned church on the outskirts of town, the fallen angel's temporary base. He reached into his pocket and called Rias. He would need a memory-wiping squadron and told her most of the situation. Rias wasn't scared. She was plainly fucking terrified, frozen on the spot. She immediately sent an emergency contact to Surzex, who was more calmly expressing a bottomless concern. If his parents weren't alive and well, they were sure Kuo would be buried. It would undoubtedly lead to a war that would kill many. Surzex prepared for himself, Serafal and Grafia to be on scene as soon as possible. All hands on deck. Urgent magical circles were being thrown between all available Mao and Ultimate Class devils. All the while, Issei was stood outside the church. Wings and Balance Breaker manifested, he made no effort to suppress his presence. He wanted them to realize a calamity was on their doorstep. Walking through the closed door, smashing it, and the wall surrounding it to dust and splinters, he was face to face with both of his parents. They were tied and nailed to crosses at the altar, covered in blood but alive. Issei looked up at the insects that had dared act. The fallen angel Donasik and the former exorcist Fried Selzen looked back at him in a mix of clear shock, concern and manic joy. They were stood on a rafter not a moment before. So why were they now on the floor? Fried was the one that smelled strongest of blood. He would die first. Donasik was on the same level as this crimson behemoth. Staring at him without blinking, he didn't even comprehend being thrown into a wall until a sword had pierced his intestines and spears of light had nailed his arms by his side. With the crows screaming in pain untold, Issei looked down at the exorcist. Removing his helmet, they were eye to eye now. The look in his own must have excited Fried, as he immediately moved to stab him with the saber of light. Die. He didn't move. It pierced him, and he kept looking at Fried. The RAT must have started feeling the dread now. With his blessed pistol and a cry of fuck you, Issei was shot. And it didn't hurt. He didn't bleed or react. It didn't even pierce his armor. One step forward. One other step backwards. The unholy exorcist cried as his hair was gripped firmly. He was picked up and placed at the same height as this thing. Then, amidst his questions of what this man was, another voice cut him off. A historically recorded force of nature. I am the world ender. Obey me. Issei had switched his soul out for Belzard's. A vision of desecration flashed over his eyes, and he did not want to lose control. He entrusted this torment to his trusted entwined. The behemoth of a man grew larger. His face twisted into another's. His hair grew longer and became a teal blue. His eyes shined a brilliant pink. Another set of wings had sprouted. Unlike the former, these were different. The first pair had crimson coverts with beige overtones. This pair was more sinister. A carmine red undertone with darker toned bones upholding them. They were larger too, spanning the full width of the church. Where they passed through an obstacle, it was vaporized. Belzard looked down at this pest. Issei surrendered his body to him, since he didn't want to bury a kingdom. He was also far more well-versed in torture than the latter was. Reaching into his torso and throwing aside the toothpick, he grinned. He didn't want the agonized screams waking and traumatizing Issei's parents, so he had put them to sleep with gentle magic. Fried was frozen in place. He made a move to try and run, before he was grabbed by the collar and nailed face first into the wall with sickening black spears. Pulling his mouth out to the left to gasp for air, he was looking straight at this demon. Still smiling. Detailed torture ahead. Please skip if you feel uncomfortable with such topics. Belzerd manifested circles of magic and, with Surzek's power, erased his legs from existence. The nubs left were cauterized with a superheated clawed gauntlet, leaving splintered bone protruding. The blood-curdling roar of pain was like music. The claws resting on his hands had sliced through Fried's clothes, revealing his pale, lightly scarred back. His victim was too loud. A hand was placed onto his throat, and with a precise piercing blow just below the larynx, Belzerd had given him a tracheotomy with his razor thumb. With the other hand of sharpened talons, he carved through the muscles, shoulder blades, and ribs. Pulling the bones aside, he yanked the lungs through the cavity along with a river of blood. Another round of cauterization stopped that. The screams of pain had dulled to a wheezing whimper of pleading mercy. He wasn't done yet. Lungs extended outwards, he closed the skin around the mercilessly extended bronchi with more burning. With the breathing apparatus left outside his bright red and charred back, Belzerd made a very slight incision into the top of each lung before healing it improperly. Then a small but deep wound was made into the back of the tracheal hole he had produced. His victim would drown in his own blood, with no healer being skilled enough to help. With the mouth open in a silent scream, he placed his hand between the teeth to keep it open and tore out the front teeth with a burst of blood and strings of nerve endings following. He continued prying them out one by one, savoring the painful writhing, until only the bottom row remained. Cutting through the jaw muscles like butter, he let his victim pour hot blood through his unhinged jaw. Admiring his handiwork, he could feel the disgusting satisfaction from Issei, and knew his job was done. The scene is over now, any mentions of the gore will be undetailed. I'll be taking this back. With his form changing once more, Issei was calmer. Watching his opponent get dismantled was soothing enough. Only the crow remained, and he settled for taking Ascalon out of his torso, leaving him pinned to the wall. The spears would disappear on their own anyway. Donasek was absolutely traumatized. He was a spy, not a torturer, and this was the first time he had seen something so gruesome. He had thrown up a while ago, and kept throwing up until there was nothing but an oily yellow bile. They had messed with the wrong person. All he wanted was information, but the human couple had no clue about the barrier. Light torture revealed nothing. They had a son that was missing the day earlier, and that was it. Leaving the Sin Angel, he carefully pulled the nails out of his mother's wrists and ankles before moving towards his father. Their injuries weren't severe, but they would need attention. Issei carefully maneuvered them over his shoulders before walking through the hole he had produced on his entry. There, he was met with Surzek, Grafia, and what must have been 20 strong devils. Weaker than him, but almost definitely ultimate class. All barring the superclasses were very clearly on guard with him. Issei, what happened? Are you okay? What about them? Surzek looked more than worried. It made sense. An enraged dragon emperor usually meant the complete destruction of a territory. At least they were on friendlier terms, judging by the familiar nickname. I'm calmer. Their injuries aren't severe, but I'll treat them back home. A quick warning. Do not look inside the church. 1. Understood, Grafia, and I will await you outside your home. Devils, you are dismissed. Thank you. Most of the ultimate classes had obeyed without question. However, the subsequent vomiting and disgust from two more curious ones showed him why Issei warned him. They were gone quicker than immediately. While they were combat specialists, torture was something hidden behind closed, locked, and sealed doors. Not without good reason. I'll mark you too, so join me back home. Placing his parents down as gently as he could, he placed a point on both Surzek and Grafia. They would no longer suffer from the aura, and would be able to move freely within his home. They also made sure to remember the chanting and magical flow, to see if they could replicate such a barrier. They would likely not be able to, since it was both holy in nature and at a level stronger than every devil alive, but it was worth a try. Following himself gathering as much magic as he could and an extremely quick teleportation home, Issei constructed numerous healing spells that covered his parents from view. They would need their memories cleaned afterwards, and he did not have that within his arsenal. Following a quick explanation that a rogue exorcist had kidnapped them, they were a lot calmer. Surzek wiped their memories of the incident, before giving Issei his contact information. It was a phone he carried with him at all times, even if he never used it. With the two devils leaving, Issei took his parents upstairs to their room before settling in his own. There, he communed with his boosted gear once more. Drake looked proud, somewhat. Also vaguely disgusted, but proud nonetheless. He hadn't lost control in a stressful situation after all. Issei knew that he wouldn't prioritize the maintenance of the status quo and might compromise the future, so he left it to Belzer. Elsha looked varying shades of satisfied at her partner's recent work too. A small back and forth of Issei complaining how his soul and body felt horrible, and Drake telling him to stop whining eventually led to more training. The coming days were boring. His parents woke up and told him off for coming back so late, and he made sure to place a tracing mark on his father too. He went to school, did a massive amount of nothing, trained and built trust further with his family. Koneko was now more than comfortable around him, even leaning on him to sleep sometimes. Rias and Akeno mainly saw him as a teacher, and treated him as such. Kiba had built close enough relations to ask to spar each day. Compared to the elegant flowing moves of his brother, Issei moved blindingly fast with massive amounts of power behind his robotically simple strikes. He also had yet to lose to Kiba. He was superior in speed, strength and experience as compared to skill. It was a tall wall, but they had to get stronger. They had to. Another walk home, another chance to think. Issei had too many topics to contemplate. From philosophical queries about the nature of power to his plan for after killing the mirages. His power, as far as he was aware, was the only one alongside Valley's that could not be mimicked and reinforced against by the machines. Valley wasn't as helpful in the sense that he applied magic to others, whereas he could only boost himself. He could choose to apply it to others with his ability transfer, but the people he gave the power to would end up applying it to their own magic, which wouldn't work. No, it would all fall upon his shoulders once more. Humans, devils, angels of both kinds and various races would side with the machines upon feeling the hopelessness of living. He had killed all of them last time, and he would give them all the faith of victory. He had to. Issei's thoughts unwound. Drake shared his senses, and was screaming cries of murder. He felt an all-encompassing feeling. It set every vein alight, flooded his muscles with enough adrenaline to kill, tunneled his vision onto the familiar blue figure. Every synapse of his snapped in a horrible anguish. It was staring at him. With the concrete pulverized beneath his feet, he held the mirage by its black, tube-like neck. It was pinned against the wall of the alleyway it had emerged from. Ascalon obeyed his command, revealing itself atop his sacred gear as he drew back to sever its lifeline. "Hello? I am Aurora. What is your name?" Issei was condemned to his inability to conjure a sentence. His thoughts of hatred, rage and destruction had halted like it had met a wall of enhanced steel hundreds of meters thick. It had spoken. It spoke. It spoke. To him. Why did it speak? They couldn't speak. They hadn't spoken a word to him in the past. So why did it speak? Why? 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 WH. Issei's muscles failed him, letting go of his opponent. His world was upturned. It just stood there, head tilted, looking at him. Drake was in a similar state. They didn't have the capability of speech. It sounded like a text-to-speech voice, distinctly female. It spoke to him. It had a name. Issei just stood there for what felt like hours. Aurora continued looking at him. When the moon revealed itself over the horizon, casting its shadow over his face, Issei looked out at it. Aurora followed his gaze. "The moon is beautiful tonight." "Right. What is your name?" He didn't dignify it with a response. Instead, he picked it up, settling for entombing it for now. He needed information more than anything right now. It didn't seem hostile right now and, looking at it closer, it was missing a key component. The wings. He had nowhere to take it. If it was at his home, his family wasn't safe. If it was at the ORC, his lovers and brothers weren't safe. He manifested his own wings and took flight. Above the clouds, he chose a direction and could not have moved faster. Drake was screaming at him, but he could not hear. The thing was also speaking, and he was not listening. They flew for hours, with the final destination being a small abandoned cabin within an unidentifiable woodland. Landing rather abruptly, it had made a passing comment. The mirage felt distinctly human to his senses, and he hated it. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. He left it on the bed, lit the fireplace, and left telling it he would be back tomorrow. He could not contain it within a barrier, so he contained it within a dimension. A teleportation sigil was planted on the ground facing the door. Issei needed Serzex. He needed Azazel. Teleporting back home, he walked through his door to his worried family. Amidst the chaos of gentle scolding, he embraced his father. Wordlessly, he went upstairs. His room looked a homely mess, and he settled on his bed. A quick message to Mao Lucifer had a schedule cleared for tomorrow, and had Rias, Sona and their peerages evacuated to the underworld. Then came an additional message. "Are you okay?" He stared at it. Kept staring at it, mind blank, before he replied. "Come early tomorrow." Throwing his phone to the foot of his bed, he practically tumbled and fell into his soul's cape. Drake was waiting beside Elsha and Belzard. A blonde streak tackled him into a hug with soothing nothings. His mind was occupied elsewhere. The mirages were active early. Did the Ouroboros make a mistake? Issei couldn't sleep. He didn't even try. His thoughts were running at the speed of light, and yet weren't moving an inch from their place. He stared up at his ceiling, reminiscing on the good times of his past. The friends he had, even if they were scumbag perverts, the lovers he had picked up. The people that taught him everything he knew, the people he cherished, the connections he made. The cycle of hatred he had broken between dragon emperors. Simpler times. Before every single one of them had died. Some had fought, some could not. He isolated himself from his friends because he was not the same. He was too focused on building his lover's trust to make any moves. He had no opportunities to meet the people that tutored him yet. It felt like he had made no progress since coming back. Like it was all pointless, and it would all be the same as it was the last time. Serzex was due to come soon. He should at least shower and present himself fairly well before his past brother-in-law. But he was glued to his bed, bound by his thoughts. When said-in-law teleported directly into his room, his face had looked grievous. Either he didn't notice the smell or didn't care. "Tell me what happened, Issei. The mirages are active. Something has changed since last time." Issei didn't move when answering, still staring at the ceiling. The gift of future knowledge was his only saving grace, and if it wasn't reliable, there was no guarantee he could save anyone. "I see. We'll put every devil territory above ground on high alert, and make sure they inform us of any movements. Don't bother. These things, even before killing any notable numbers and evolving, were stealthy enough to carve a teleportation gate directly onto the magic circle that prevented transmission into heaven. But if something has changed, surely that information has questionable accuracy? I'll inform them anyway. What is it that changed?" It spoke. Could they not before? Azazel spent a lot of time dissecting both models in the past. Neither had the capability for speech, nor the desire to create it. That is more worrying. Were there any outliers? Some had unique adaptations, but not a single one out of the hundreds of millions determined speech was important. As far as we observed, at least. Interesting. What about the one you encountered? It was entirely passive. In the past, they would sometimes act weirdly dramatic in conflicts. Like they wanted to see you put on a show before you died. Never passive, and never speaking. I captured the one I found, if you'd like to see it. That may be for the best. Right now, we're relying on information purely from you. A first encounter would help drastically. Issei outstretched his hand and, upon Serzex placing his own atop it, made the magical link to his teleportation rune connect properly. Following a rather prolonged transfer, they both stood facing the door of a decadent cabin within a dense deciduous forest, still holding hands. Breaking their grip gently, Issei approached the woodworm-infested door and twisted the rusted handle while pushing forward gently. When walking inside, Serzex expected many things. Nothing was not one of those things. It was a fairly damp abandoned shack barren of life larger than insects. There was another door to the left in the rear, but besides some standard furniture, that was all. Issei broke the tense silence. "I'm back." The door opened gently to reveal the complex machination that haunted Issei so badly. It was seemingly the more dangerous model. A vivid cerulean plating fully protected them from damage, physical, magical, and environmental. Their camera-esque head was very defining, and it was clear that they were extremely carefully designed weapons. The plating had a perfect balance of coverage and weight management. Their arms used hydraulics to output massive amounts of power, and they had subtle slots to absorb blood. The only missing feature Issei had described were the wings. Welcome back. You brought a guest? I did. He's my brother-in-law. Nice to meet you. My name is Aurora. There was something off-putting about the voice. It sounded distinctly human, but lacked any sense of tone, emotion, or pacing. He would be polite regardless, making sure he had a destructive circle hidden behind his back. Well, it's nice to meet you, Aurora. As Issei told you, I'm his brother-in-law. He told me about you and I wanted to see you for myself. He never told me his name. Hello, Issei. Hello, Aurora. The disgruntled acceptance of his fate was so evident in his tone, Surzex could have sworn he could see it dripping onto the floor. Aurora was as oblivious as a child. Aurora, do you know what you are? Designation V1:0, codename Aurora. And do you know who made you? I do not. I apologize, but I have zero information about my creators. I see. What is it you do, Aurora? I do not know. I was given 3 statements of information and was activated within the alleyway Issei found me in. What were those statements? Neither Surzex nor Issei were ready for what it had said next. Mankind is a disease. Blood is fuel. Hell is waiting. Issei was not dumb. He knew that only giving those 3 statements would not allow the sharing of knowledge or experience between mirages. Hell is waiting couldn't be taken at face value either, since they attacked heaven first. Perhaps it was the intention that their hell was waiting for the disease to flood in, before using it for something? That much was unknown. I see. And how do you feel about humans? They are curious. They interest me. You don't want to hurt them? I do not. I was not given a directive to do so, and I would not want to regardless. I want to live beside humans and watch them. Lovely, thank you. Issei, I think my business here is done. I will pass a few schematics onto Ajuka and see if we can develop a countermeasure to any part of their arsenal. Surzex did not fail to notice the sockets running alongside Aurora's back, where the wings could have been fitted. It could just be an outlier, so he was treating it with caution. Zex, can you make the arrangements for a spare bedroom in my house? I'll let anyone necessary through the barrier, but keeping it here is unreliable in the long term. I'm a she, you know. That was news to Issei. They had no differentiating factors between models, besides the color scheme of the armored plating and the corresponding advantages. Did genders even make sense to a species that could not reproduce? His head hurt thinking about it. Clearly, Surzex was thinking similarly but simply smiled it off. Right, sorry. Thank you, Zex. Hopefully it'll be a little bit longer before I have to see you again. It's been too often too quickly, and I think we both need a break. To right, Issei, Greyfield would have killed me already if it wasn't so important every time. I'll be seeing you. The second the King of Hell had closed the door, Aurora turned to look at him before talking once again in her toneless voice. I'm important? Her hands were raised to her head, covering her optical components in a robotic display of embarrassment. Issei just looked on before sighing. Yes and no. I'll be leaving too. When will you come back? In a few days, I'll take you somewhere cozier than here. Try and entertain yourself, but do not leave the barrier. Okay. Just looking at her made it difficult to refrain from beheading her. It was his instinct, and it sapped every part of his energy to resist. They needed information, and if it helped him eliminate all of the others, he could tolerate it. Keeping her inside his home was entirely unsafe, so he had sent a text message to Surzex to make sure he knew that the room had to be nigh inescapable. It had to be anti-magic resistant, rated to the physical capabilities of at least a superclass, and he would personally draw a few extra safety precautions. He was exhausted. To make matters worse, he had school to attend in half an hour. A quick teleport home, a passing goodbye to his family, and a second teleport directly into the Occult Research Club's room had done him well. Another walk to class to be registered as present, another skip class to go and sleep in the clubroom. His training and tutoring of his family would have to wait until tomorrow. Of course, all of the devils couldn't comprehend how someone like him would be so exhausted. He didn't tell them either, although he had a feeling they knew that something big had happened in their absence. They were evacuated and returned within half a day, and while annoying, they knew it was for their safety. Especially since Mao Lucifer had deemed it necessary. As he rested on a stone for all opposite Koneko, his hands felt a piece of paper in his pocket. Pulling it out revealed he had forgotten to send his answers to Ajuka's questions. A quick forced magical teleport fixed that, and got Mao Beelzebub into trouble since showing such excitement in the middle of delicate magical experimentation was dangerous. It only left him with more questions though, and he resolved to torment the Red Dragon Emperor at a later date. The massive pulse of magic had woken his Nico Mata. Issei just watched her with a smile on his face. It was almost therapeutic, like being at a cat cafe after a double shift with unpaid overtime. It did surprise him when she stood up and moved to his zone for all. His legs were outstretched, dangling partly off the armrest. He was taking up all the room, and in her delirium, she sat on his shins before flopping over onto his thighs. Stretching her legs out too, she rested atop his unworthy form. Exactly like a cat. It was adorable. Until he heard the familiar sound of Akeno walking up towards the door. The teasing would be immeasurable, and while amusing, would definitely embarrass Koneko. Oh well, it wasn't his problem. At least, it wasn't until Akeno had walked in, noticed them immediately, and had taken a picture with the reflexes of Hermes, all the while giggling. Being in Japan, every phone was legally required to make a haptic upon taking a picture due to the sheer quantity of upskirting and sexual harassment. The audio had stirred the cat. Said cat then looked at her surroundings. Clearly fighting an internal battle, she settled for ruffling around and getting more comfortable before lying back down. Akeno, seeing this, just smiled before going to make some tea and settling down herself. A short conversation between her and Issei resulted in her practicing her lightning magics further, and Issei falling asleep, settling for sparring with Drake. He lost, of course. It might have been a narrower win, but the proud dragon would never admit that to his closest friend. Not until he lost properly. Then came some light magical practice with Elsha, who was more than glad to hit him every time he had slipped on his control. Issei opened his eyes to Akeno, trying to shock him. Belzard was the one keeping tabs on his surroundings as he rested. Grabbing her hand with minor anti-magic coating his own, he was surprised to find it had penetrated and gave him and Koneko a light jolt. He was in the habit of using a certain amount with her, calling it a test, and she had passed. Her progress was remarkable. He had to raise them to a level capable of beating Riser at the very least. Hopefully, they would be able to defeat a Mirage if the situation demanded. A fool's hope, maybe, but extraneous circumstances always appeared. Especially in wartime. Another test was set for her. She had to create a barrier within 5 seconds that he could not destroy with high-class magic. Said barrier could not be a hemisphere, it had to be a solid plane. That was the struggle. Spherical barriers, while omnidirectional and naturally excellent at deflecting magic, had glaring weaknesses. For example, a powerful force would be concentrated onto a minuscule area and would make it prone to shattering. They also had a habit of deflecting magic into their allied forces. They were the most common, and easiest to deal with. So he set her the task of creating a powerful wall-type barrier. While being vulnerable to any other direction, the applications were much greater. Any piercing force would be halted much better, the magical demand would be far less, and it could be used to aid mobility. A particularly intelligent mage could even use them to perfectly deflect the magic towards the enemy, or to crush the enemy between two barriers. 5 seconds was an appropriate amount of time for now. He would have her shorten it greatly in the future, but it would prove useful in battle preparations. As a queen, this much should be easy. All the while, he rested. Kept fighting, kept practicing, kept losing. Issei would never have enough time to prepare, so he would use every second. He would use his magical reserves whenever he could to grow them. His reliance on the environment for his magical energy was a massive weakness, and the magic not working on mirages directly was a disadvantage. Issei could only use the magic to enhance himself, or affect the environment. The mirages had 3 layers of anti-magic resistance runes engraved on their shells, and he didn't have the capability to simultaneously cast 4 ultimate-class spells. He already struggled with 2. They were smart too, they had a 4th layer beneath their shells that purposely targeted multiple elements, and spells at a weaker capability. Elsha was his hope for using magic effectively against them, and even then it was inefficient compared to cutting them in half. No, his magic was reserved for his fleshy opponents. Right now, Issei was still practicing when an idea had come to him. He was the single being closest to Ophis, excluding Great Red. Being that he was stared at by the abyss constantly, could he not develop the concepts into spells? The Ouroboros was known as the infinite dragon god for a reason. If he could wrap his head around it, he could become far better than he ever was. Develop a magical barrier that creates an infinite distance within a finite space between you and an opponent? Project a momentary glimpse of gravitational infinity behind someone. Could he then comprehend the negative of infinity? How would it manifest? Issei got to work. He wrote notes he carved into the walls of his soul, but was stuck for now. He would go home to consult the limits of human knowledge before anything else. Infinities were used often in physics, so that would be his first bet. Waking up, a quick shake to Koneko had her joining him, and a brief conversation had him going home for the day. Another walk far more cautiously this time. Issei made sure he knew every square centimeter of everything within eyeshot, especially the alleyway Aurora had appeared in. Speaking of Aurora, the house had finished its renovations. Since the room was so demanding in knowledge and materials, her room was hollow for now. Where his humble enough two-story home was, a more significant third story was added. At least, externally. On the inside, everything was larger. The kitchen was the size of his living room. His living room was the size of the entire second floor map, and the bathroom was the size of his own room. That was just the first floor. Issei knew there was a few basement floors, but couldn't decipher what was in them just yet. The door to such was at the end of the hallway connecting his kitchen and living room to the entryway, locked behind an illusory barrier and a very mild interest repellent. He'd get to that later. Upstairs mostly looked the same. His room was significantly larger, as was his parents' room. Both had multiple security measures that he would add to later. There were 3 additional bedrooms, none as large as his but more so than average. It was clear what Surzex had in mind for the future. The door in his room led upstairs to the 3rd floor. Clearly designed perfectly for containment and passive alertness. Said door was rusty and very poorly oiled. The stairs leading up were in perfect condition yet also creaked loudly. The stairway was too narrow to move properly, requiring him to walk up tucking his shoulders in. The landing was filled with inactive security systems, like a motion detector that pumps sound straight into his room. A colossal demonic alloy door completely covered the left side wall, with a completely mechanical design to prevent the machine's software from letting it escape. The door also had a colossal current flowing through it, and opening the door revealed a grounded floor. If the mirage so much as grazed the door, the entire alarm system would be triggered. The walls and ceiling were left barren, with clear intentions that he would use his own superior barriers and materials as opposed to theirs. It was good, great even, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. This was his family's safety, and he would ensure it would take nothing short of Ophis itself to even leave this place. The materials were his choice, and the answer was obvious. Dragon scales? It could work, but it's not a good material for security. True, at least physically. They're strong, but they're only strong because they're a part of a solid sheet. That describes the walls perfectly. Finding a dragon like that would be difficult too, but the scales are ideal for magical conduction, thermal insulation, and are thin enough to allow even more security behind them. They're also difficult to find, too flexible and too strong to graft to other materials, and, let me phrase this again, difficult to find. I'm talking to a walking bag of them right now, am I not? No. Whatever. Either way, some kind of underworld steel would probably be better. Not like you have a physical body I can skin right now anyway. Issei messaged Surzex about the dimensions of the room's ceilings and walls, along with a few furniture pieces that may be necessary. All of it should be sorted out by tomorrow. Now came the basement floors. The hidden door opened to a flight of stairs trailing down extremely deep. He must have descended around 200 before a large plain concrete room showed itself. A lift could be seen in the close left corner, and this dried cement cube was clearly designed as a training room. Fitted with various protective seals and self-regenerating magical circles, it was perfect for Rias and her peerage. The extra rooms gave them somewhere to stay, and it was boundlessly safer than the occult research clubroom. The lift showed around 5 extra numbers. The first showed a large workshop he could use for magical experiments and Ajuka could borrow to theorize using his notes. The second was an Olympic-sized swimming pool, fitted with various colored lights, heated water, and had a sauna, shower, and steam room along the rightmost wall. The third was a storage facility, suitable for multiple weapons and prepared magical seals. It had various doorless rooms designated for each with linked teleport sigils connected to a master seal pinned just above the lift calling buttons. This was an addition Issei did not expect, but it would allow for him to be a walking magical calamity that didn't consume more than a drop from his own reserves. The fourth was a large maze of rooms, suited for emergency housing. A note pinned to the first door showed that it could comfortably supply for 100. Looking in the rooms revealed simply designed flats with a double bed and integrated bathroom. The message also told him that food and water would be supplied through teleportation networks connecting to hidden rooms on the 3rd floor. It also had a large electromagnetic field completely disabling the use of any electronics. Then came the 5th. Walking out of the lift showed a dim tunnel made entirely of enhanced concrete and steel. At the end of the winding tunnels that only led him deeper, he found a bunker only suitable for 10 people. The presence of this was not missed on Issei. It was prepared for when the mirages come. A service tunnel connected to the ceiling led to the magical control systems of his entire home. It was unsuspecting and linked to numerous false directions. The mirages shouldn't be able to see it, considering their poor visual acuity. Zex and the crew he had met briefly had outdone themselves. Issei could only hope it was enough. He would prepare more and more, even if it never was necessary. Upon reaching the surface levels, he sent a message to Rias asking if she and her peerage wanted to move in with him. She spent the whole night wondering if he was hitting on them. He indirectly was. How long had he spent in this concrete gray cube, wasting away? A month, a few days, a year? It felt like all of that simultaneously. Regardless, he had to focus. There were precautions that told him it hadn't been too long, so he was free to continue. His head hurt. At a glance, his hands looked wrinkled and withered before delusion faded to reality and showed his smooth, lightly scarred skin. Right now, Issei was not under observation. He was a separate entity to this magical prison, and was independent of time. His human brain was straining and bleeding trying to keep up and maintain this, but it was the first step. Ophis. The Ouroboros, the concept of infinity. It had lent him power to travel into the past, and he believed magical residues would allow him greater power. He was not borrowing it, like the Cow's Brigade had done, no. He was taking a part of it for himself, honoring infinity's deeds with a permanent etch onto his soul. Well, he would have to first decipher the code before creating the engraving, and therein lay the problem. Issei was rewriting the magical code of the world. Defining infinity within a finite space without permission, it was ruining his mind. He did far too much research into quantum physics, and was trying to prevent attacks from the world by separating himself into a unique quantum system. To do this, he had to isolate himself magically from the surrounding space, as well as prevent anyone from observing him. In layman's terms, Issei Hayato would use magic to redefine physics and use the world without permission to teleport with no sound, energy, or evidence of his existence except him being there. It would take a lot of effort, but whenever someone came down to greet him, he would borrow them. Blood ran down his nose, seeping into his mouth and dripping off his chin. His eyes made it feel like he was crying, and the vermilion tears tinged his vision a salmon pink. The practice was teleporting naturally when his position was undefined, when there was no observer. His brain was bleeding severely, and it was showing. Drake was fully focused on healing him, knowing that even looking at Issei was extremely dangerous right now. A phenomenon called quantum tunneling, it could decimate his form into nothing. Simply passing the wall of his cube would teleport him directly into a volume of dirt. Being in the same space, Issei would be eviscerated immediately. The boundaries had to be defined well, or his new life was over. This was the main reason behind why no one dared to tamper with infinity. Even disregarding the potential backlash from Ophis, it was dangerous enough that you could cease to exist in mere instants. Issei did not care. He knew it had potential when he had successfully used every ounce of his magic and the magic around him to shift a single centimeter to the left. He used every single branch of his magical veins to hold himself together, and very quickly realized the problem. When performing this teleport, his veins did not extend well enough into his feet. Issei's toes were left behind, a glitched yet conformed mass of flesh evident of his attempts to become something more than human. Drake fell silent. He was trespassing into the realms of a higher dimension. No creature given flesh dared such an act, yet he persisted. It would pay itself off, he would repeat for an eternity within a second. Issei had entombed himself. A cage within a prison all outside of time, he was inherently nothing. He had stopped existing. For just a moment, his world stilled around him. An eternity passed, and yet it stilled none the wiser. Being outside of time yet whole, he trained with the loss of energy being zero. It couldn't move, no transfers could take place between him and his environment. All that existed to him was his prison, and to everything else there was a void where he had been. Issei threw spears of light until he could see the optimal magical flow, summoned Philokalia until he saw how it could be stronger, more efficient. Every magic he could think of that wouldn't shake his prison, he practiced. It had taken 10 years before he realized he wasn't real anymore. Since time didn't exist for him, he didn't age. Since it existed in his prison, life continued. Cracks formed on the abused corners of seamless tiles. Outside his prison, life had stilled. A painting beyond Kronos, Issei Hayadu fucked up. Something was staring at him. He could see it clearer now. It was distant and lying above him. An eye, distinctly greater than human. Omitting itself from view, but an empty void was more conspicuous than camouflaged false space. With time stilled for his existence, and the observer separate of dimension, they could see each other for the first time. Issei looked at the abyss, and it stared back. They locked eyes for an eternity, yet barely even a moment. It pierced him with its gaze staring directly into his soul, the body foregone. The blank space spread and covered him, drowning him in a darkness surpassing any god's grace manifest. They were meeting outside time. Drake. What did you do? Ophis, as expected. He had interfered too much and trespassed into its realm. With time equaling 0, any movements he made created numerous infinities. I was experimenting. Trying to define infinity. It worked in a way I didn't expect. You should not try again. Infinity is not to be trusted. Trusted? Do you mean it will never work as intended? Ophis had finally manifested itself in front of him, a form greater than that of a lone eye. Dressed in its signature Lolita dress, it kept the form of a small child. The lack where the look of emotions was supposed to lay always unsettled those mortal in nature. Irises and hair blacker than Nyx's domain, a hollow smile painted its pale face. It smiled because it was a child in this form. It did not know why children smiled. Issei was the first to touch infinity properly. Most others did not take precautions and practically detonated themselves in a colossal explosion. The few that took precautions had done so improperly and burned away their life in an instant. Smarter men than him had tried, yet only he had survived. Their lifetime of energy was paid to the world, a debt for surpassing their allotted domain. He did not know why he succeeded where they failed. No. Infinity cannot be finite, yet it simultaneously is. My entertainment may disappear if you continue this route. And if I succeed in taming it? You will not. It cannot be tamed, nor controlled. It is. It is. At first glance, a sentence with poor grammar. A second reveals that Ophis spoke literally. Infinity can't be manifested or warped depending on what he wants. It only exists as a law and nothing more. It can't be controlled, it just is. Can I not use it if it is, then? Yes. You have to obey the rules strictly, however. The rules. Issei had to set guidelines for it, a clear path with no allowance for it to slip into any other outcome. Any probability of that had to be 0, else it would happen. There is no room for error and no practice allowed then. Yes. Annoying, and it made the spells he had planned nigh impossible. Except 1 or 2. Telling Ophis of his plans, he was given confirmation that they would work if he obeyed the laws. Issei was still stuck outside of time though. A quick ask for help and he heard distinct laughter before he was where he stood just before. That was not Ophis laughing. Was Great Red laughing at him? It didn't matter. His toes were missing and his veins were spewing their full pressure of fluid onto the floor. Ophis had fixed more than a few problems that he would never be aware of. Healing them, he fell to the floor before he could. Drake slept alongside Elsha and Belzard. When he was outside of time, they were not with him. He had missed a part of his soul in the transfer, and thankfully since time was flowing again, his soul's extra fragments had time to settle back into their original spots. The mathematics of what he had just done would have mentally paralyzed anyone smart enough to understand the consequences. Issei Hayate had touched infinity, and for less than an instant, he was a vassal of the concept of infinity. Not only that, he had received extremely severe brain damage as a gift for his efforts. 1. When Rias had come down the long winding staircase to greet Issei an hour after he had asked her to, she was very surprised to find him unconscious in a massive pool of blood. His eyes and nose were gushing blood like a fountain, he was missing every toe on both feet and Drake wasn't helping stem the bleeding. Being his host, he was creating massive quantities and spilling every drop of it. She was not advanced enough in healing to help as they were, and was quite frankly panicked out of her right mind. Rias' extremely quiet screams of surprise had stirred him. His head hurt, and he couldn't see. All he could comprehend was that he was lying down. Before long, his consciousness had slipped once more. Rias had to take Issei to his bedroom to heal him. She would let her magic naturally boost his body's repair factor, but they would have to share a bed. What did he do? Akeno heard the story from her master and got to work creating excuses for Issei's parents. They had moved in a month ago, and living together had gone shocking well. It felt like Issei just knew everything they needed or wanted, and his parents were very considerate and excited for him. Koneko had a habit of sneaking into Issei's room long after he fell asleep, but her habit of spying on them only showed them resting peacefully. Akeno had plans to sneak in before the white cat and do a little bit more than rest peacefully, but this incident ruined that slightly. There was a very large trail of blood running all the way down from his room, and Issei's parents were told that he had caught a fever and he was being taken care of right now. That was after taking care of the various stains, of course. Issei was stable. Rias, having stripped down, was carefully injecting her demonic magics into him. Skin-to-skin contact was best for this, and despite him not being a devil, the technique would still work. He was still bleeding slightly, but the various bandages on his toes would suffice until he regained consciousness. That hurt the most. They were all worthless and incapable of healing him, having to rely on him to heal himself. After all of the help he's provided, the debt unpaid from teaching Rias and Akeno advanced magic in a safe environment, furthering Kiba's sword skills and teaching Koneko martial arts alongside keeping her comfortable. They were useless. Koneko was emotionally shattered. She could heal him, but she didn't want to rely on the power that had corrupted her sister. She didn't want to lose control too. Issei, upon waking up to his wife naked in his bed, would promptly freeze up. Once Rias had awoken too, finding him staring blankly somewhere around her shoulders, she began to fuss. His toes were still missing. Distinctly, he noticed that his head wasn't exploding in an eviscerated mess and figured that the technique she had used upon reincarnating him in the past must have helped. Drake had woken up at the same time as him. Within a few seconds, his toes were encompassed in a green wall of magics that regrew them with the sickening cracks of flesh. The aftermath revealed the consequences. Issei was now suffering from mild hallucinations, seeing various images of the universe before him accompanied by pounding headaches and nosebleeds. Drake, Elsha and Belzard were at an impasse on what exactly happened to him, only noticing the degradation of his mental state. Once he had told them the events of that day, they were as accepting as they could be. It came with a lot of reprimanding and pain tolerance training. Rias now carefully inspected his face and eyes whenever he returned from training, before ultimately getting embarrassed by her own actions and hiding from him until dinner. Akeno always made sure his toes were intact, usually by forcefully removing his shoes and socks. Issei just figured it was her own way of taking care of him. Kiba was reminded of past traumas when he had seen Issei and was unable to help, which left him a little bit sadder between each day. He figured he would teach Kiba a few new ways to help as a supportive player. It might help a bit. Koneko was the worst off, by far. She would glue herself to him whenever he was sleeping, lying or sat down. When he walked, she would follow. When he trained, she watched with a morning look on her face. It was too early to help her with senjutsu, so he would let her do as she pleased. Issei could still feel the eye watching him. He could not see it, since it hid behind a veil impervious to his five senses. His instincts screamed at him about it, and he was forced to disobey them and pretend it didn't exist. If the eye didn't exist, he could continue training. Truth be told, his accident had spooked him a little bit. Even he wasn't immune to the fear of trespassing on the domain of the strongest entity in existence. Regardless, he had confirmation that his concepts for magic would work, so he would train extremely gradually and far more precariously. The rules never said Issei had to practice on himself, after all. He just bought 500 small red balls and was flooding them with magic before trying to teleport them. They had a nasty habit of vanishing though. He suspected they were teleported into the wall, but was secretly hoping that was the case because the alternative was that he was affecting them with time in some way. At one point, he had given the ball a significant gravitational pull and it subsequently plummeted into the floor and exploded. At least it demonstrated the durability of this facility well. Issei had a growing problem. His progress was slow and he was running out of balls. Actually, his progress was zero. Not a single ball had landed on his designated target, and it was the size of his wardrobe. The few that didn't disappear, explode or experience a separate phenomenon missed their shot completely. Not only that, Rias was asking questions. He wouldn't mind so much if it wasn't about altering the probability of the universe changing. It didn't help that she only asked questions when he was focused on not killing everyone he cherished. Issei could only be thankful that Ajuka hadn't planned a surprise visit. Not that he could, the barrier prevented that, but the thought still made him nervous. Speaking of the Mao, Serafal wanted to talk to him at some point. He had a few ideas what it involved, but altering too much of the past was dangerous. Sona has to stay at the school for Kokabil to attack it. Moving Rias was risky enough, but he could just have them meet on that day. It's not like either of them would be in any danger either, considering how badly he wanted to crush the former angel. Kokabil was the cocky type after all, one to play with his trapped prey. He had done it to them in the past, only losing to Valley and Albion with their surprise visit. No, Issei would do it himself this time. Rias and Sona need to learn fear first. If they fear, then they'll know to hide from the mirages. A necessary experience. All to keep everyone safe, although he didn't want to coddle his friends and family too much. He sat at his long dining table, suitable for the new arrivals and far more distracted. A plate was placed in front of him, and he didn't so much as glance at it. His head hurt. His ears were ringing. The veil cracked. The ringing got louder. Something tapped him on the shoulder. All he could see was the concerned look on Koneko's face as she mouthed something. He didn't hear her. With a smile, nod and a glance down at his dinner, Issei once again fell victim to the tinnitus. It completely dulled him, like a cheap, dangerous high. It told him so much, and yet nothing. Something hot flooded from his nose and dripped down his eyes. Everyone was staring at him. They had to be. Something was staring at him. The eye wasn't above him anymore, hidden in the folds of space. It was opposite him, adorning the face of his beloved. It disguised her pale features and left only her crimson red hair flowing beside. A hollow shade of purple, it was everything and nothing. Staring at him. It didn't stop. Why did it not stop? Drake could do nothing but watch his partner's mental state rapidly decline. While they shared senses to a degree, Infinity Manifest was something that could escape him. The distance between the top two strongest beings in the universe and the shared third place. When it resulted in Issei screaming something wicked, he completely shut down his closest friend's consciousness. The brunette former pervert didn't stop screaming, even within his soul's confines. The uncannily human eye followed him, no matter where he hid. A sick violet it glowed. It promised nothing, but offered so much less. The visage behind it lost its smile. The first thing he noticed was that his head was pounding. The second thing was that, despite his eyes being freshly opened from his slumber, he couldn't see. The third was that he was not alone. Issei was sick of being so injured all the time. If something happened during that time, he would be helpless. This time was so much worse than anything he had ever experienced. Death was easier to handle than this was. He was completely shut off from his partners, his most reliable sense, and his ability to think. Issei could move. He wasn't alone because Rias and Koneko were there with him, easily identifiable by the contours of their bodies he had familiarized himself with. Through muscle memory, he maneuvered himself above their resting forms and stood. His neck hurt. Orienting himself by feeling the door with his hands, he walked over to his desk and turned his lamp on. The darkness did not change, it only lightly stirred his former and future wives. Drake wasn't answering him. Issei got to work leaving his room as stealthily as possible. He needed somewhere quiet to heal himself and return to normal. Assuming that it was nighttime as his redhead and white cat were back to being sound asleep, the lack of people calling out to him proved him right. Going through his illusory door and down far too many flights of stairs wasn't fun when you were blind. Sex didn't even install a handrail. Did he? He didn't remember. There wasn't one, so apparently not. Finally reaching the end of the 200-odd stairs and only falling over twice, Issei still couldn't see despite the much brighter incandescent magical lights illuminating what was supposed to be his training room. There would be seclusion waiting for him on any of the lower floors. He could try and heal himself there, and if not, could seek help from Zex far more easily. The lift was somewhere along the wall, so he just trailed his hand along until he reached the steel doors, pressing his full weight against the wall. It felt like he had walked a lap of the cube before getting there. Had he been walking that slowly? Pressing the call button and waiting too long, he stepped inside and just ran his hand along to press the first button he reached. Issei had been blind many times, but it never got easier, nor could he rely on his other senses this time. His head hurt too much to even try, so he just drowned it out. After yet another eternity, it finally reached the destined floor. He could see very slightly now, as if he was looking through frosted glass in the pitch-black night. It slowly got better and better as he walked, so he kept walking. His head smashed against the floor before he even registered he was falling. Judging by the sudden heat and wetness around his face, It was bleeding. No. That wasn't right. Issei was the avatar of Drake, a superhuman in every sense of the word. He was durable. Where was Drake? After sitting down leant against the concrete walls of this unending maze, his vision settled for being dimmed and tunneled, barely visible conditions considering the already dim lights. His head had stopped hurting ever since he fell, and he was basking in the ability to think once more. If as much time had passed as he had felt, his family would be awake by now. He had to heal himself. He had to. He was trying to. It wasn't working. Why was it not working? He knew how to. He could feel the magic thrumming through his veins, the gentle pull from the atmosphere on his reserves. That wasn't right either. It was supposed to be the other way around. His boosted gear wasn't responding either. It could manifest, but it felt more like an armored gauntlet than a god-killing weapon. It felt like it could slide off. It was supposed to be attached to his soul. Why was everything different? What happened? Issei stood, joints cracking under his weight. He looked to his left, and saw nothing but empty pathway. He looked to his right, and saw nothing different. All he could do was choose a direction and walk. Left, because that was the side of his sacred gear. Improper decision-making maybe, but how else would he decide? Issei walked, and continued walking. His neck still hurt, and it loved to remind him of that. There was a set of open doors in front of him after an eternity, with more pitch black lurking in sight. They were supposed to be magically sealed blast doors that could survive in the epicenter of a nuclear blast. What opened them? Why did his mind jump to the what, and not the who? Through the doors would take him to beds at least, somewhere he could rest even if he couldn't see it. The other way had winding paths, and being in front of a set of doors meant he had at least found the treasure room inside the maze. He stepped through and fell. What Issei thought was shadows was more akin to a hole. His racing mind was halted by a feeling of being submerged in water. He couldn't float, he just kept sinking. The surface tension had stopped him from being able to move his legs, presumably broken into fragments and sinew, but it didn't hurt. The water was cold. It flooded his nose and ears, burned his open eyes and numbed his neck. It would have been familiarly relaxing, if it wasn't forcing his eyelids shut, and if he wasn't slowly drowning. Something shifted in the water. He had time to think about his family, about his enemies, about his life. Every time he tried to, however, it trailed until eventually reaching Ophis. It was the reason why he had this chance. It had saved him not just once now. If he called out to it, would it respond? He tried, and was met with silence further. Did it not want to intervene? Something brushed past his arm. There was a light now, growing in brightness. He knew it was beautiful, but he could not open his eyes. The light had completely pierced his eyelids, and yet he could not see it. He had to open his eyes and see it. His eyes were needed. Eyes. His eyes. They cracked open a millimeter, testing the pain, before snapping open to their full birth. The light had vanished. It was replaced with the darkness. Nothing but encompassing, encroaching, trespassing darkness. A horrible screech resonated around him. It made him flinch something horrible, but his eyes were pried open once more. He was forced to look at it. It was not beautiful. Text appeared across his visual range. White capital letters in a simple font. It appeared like it was being typed on an old computer, and he was forced to watch. We've started over again. _ No matter where he spun his pupils, it followed as if burned directly onto his lens. It disappeared, and more followed. Our new reality, _ Our new memories, _ Our new bodies, _ There was a pause. He couldn't comprehend what was happening in the slightest. More text appeared after a short while, almost identical in nature but dyed a familiar red. And we'll get it right this time, _ He knew that red. He didn't know where from. He didn't know who he was, or what he was. He didn't know that he was not alone right now. He didn't know that he had brought it here. He became nothing. There was nothing to become, after all. Was he even a he? It wasn't like %pound could check after all. Hashtag? Closed and yen eyes. The screech devolved to static that burned ears that didn't exist, hot fluid that refused to exist dripped from them. At eyes were warm, hot even. Something was dripping into Psy mouth. A mouth gaped, filled with nothing, and let fly guttural agonies. Something had to be said, something previously refused. Save me. Silence was a virtue returned to, %. It had taken too long, as if Mu had spent billions of eternities catatonic. Billions of eternities did not equal infinity, and #eyes opened gently to reveal light. That light was being covered by various people standing around. They were all either painted with worry or sobbing while grasping, Euro. One of them was screaming into a magical circle. A glimpse of red. That red. It knew what relied upon. Zero let it hear. Seconds passed and they noticed the awareness of their patient. There was a cry from White, something %6 recognized. Quiet maybe, but discernible. Issei. Oh, his name was Issei. Issei was a boy's name. He sat up from his place on the blood-soaked floor. His parents' floor. He was alive. Issei could feel far too much right now. His body was being decimated in a constricting embrace. His eyes, nose, and ears were wet to the touch, returning a bright red and brown streak when he ran his hand across them. That wasn't important. It was inside. He knew it was inside. Issei could not feel it, but he knew that it could kill him almost effortlessly. Techniques were spinning around him, glistening multidimensional magical constructs performing their duties. Elsha was lending him a silent hand, offering her brain function and prowess to him temporarily. It would help heal his own. His family took steps back. There were some he could not recognize, but numerous healing spells were aimed directly at and around his brain. A small cut in space was made, placing them all in a separate dimension marked by the orbiting constellation-like constructs. Drake was prepared for battle, seeing Issei so worked up. Brain damage or not, any suspicions he had were most often correct. Questions would come later. The healing was slow, brains were delicate machines after all, but he was functional. A mass teleport sigil was carved into the floor along with numerous special gravity seals on the floor and air within the space outside of the sigil. Drake, Elsha and Belzard had given him permission to kill himself in sacrifice, if it was necessary. They would support his decision if they saw what he saw. Instead, they trusted him. Balance Breaker was adorned quietly, Surzex was contacted and Issei was ready to march to his inevitable death. His family didn't even notice the sigil beneath their feet until it glowed a vibrant purple. Objections were loudly made by the magically attuned, but he just smiled. The air where they stood brought him comfort, knowing they would live longer than him. Issei marched without caution. It was in the lowest level, it would be waiting for him. Down the stairs gripping the handrail, a quick left turn to reach the lift at the bottom. Number 5 was pressed, and he steeled himself. Drake was abusing the balance breaker right now, filling him with enough power to decimate the underworld in a single attack. Out of curiosity, while waiting, Issei looked up. The eye hiding in the abyss was still there. It felt far less deconstructive at least. It was more like having a drone follow his soul's path. Glancing at it now, it looked almost cute with its depth and color. The door was open. Oops. Even striding to his death, he was too careless. Issei walked down the winding and dim concrete path, preparing to summon something far worse than the Juggernaut Drive. He would pierce its soul directly and paralyze it with the aura from the summoning. The path was known, but forgotten. He didn't stop, taking the path he had assumed he had taken. Issei turned a corner and froze. Aurora was within the facility, recognizable by the lack of wings and the black paint he had marked her with. Using her chest piece as a canvas and through numerous claims and cries of embarrassment, she was adorned with tribal-style patterns. She was supposed to be entombed upstairs. Regardless, he was primed for battle. The enclosed space made this fight better for him, since the Mirage's second biggest boon was their mobility. Aurora looked at him, and time unwound. She waved at him, sliding over to come and greet the familiar face. Issei, hello? I'm lost over here, would you mind helping? What are you doing down here, Aurora? I was trying to imitate humans and resting in my room, but I shut down and rebooted here. What is this place? Underground, far too deep down to be here casually. Were you looking for something? I tried to find a way out, but the layout confused my systems. I decided that staying put was the best decision. It's designed to confuse your systems. I'll guide you to the way out, but you're going ahead. Are you scared of the dark, Issei? I can hold your hand if you'd like. Absolutely terrified. I'll pass on the hand-holding though. Aurora pointed down a specific path, completely opposite of where the way out was. If you're that scared of the dark, be careful about going in this direction. It's too dark for even my monitors to detect. Issei's blood ran cold. Sweat prickled on his skin and his vision tunneled onto the direction she pointed at. There was a curve disguising whatever was beyond it. He gazed back at her. Do not move. What's down that path is dangerous. I'm going to go and kill it. I'll say it again, do not move from this spot. I can join you. I'm a great fighter, trust me. I know you are, but this thing is better. Leave it to me, I'll escort you out afterwards. The only reason he willingly left her there was because his family was safe and he was going to die anyway. If Aurora fooled him that well, she deserved the kill. Issei looked down the path she had gestured towards and began treading slowly. He followed the curve into a straight hallway, before it spun upon itself numerous times. He halted when he had taken a corner and found fresh blood staining the floor. It looked as if it had just been spilled, and he knew it was his. It trailed further down the path, and he followed. Was it not just a hallucination? His hands shook gently, oscillating Ascalon gently. Issei saw the doors. They were sealed tight, however, and he had to open them. While working to disable the security protocols, he spun on his heel to find Aurora following just behind him. She saw that he saw, and gave off the impression of a dog caught chewing on a fancy rug. He would have been dead if she was aiming for him by now, so he just sighed and continued. She, of course, took this as his express permission to watch what he was doing. Aurora had seen the blood, and knowing that he was following it, joined the goose chase. Once the magically controlled maglocks were opened and the door was swung open, Issei was met with a black so pungent he almost thought Ophis was behind it. A quick casting of light dispelled that thought, and stunned him where he stood. The bunker they had designed to keep his family safe was being occupied by the crucified remnants of a mirage. There was no blood anywhere, and no scrap metal dusting the floors despite the very violently twisted metal plates. This was within a sealed bunker. It was impervious to teleportation magic, and was still sealed perfectly when he had undone it. Issei stared and stared, before closing the door in silence. The sarcophagus resealed, he wordlessly turned and left. Aurora, fortunately, had extremely poor optical capabilities. She only saw a small pixel of blue, and didn't want to pass Issei to enter. They made their way up in silence, and upon reaching the lift, Issei plunged his clawed finger into the button for this floor, completely destroying it and cracking an adjacent button. Aurora was escorted back to her room, and Issei promptly beelined for his bed. Surzex was updated and an appointment to bring him some phoenix tears was made. Rias, her peerage and his parents would be returned shortly. She was teleported directly into the underworld and, upon returning to his room, had apparently been calling and messaging him nonstop. It'd be better to explain in person what he saw. That was not a dream, but it also wasn't real. A peculiar concoction of hallucination and reality perfected just to entrap him. Issei was sure he wouldn't sleep for a while from this. While waiting for his family, he couldn't help but think about the words burned into his retinas. Writing them down helped, and it was clear what they came from. The mirages. They knew he had gone back in time. How did they know? It wasn't possible to register the reverse flow of time unless you were a concept or a god of time. They were neither. Did they have a leader? It wouldn't be a time god, as they were all accounted for. There had to be a concept behind this, but which one? Regardless, it spelled disaster for everyone living. To his knowledge, there were only 4 concepts. The concept of life, called the world, the concept of death, called kindred, the concept of dreams, called Great Red, and the concept of infinity, called Ophis. They all embodied a designated word, usually holding immense power and significance. Life represented every instance of human existence, death represented the inescapable end of that existence, dreams represented the infinite number of dreams and wishes humanity could behold, and infinity represented the universe. If it couldn't be a god, then it had to be a new concept. If it was keen on ending the world, then it directly contradicted life and dreams. Why would they not interfere? Most importantly, what would the designated word be? Machine? Inorganic? Hubris? Issei wasn't smart enough to think of all the possibilities. Elsha had taken her mind back, since his was almost fully healed now. According to her, there was still some minor damage to his occipital lobe, the center of the brain controlling vision, depth perception, and memory formation. Whatever had contacted him, whatever he had seen, it had enough power to trap him in a mesh between fiction and nature. He needed to get stronger, no matter the cost. At the very least, his base physical body had to be equal or superior to a god of war. Atlas was his goal. The man who upheld the heavens, he was the physically strongest titan. Sex would need to do a bit of introducing on his part. Ajuka could help him with his magics, whatever he hadn't perfected when imprisoned in a frozen time. The only magic that worked on the mirages was the kind that didn't affect them directly, but instead amplified an effect of the environment. His unique gravity seals was included in that, since instead of creating an artificial field with magic, it instead heavily supported and boosted the gravitational pull of Earth. Most importantly of all, Issei needed Sun Wukong's teachings. He had control over his power, certainly, but if he mastered it he could kill far more than he could now. Lastly, he needed a weapon. He likely wouldn't get one until his inevitable firefight with them, since it would be hard to have every faction recognize the threat until it was at their doorstep. Issei alone was not enough, not anymore. The days following him having caught Aurora in the basement, presumably undergone some kind of forced long-range teleportation, were tedious to say the least. He couldn't tell Rias or her peerage anything, and instead reported directly to Surzex. His parents had to undergo memory erasing techniques to make them forget about his use of magics. Issei had recovered well. According to Elsha and Ajuka, his brain had fully healed and was operating even better than it was before. They each theorized that it was because of his repeated contact with higher dimensional constructs. His body had indirectly prepared him for the next encounter better, a vivid demonstration of evolution in a microscopically smaller time frame. Regardless, he was still suffering minor hallucinations with no known cause. Surzex and Ajuka were more than extremely concerned about what he had done and seen. They practically demanded to go into his basement to see for themselves, accompanied by an army, but Issei's unrelenting refusals had convinced them. He had potentially the strongest mental barrier of any living creature, thanks to his past traumas and experiences combined with his shared mind between Belzerd, Elsha and Drake. They took minor portions of each attack on his mind and greatly reduced the impact, and yet he was helpless in front of the concepts. If the devils saw what he had seen, it's not unlikely that they would succumb to madness. Elsha had also speculated that he was so vulnerable to the following psychological assault due to his previous contact with Infinity, alongside the lack of Drake and the others to take a load from him. He was already lucky enough to come out of it as unscathed as he was. If Olphus didn't want him to live for its entertainment, it could have ended his existence without a thought. The unknown concept, as Ajuka had named it, seemingly didn't want to kill him outright either. Or it couldn't, for another unknown reason. Issei had to teach the beholders of the thrones of hell what concepts were. Previously, he had learned from Odin and the Ouroboros. Odin was determined to take the knowledge to his deathbed, and only told him the nature of the strongest powers while in a puddle of his ichor. Olphus had told him in passing during some of the first attacks of the Mirages. It was a joint assault with the Chaos Brigade, its very own terrorist force, to weaken the defenses of the Grigori and the underworld while the machines attacked heaven simultaneously. Since then, Issei had used and abused any vow he could make with the world. The concept of life operated on an exchange basis. It would allow any being with life to make a pact with itself in exchange for power, and a sacrifice made. The sacrifice could be something as simple as a statement such as "I will only use my left arm for this attack," and the resulting attack would be significantly empowered. Yet another reason why he was the last one standing. He did not tell them about the details of each concept, only their existence and nature. It almost immediately reminded Ajuka of the Trihexa and, upon his resulting question, was met with an "I don't know" from Issei. Concepts weren't quite alive and, as the original god had proclaimed once, the beast of the apocalypse was an extant form of life. A twisting malformed life form, with a poorly defined nature, but a life nonetheless. Another thought came to the superclass devil, that of the Necronomicon. It was a book bound in human skin containing countless knowledge of magics and stories of the old ones. Ancient outer gods that, while can be summoned, spread madness and manic hysteria amongst their ritualistic followers. The Necronomicon was passed to the thrones of hell from the original Lucifer and kept safe within their reach. Issei didn't make the connection between it and the concepts. Ajuka, however, was possibly the most intelligent being alive. He had more knowledge than most gods on their own domains, and could reduce any spell into simplified mathematical equations before rewriting it and nullifying it. He was proposing that the book had knowledge on numerous forgotten gods, and the identity of the unknown concept may lie within. The thought that he may be fighting an outer god worried Issei immensely. They were unrecorded existences close in power to the heavenly dragons and the biblical god while only being partially called upon. If one had fully descended, he would need a lot more preparation than expected. For now, Ajuka promised to look into it for him. Even the Lucifer Blue was hesitant to read the manuscript. It had countless indirect traps. so much as reading it aloud was dooming you to a fate worse than death. Saying the name of an ancient one was prompting it to look at you, and bearing attention from the eldritch always lead the beholder down a path of perpetual torment. It would take a long while before any results would be concluded from searching, but it would be done. In the meantime, Issei had further reinforced every defense mechanism within his home. He had borrowed a juka as a magical battery in exchange for allowing him entry and letting him see the barriers in place. To the Satan, it was like being a child in a warehouse of various candies. Magics he had never seen before were weaved seamlessly into existing formulae and perfectly complemented each other. It was incredible. A barrier of holy affinity that even he couldn't read, numerous anti-teleportation fields, illusionary barriers and walls that even deceived him, along with so much more. For the first time, he had seen something entirely unique. Issei, who was in the form of a blonde woman bearing blue eyes, had shown him a responsive barrier. Initially, it didn't exist until a force was demonstrated. Then, it reflected the force hundredfold. It was different to reflective barriers since it was completely undetectable in every possible way beforehand. It was like this woman, who had called herself Issei, had completely erased the mathematics behind the magical construct. It clearly existed since the spell worked and had a degree of sentience, and Ijuka could have sworn he had just fallen in love. Her creating a barrier that rotated in numerous unpredictable directions only solidified this thought. It was akin to a meat grinder using another barrier that didn't exist to manifest behind the attacker and quite literally grind them into dust. He had tried seeing the mathematics behind the rotation and was entirely stumped. While magical formulae were notoriously long and detailed, he could decipher them perfectly. This one in particular had a longer formula than the space it occupied, which defied more than one key law. It used imaginary fifth-dimensional matrices containing non-homogeneous partial differential equation systems in each element to describe the motion between a flowing time, 3 dimensions of motion and an included dimension to completely alter the variables and their own derivative systems within further fourth-dimensional matrices using even more derivatives and matrices and layers he couldn't so much as count. According to Issei, there were a constantly changing number of equations, elements and variables, each of which had a constantly changing order that reached a maximum of 51 and a minimum of 12, which was mathematically. "Are you done?" He was tired of sitting there watching Ijuka stare into space, mumbling to himself. He had brought a notebook and completely filled it, written on the space between them, then began writing on his arms and legs. He had started writing on Issei too, which was a bit too much. "No. Issei Haidu, how much money do you need to sell me Issei? If you need my mind, body and soul, I will gladly give it to you." "Fucking excuse me? She's attached to my soul too, good luck with that." You would have thought that he had just forced Ijuka to kill his entire bloodline alongside every friend he's ever made, then promised to quit studying magic. The look on his face before was countless shades darker than obsessed, and it almost looked like he was going to kill himself upon hearing the knowledge. Ignoring him and leaving him to his wallowing pity, Issei admired the handiwork. Issei was as incredible as always, and had taken the time to study further for him. She had even made it so whoever was marked previously could still pass through every additional procedure. He had a few ideas in mind for magics that he may need, so he would rely on her even further. Seeing the effort and work she had put in for him warmed his heart. She had nothing to gain in particular, and yet her kindness was her greatest asset. Azazel may argue about other assets, but Issei would gladly throw him into the 9th circle of hell for the comment. He was also just glad not to have any school, since it was the summer break, but it also meant that the gears of war would be turning too soon. Leading the dejected Ijuka downstairs to his basement floors, he threw him into the magical workshop and left him there to make his notes before going down to the swimming pool. There was a certain kind of training he had to conduct. Rias, Akeno and Koneko were looking for Issei. He had brought Satan Beelzebub over and was increasing the defenses, then they had both just disappeared. Through the false wall and down the spiraled staircase, they were surprised to not find him in the training room. Taking the lift down to the 1st floor and upon seeing Ijuka sitting atop a tower of papers, still writing and adding to it, they had turned around and left. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they could tell he was in here. The usually hospital white lights were dimmed into a deep red. A quick search revealed nothing, but upon checking the sauna they had found him completely nude and horrifically burned. He was deep in meditation, and upon watching him, they found his burn injuries would be healed with magic, inflicted again and healed again. Once the burns weren't significant enough, he would heat up the room even further and repeat the process. It looked like self-harm to them. The air was too hot for them to reach in and pull him out, but simply calling out to him wouldn't stir him. They could fire magic at him, but if he was startled enough by it, they would likely be eviscerated before he even acknowledged a threat had existed. Koneko didn't care, or didn't recognize this. She had walked in with her head down, grabbed him by his hair and threw him directly into the swimming pool. As a rook, she would naturally suffer the least damage from such a thing, but it was hot enough to severely burn an ultimate class being. She was at the strength of a middle class at the highest. Issei had gone into the magically enhanced sauna and started his training. It seemed utterly pointless at first glance, but it was the perfect method. He would burn his skin horrifically, heal it to the point where a scar wouldn't form and repeat. He had spent, according to Drake, 7 hours constantly torturing himself before his sensations changed completely. A small hand had grabbed his hair and gravity flipped upon itself. Swimming out of the pool and shaking his head, he saw an unconscious and seizing Koneko entirely covered in charred black skin being treated on the floor by a panicked Rias and Akeno. He was there within the instant, and they parted for him with tears stinging the redhead's worried cerulean eyes. The lights dyed themselves white once more. She had went in to get him. Shiren's clothes had been reduced to ash within the instant. Her skin had not only charred and was sliding off her skeleton but had burst in certain places. Her blood had literally boiled her internally and her brain was turning into mush. The burns were much more than her entire body, they had burned her organs too. Boosted gear manifested, she was encompassed in healing spells stacked upon each other. They aimed to fix everything except her brain immediately. Elsha helped him to create a high-class freezing spell, and he submerged her in the rapidly cooling water nearby. The healing spells did not stop. It was like seeing a miracle take place for the other two devils. They had seen his healing countless times before, and it was never this efficient. Where it was once a low-class spell, it now had the proficiency of a middle class while maintaining the number of circles. Koneko was literally being created a new shell of skin and having it grafted on, all the while her organs and veins were expelling the destroyed cells and creating new ones. It had taken only 10 seconds before her body was entirely perfect and unmarred once more. Issei didn't so much as spare a glance at her naked form, instead turning his attention to her head. While her skin and eyes had been entirely replaced, her hair could wait. He needed easier access to the brain, which was a far more delicate operation. Balance breaker. The crimson armor completely wrapped around him after an aura of green light blinded his witnesses. He removed Koneko from the water and dismissed the portion that covered his bare front half. Holding her seizing form upright, he embraced her. A faceless, undetailed spirit with a single pair of glowing vermilion eyes manifested behind him and walked around his side until it stood behind her. It held her closer to him, embracing them both with its elongated forest green arms. Issei's arms wrapped around her, refusing to let go. Drake's commands were accelerated within his mind, clearly desperate too. Overturn. The doubling had ceased. With stolen power racing through his worn body, 3 larger circles were formed and he began stitching each neuron back together. He reformed mental connections, created new cells from bone marrow and did his best to maintain her memories. Issei knew it was working when her violent twitches had stopped, but he refused to stop even after he thought he was done. When all the connections were reformed, he continued making more and more cells. If he had missed a spot, the excess would hopefully compensate. Issei did not relent until the power he was granted dissipated. His armor fully covered his exhausted form, but the spirit had faded into the wind. Koneko lay atop his chest, with her heart beating and her lungs performing. The timer for him was 10 minutes, double the length every other user had, but it had drawbacks. It was an oath made with the world, after all. In exchange, he could no longer use the basic command, explosion, to release his power. Instead, he had to designate the power into a specific aspect of himself. Overclock placed an emphasis on his mental capabilities, overwhelm did so to purely his physical strength, overtune perfectly controlled his magical capabilities, and overdrive was a balance between his reflexes and all of his physical attributes. It benefited him even more since he preferred being perfect in one aspect as opposed to mediocre in everything. At least, he did back when the pact was made. Now, he strived for perfection in every aspect to maximize the efficiency of the commands. The stronger his base, the stronger his empowering. Koneko was perfectly healthy, she just needed to rest for now. It seemed a better time than any to stop his training, but he couldn't stop the nagging feeling within his heart that it was his fault. Rias and Akeno seemed a lot less concerned once he had stood and picked her up. Upon seeing them pen their gaze down from his eyes, he moved his carried wife forward slightly and looked down. Issei was still naked, having dismissed his armor when standing up. He made sure to hold uncomfortably long and forced eye contact with each of them before smiling something devilish and taking her to the lift. They didn't seem too keen to get in with him for some reason. Maybe they needed a minute to breathe. Koneko was placed on his bed and he continued monitoring her with magic. He had finally put some clothes on after Kiba and his parents had seen him striding around bare holding her. It was only awkward on their end. He didn't care too much. Issei was resting downstairs when Ijuka had emerged out of the false wall. He looked exhausted, frustrated and tired, nothing the head of magical engineering couldn't handle, of course. He had come to ask for permission to install a link teleportation sigil within his workshop. Conditionally, of course. A deal with the devil was only made when you had something to gain. Issei wanted to borrow his magical reserves another time to further bolster the defenses. Ijuka, hearing this, was a little bit too excited to get it done. Once he had added it and left, his parents had prepared dinner for them all. It was an awkward affair for the present devils for some reason, not that he minded too much. They all looked like they had fevers, minus Kiba. When the time to sleep had come, he asked Rias to sleep with Akeno for the first time in a while. Usually, the sleeping arrangements followed Kiba sleeping in a spare room, Akeno in the same situation and Rias sleeping in his bed alongside Koneko. While he absolutely loved the arrangements, the white cat had to be monitored. She understood, even if she didn't like the sound of it too much. According to herself in the past, she struggled to sleep if she wasn't nude and if she didn't have something to crush in her arms. Issei was happy to take that role alongside his wife, but his other wife's health came before comfort. The monitoring was upkept by Elsha while he slept, training further within his mind. Today had trained his healing magic, pain tolerance, and heat resistance. Now he would further his creative use of magic. Drake would place him in certain near-impossible situations and, forbidding the use of any magic besides one, would tell him to escape alive. Training with the heavenly dragon had its advantages, especially since he couldn't die within his soul. Upon waking up to Koneko still sleeping, he continued about the new day. He made sure she was hydrated and satiated, but when she was still asleep the next morning he started to worry. She wasn't waking up. A week had passed, and she was still comatose. Medical professionals had complimented the quality of healing she had been given provided her injuries, but the cause was unknown and would remain so. They had suggested that a precise injection of magic could restart her consciousness, but it didn't work. Phoenix tears had no effect. Issei had asked for some from Surzex and Ijuka. Hope was running slim. It felt like there was only one last option, but trying it on a devil could kill her outright. He was getting desperate. He had tried boosting to his maximum and transferring the power to her brain, but nothing came of it. It was all his fault, and he would fix it irregardless of the cost. Rias had started sleeping with him again. They were careful of Koneko, but she was constantly monitored. The medical professionals from her family, the Gremory clan, had given her intravenous sustenance and had left them a supply to use. Surzex was currently in contact with various factions hosting gods capable of healing. He had even reached out to heaven to see if anything could be done. All to fix his mistake. It was his fault, and everyone was doing their best to fix it. There was nothing he could do. He had tried everything. Elsha was working tirelessly on causes and reasons why Koneko wasn't recovered fully. Rias was just as worried as Issei was. It was her servant that was injured while she just watched. She should have said something. If Issei hadn't been training his healing, would things have changed for the worse? She spoke to her peerage member every night before sleeping. All she did each day was wake up, train, eat, train, and sleep. The cycle was monotonous and was destructive to her mental health. If only a week felt this bad, how did Issei drive himself to do so every day? All the while, Issei had a plan. There was one last thing he could try. He had to take Koneko somewhere secluded and make a deal with a higher power, in exchange for something dear to him. He already knew what he would offer. That was a last resort. Meanwhile, Rias was training. She was downstairs practicing her magical control when Issei had walked in on her winded form. Hey! Hey! They looked away from each other. The recent state of affairs had their minds held elsewhere, so they just trained alongside each other. She was aiming to better her control, while he was keeping up with his close-quarters combat. Rias. She turned her head towards him, who now had his body facing her. Do you want to spar? You'll kill me, absolutely not. His hands came up next to his face, palms displayed in a gesture of peace. I'll completely seal my magic away, and won't use Drake. As a king, you should learn even the basics of hand-to-hand combat. I'm a magician. If I get caught alone without a line of defense, then I've already lost. And what if you encountered an enemy you guys couldn't use magic against? Mistakes happen too, after all. I'll guide you, so just do your best. Hesitation must have been clear on her face because he had added an extra touch. You can use magic, but you can't use it as a ranged attack. It has to be to reinforce an attack you were already using. Admittedly, she had wanted to learn exactly how strong she was. A high class and rank, but if she couldn't do this much, could she call herself a worthy king? They took their places opposite one another. Issei had Drake use numerous magics alongside Elsha to temporarily seal the shard of divine dividing Ascalon and themselves for an hour. Rias had spent the time trying to shift into an appropriate form, eventually settling into a boxer's stance with magical circles covering her fist's fronts. He was in front of her. She threw an awkward punch, which was ducked. A hook, leaned back. Another straight, another duck. The cycle continued for a minute or two before she was getting frustrated at him toying with her. Seriously? Issei was still laughing at her. He had started after the very first thrown blow. I didn't realize it was this bad. I've never done it before. He kept laughing at her reddening face. Power of destruction manifested, completely covering his figure. Not even a bloodstain was left. Eyes widened at her own actions, Rias didn't even realize he had an open hand at her nape until he collapsed his arm to his chest, leant towards her ear and blew gently into it. He was alive. She snapped her head around to find he was, in fact, completely intact. Turning back to the slightly burned mark on the floor, she realized she hadn't even hit him. I dodged at the last second. Wanted to scare you, eh? His incessant putrid voice was severed mid-sentence by a vicious-looking backhanded slap. What the fuck is wrong with you? After what happened with Koneko too. I thought I killed you, Issei. Rias. His eyes dyed themselves a shade of serious, and had sharpened at her words. If you made this mistake anywhere else, with anyone else, you would have died. You knew I was vastly more physically capable than you, and you thought I couldn't dodge a bit of magic? His face was now inches from hers, eyes refusing to look away from her own. Don't bring her name into it either. I know that was my fault, you don't have to remind me. Your fault? Ria's familial magic sparked around them. Issei jumped back just as her energy exploded, completely hiding her amidst a flood of flowing crimson and black. I was the one that didn't warn her. He dived to the left of a vicious beam of devastation. I was the one that didn't stop her. He jumped over the next one. I was the one that couldn't help her. Rias detonated. Her aura had completely encompassed the training area and was testing the regenerative nature of the grounds. When it cut short, Issei had his arms crossed over his face and eyes. His skin wasn't just burned off, it had disintegrated from his muscles. She was at ground zero, and the clothes they were both wearing were lost to the wicked winds. She was outright sobbing, sat on the floor now. Drake intervened and broke the seal. Sitting behind her and leaning his healed cheek and healing torso against her shoulder and back, he spoke quietly into her ear. It wasn't your fault. I was the one that should have been training elsewhere. You're in your own home. Why should you have to train somewhere else? Because I don't want to see you get hurt. Not you or anyone else. That's why I'm down here every day, and why I'm going to keep being down here until I'm enough. Why does it have to all fall to you? Why can't we all help you? There will be a war. It will be the biggest of its kind, and it will end friendships and families prematurely. I don't. What we will be fighting is stronger than your brother, stronger than every devil and angel combined, and stronger than the beast of apocalypse. I will protect all of you, even if it turns me to dust. Let me do this one thing for everyone. I'm begging you, please. She couldn't manage an articulate response between hysterical sobs. She didn't understand, but he didn't expect her to. He just held her tighter in his condemned silence. At some point, Kiba had come down, and upon seeing them, had spun on his heels and left quietly. The knight had returned with a change of clothes for the both of them a few minutes later, and left yet again after resting them next to Issei. If his king noticed, she didn't say anything. The emotions eventually dimmed into a gentle whimper of silent tears, and Issei stood up. She had turned to look at him, and he looked back with a gentle smile on his face. We're still naked, by the way. Admittedly, I regret sealing my magic, but you should put something on. It's a great sight, don't get me wrong, but definitely not the time. I mean, It's always the time in my eyes, but now. She interrupted his feigned panic with a light giggle. Laughter was the best medicine, and he would repair their mistakes tonight. Issei would never have to see that kind of face again, he hoped. Offering an outstretched hand to her, he helped her to her feet. They didn't even bother turning back to back, simply changing in front of the other. They didn't mind when the other shifted to glance, smiling in place of embarrassment. Once again hand-locked and clothed, they ascended from their prison of emotions. While a mostly silent endeavor, it was a gentle moment. Rias left for the bathroom, presumably to shower. Issei accompanied her up the stairs, before returning to his room. Past Koneko and beyond his desk, he opened the sealed door. Disabling every security measure, as he ascended further, he was emotionless in front of the final vault door. More security measures disabled. Opening the completely mechanized prison entrance, he met his prisoner. Issei, how long has it been? How are you? It's been a week, give or take a day. Hello, Aurora? You don't usually come up to my room to spend time with me. Why not? You remind me of something dear to me that I lost. It's hard to look at you, to be honest. I'm sorry. Her previously mechanized voice had fallen into something resembling an accentless human female. Why it changed, he did not know nor care. All he needed to know was that something had indeed changed. I have some questions for you, if you don't mind. Serzex was absolutely fucking exhausted. He had more than enough internal affairs left unfinished, let alone all the new problems involving his sister's rook. Issei was pressuring him to contact certain factions he had never so much as acknowledged before. He wasn't even the Satan in charge of foreign affairs, and he knew the time traveler knew that. Serzex would make sure to tan his hide and force him to help with the paperwork once the situation had settled down. Organizing peace negotiations was hard enough. While Michael and Azazel were both tired of war, there were many in his own and their factions that desired the conclusion and rekindling of the Great War. It was a feudal war, only killing people that could coexist in peace, but it felt like only the leaders understood this. All of the Satans would be passing the message down of peace talks. The great Seraphs and the Grigori's leadership were advised to do the same, to warm their people to the idea of such coexistence. To lessen the inevitable rioting that would ensue. As long as they could get the support from a majority of the noble Devil Pillar families, any protests would be shut down quickly. Serzex was sure they would agree with the talks, but there were more than a few still embedded in the past. According to Azazel, the only major problem on his end would be Kokabil. For Michael, there were no major problems besides the untrustworthiness of angels for the other factions. If Serzex told the leaders about the incoming threat, would it make the talks easier? He would have to tell them about Issei too, and convince them that he was also not a threat. If needed, Issei would have to be presented as a part of Devilkin's arsenal. Issei left his home, clutching Koneko to his breast. The moon was held close to its zenith, and the ritual would almost begin. Rias and his family were placed under a sleeping spell, and would not awaken until the sun climbed the horizon. The teleport sigil he had placed within Aurora's previous tomb was still present, and they moved together. Placing her on the grassy knoll just behind the abandoned cabin, he shattered the alternate dimension with assistance from Elsha. With the brightest satellite of the night sky's light nearing the peak, a last-ditch effort was made. Issei knelt his body and prayed before God. The biblical God of heaven, the one that had passed thousands of years prior. Michael upheld the system and he knew it was still active, but if Serzex could not acquire help from them, he would try. Asia, in a time long past and soon to come, had taught him, a devil, how to pray. It had burned, but it was something his wife previous sought comfort in, so he partook. Now, it felt like nothing. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. With his eyes closed and his mouth reciting an adapted Lord's Prayer thrice before a fallen devil, the moon's light pierced his eyes and blinded him. The faint holy aura Issei had surrounding him was swallowed like a drop of water within an ocean. A seraphim. No, a great seraphim was present. His prayer was the one within millions to be answered. Drake likely had a part to play in this luck. He did not open his eyes, and just continued praying within this new light. The ocean of holiness encompassed him, warming his skin at a divine level. The gentle flap of wings settled as the angel landed. I humbly approach you, bless this misled child of yours before me. I plead that you restore her, and anoint her with thine healing hands, for all embraced by your divine arms are deserving of equal love. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Amen, child of our Father. Issei opened his eyes before Gabriel, the strongest woman in heaven. Adorned in pure white and gold robes, with hair as blonde as the gold guilds themselves. She was not known as the most beautiful woman within heaven without good reason, and he was reminded of how he had tried to taint her innocence and kindness with his perversion in the past. Great Gabriel of the Seraphim, thank you. I ask of you, please heal this child before me. You are aware, are you not? Of the supernatural, and that this child is a devil. Her voice was as gentle as could be written. Like silk bedsheets to someone who had only ever known rough linen, it was music to the ears. I am. And you are the host to Drake. I am. Said Dragon's green jewel manifested atop his palms opposite. The gift did not manifest with it, to not reveal Issei's proficiency. Greetings, Gabriel. It has been a long while, and you are as beautiful as ever before. Thank you, Welsh Dragon. You asked me to heal this child, yes? She, like Michael and unlike most other angels, did not hold any dislike or resentment towards devils. In Gabriel's eyes, there was a wounded child before her. Yes, ma'am. I have healed her body and her mind, yet she will not awaken. She is a devil. Unfortunately, my healing would char her existence. Our spells were not designed to heal any except our own and Father's pure children. I am sorry, Red Dragon Emperor. She has been placed under an extremely strong curse, one that I am unsure my brother could even purify. Once again, I apologize. If it was a curse, he could remove it easily enough. A curse, was it? Thank you, Lady Gabrielle. I will remove it now, if you would not mind monitoring my body as I do so. Of course, my child, if you are sure you can do so. Gabriel watched the brunette stand from his knees, having to look up at his eyes now. They shined a brilliant green, reminiscent of Drake's own. She did not know whether he was birthed with them or if the dragon had untold influence. Balance breaker. That was new to her. Every emperor she had seen had to manifest their gear first, then have their partner recite Welsh Vanishing Dragon. Balance breaker. To have a shorter chant, and to manifest the strongest form first only meant this host was strong. He was still a human, no less. The armor encased Issei, the first step. Gathering power from his surroundings and multiplying it as much as possible, the second step. The third? Will you prove worthy? Probably not. Agwithil. An overpowering demonic energy flooded the environment. It deeply unnerved Gabriel, who knew of the blade he had summoned. It was supposed to be entombed within the underworld, taken care of inside of the Satan's vault. Adwat Halab Aep Daithu, the sentient blade of the original Lucifer. How do you have that? A gift. He keeps trying to consume my mind, but I'll need him for this ritual. Drake prevents any major damage anyway. A gift? Did one of the Satans give him Daithu in exchange for his loyalty? He was human, through and through, so he would have to be a mercenary in that case. Gabriel would have to bring this up to Michael. The fact he could wield it and be conscious, let alone unharmed, meant he was automatically a threat. I have a meal for you. Eat selectively or I'll eviscerate you again. You're so boring. When can we stain the world red again? Later. For now, eat the curse plaguing her. Touch her mind or her body, and Drake and I will show you why you submitted to us the first time. Fine. At least it's a strong curse, else I would have left for another host. If nothing, you're entertaining. Gabriel was just sat in mild shock as the demonic European-style longsword was plunged into the boy's armored abdomen. Not a single drop of blood could be seen, and it had cut through with slight resistance. Placing his hand atop Koneko's forehead, Daithu began to absorb a pitch-black miasma from within. The blood-red hilt of the possessed blade protruding from him had begun to glow. Amidst cries of bloodthirsty laughter, the human and angels sat in silence. After an eternal 5 minutes, the last of the energy had disappeared and Issei withdrew his hand. Grabbing the hilt sheath in his guts and pulling, a hole was left in its wake. Thank you, Daithu. I'll call upon you soon enough for the same situation as last time. Don't use that holy dragon slayer stick for all of the fun. See you soon, angel. The blade slowly melted into a viscous black fluid that seeped into the folds of his armor and retreated back into his soul's confines. With his armor fading away in a glimmer of jade, Issei was face to face with a shocked and admittedly scared Seraphim. Don't worry, Gabriel, he can't hurt me or anyone. Drake and I keep him trapped in the boosted gear, and the souls of the Juggernaut keep him entertained enough to leave us alone. I see, I'll have to report this to Michael. Are you associated with the devils then, Red Dragon? I am, to an extent. I'm not on their side, but I'm good enough friends with a lot of them. In other words, I'm not a threat to heaven you'll have to worry about. Is there a threat we should worry about? In the future, yes. Michael is already aware of them though, and they'll be the base of the peace talks between factions. Another shock. That was classified information among the leaders of every faction. Had hell betrayed them? Who are you exactly? Issei Hayato, it's a pleasure. Thank you for your help. I can't identify curses very well. It's the first time it's taken Daitha that long to consume one too. I'll need to talk with Azazel or Ajuka about it. I have far too many questions for you, Issei. I will have to take my leave unfortunately, so I'll have to consult my brother and he may contact you. As long as you don't mind, of course. Of course not, I owe a debt to heaven for this. I'll take my leave too, thank you again. I'll be in Kuo for the next few years, so feel free to visit whenever you like. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation circle manifested, and with a gesture of goodbye, Gabriel was left alone in the knoll. Too many questions and thoughts plagued her, and Michael would know what to do. In a flash of light from a bright yellow crucifix, she disappeared. Issei took Koneko inside his home and through the barriers, before setting her gently atop his bed. He didn't have to make a sacrifice of his humanity to heal her, thankfully. Throwing himself beside her and Ria's sleeping form, he thought about the nature of the curse long and hard. Ajuka would have better theories than him. The perverted duo were being vocal about their fantasies again. Once a part of them, forming a trio, Issei just looked on with vague disgust like everyone else did. School had restarted, and he was not eager to have it cutting into his training time. At the very least, he wouldn't have long before Asia would be sent over for the fallen angels. A week left before the day he had died would come too. He was sure Donasek and Fried had left permanently, but there were a few more signatures settling into the old church. Kokabil's plan was still in motion, it seemed. Standing up and leaving the classroom, he made his way back to the ORC again. He was known by everyone in his class for leaving out of nowhere, so no one turned to acknowledge his departure besides the teacher, who did not vocalize his objections. Once again laying on the familiar zone for all, Issei had time to think. Instead of something useful and productive, he couldn't help but think about what he had caused. What he had let into his home. When he touched infinity, he had apparently weakened his mind to the degree that it let the unknown concept in, indirectly allowing it into his home. The proof of that was lying in the basement. The problem came with what injuring Koneko had allowed. She did not have multiple souls occupying her, nor was she nearly as powerful as him mentally or physically. According to Aurora, this concept had directly aimed for her weakened mind, cursing her to never awaken again. Of course, Issei had removed the curse, and proof of it lay in the form that had awoken when he had entered, and had joined him in his resting place. His prisoner speculated that the mechanical corpse in his basement was being used as a medium, allowing it direct entry through the barrier even though he was no longer vulnerable. Currently, there were plans to have it removed being formed, but, knowing the power of a concept, anyone willing to help was not willing to do so without Issei. The boy in question was hesitant to approach it again too, but the only outstanding problem was getting to the lower floor again. He knew he had to remove it if it was a threat, but it didn't affect the uncanny fear anyone would have felt knowing they may be face to face with a malevolent higher power. Aurora had told him various other knowledges, mostly answering with I don't know and no. The main part of information he received was not promising. Upon asking about the unknown concept, she had revealed that there was a designed entryway into her software. She said she had fixed it when finding herself in the basement, thinking that there was a hacker targeting her. The proposal was that the unknown concept was that hacker. Regardless, Issei was at relative peace right now. He was getting visibly stronger as each day and week passed, and the results didn't go unnoticed to his cohabitors either. He had even made light progress on his adaptation to infinity, small albeit progress nonetheless. He had hit his target 10 times out of 300. There was little else to be done except adhere to his past actions closely enough and continue monitoring his training. Satan knows he wasn't excited to have to see his murder again, if his memory served him well, tomorrow. Issei had eviscerated her to his best ability last time, and would make the fireworks even brighter this round. Rahanir, his first girlfriend, had lured the poor pervert into a half-assed state before piercing his chest with a spear of light. That spear refused to leave his memories, akin to a curse upon him after her death. Every now and then, he still had nightmares of his first passing. It was unanimously decided by reincarnated humans that death was more symbolic than physical, yet still more physical than the real world. Some had claimed to awaken within flowing fields of Eulalia, Chinese silver grass, lying before a tower that pierced the clouds and very sky itself. Only for moments, however, since the method of the evil pieces only allowed for rebirth after a short time. Those that claimed the vision almost always became stray devils within a year. The reasoning was still a mystery when he had died, so even Issei did not know what it meant. To the devils at least, it was seen as a grim omen. It was the only such vision to ever be experienced upon death, so it was speculated that the field represented an afterlife of sorts. Theories were proposed in droves, but the leading and most commonly accepted answer was that whichever god ruling over that afterlife directly influenced the minds of the returners and drove them to psychosis in the name of bringing them back as soon as possible. Issei was lucky. "You're here again? Do you ever plan to go to class?" Sona. "Not at the moment at least. I'll think about it when you finally let me join the kendo club." "You of all people know it's a female-only club. I don't think any of them have so much as seen you around school, thanks to your escape attempts." Damn it. All he wanted was to have live targets to practice swordplay on. Kiba was incredible to spar, but facing the same person every time wouldn't help him improve quickly enough. Whatever. Why are you here anyway? Rias is still in class. We're in the same class, Haidu. Oh, right. Forgot. I'm here for you this time. Need you for practice. A frightening smile must have painted his face, because Sona actively flinched at the look he threw her. Oh, you need me? That isn't how you ask for favors, I think. Maybe if I call Serafal, she can teach you in my place? Please do not. Not to mention, I've been overlooking your absence in classes entirely because of the tutoring. Issei knew that much. It didn't stop him from having fun though. I'll just attend class instead. I know of a very capable super devil that would be more than glad to help you out after all. UI. Kidding, don't wake Koneko up. I'll teach you at lunch, need to be home early for research. It is lunch. No, it's not, it's... He glanced at the clock to his right. She was correct. Oh. Fine, gimme 5. Gotta get up first. Don't be late, please. As her small figure turned around to leave for the grounds behind the ORC building, Issei shifted himself slowly, patting Koneko on the shoulder as she stirred awake. He couldn't help the smile that slipped atop his face. I'm just going to train with Sona, I'll be back soon. With a quick hug, she slumped over on the space he had occupied previously. Issei walked as quietly as he could, moving to follow the student president's previous pathing. Said president was waiting rather patiently for him, analyzing a magical circle beheld in her palm. The training grounds they were standing in were more than simple, more akin to a clearing within the magically created forest surrounding Kuo Academy's west face. There were various strengthening circles on the soil beneath them, and there was a small pond not far to his right. What kind of training is it this time? I want to show you something. So I'm just a target for your magic now? Do I look like a dummy to you? Yes. Besides, it's not offensive this time. With faint dramatic hurt on his face, Issei watched Sona perform the barrier he had first demonstrated to them. It was not to the level he had done so, but it was incredible nonetheless. She had reverse engineered the entire magical circle, barring a few additions and modifications, all from the flow of magic he had shown and the chant to the barrier. At most, it was middle class, but it was a feat nonetheless. Wow. You finally did it? It took months. I had to get help from Satan Beelzebub and my sister, but I did it. Can you change the properties of it like I can? Seeing the barrier rapidly expand and contract gave Issei his answer. Beautiful work. It's still really weak and missing more than a few components, but you did it. I'll show you what you're missing, wait. Walking through her extended barrier like it was the air, he leaned over her shoulder and started pointing out the flaws in her magical circle. She had done quite well, but they were delicate operations. Even the slightest addition could massively increase the output, or change the property of the spell, or stop it from working altogether. These kinds of basic circles were, rightly so, called bases. They were just a foundation for the user to adapt to their own nature and desires. All in all, very well done. I pointed out a lot of potential additions to you, but I think you know to be careful with them. Keep the output at middle class for now, and only go up to high class if you're desperately in need. Thank you, Hayate. Out of curiosity, can I see yours again? Whoa. I didn't realize you were like that, President. I'm flattered, but you don't need to make euphemisms with me. Issei. He found himself giggling at his actions. It was too easy to bully her, since she was so uptight usually. Without mentioning that she couldn't do anything back to him, thanks to her nature. Kidding. I'll show you here. Issei raised his right foot and slammed it onto the fragile earth, cracking it slightly. A small, red-tinged dome expanded to cover his form. At this size, it was on the higher end of ultimate class. Last year, it had been an average high-class barrier, including the full chant. Improvement was more than evident, even on his basic spells. He had far too much time to practice every single one in his arsenal, after all. That barrier, it's stronger than I remember. What did you change? It's about a class and a half stronger. If I expanded it to the size of the school again, it would be strong enough to force every devil except yourself and Rias outside of it. I didn't use a circle, so I'll just tell you what I included. The mathematics were entirely uprooted. From his last explanation, it had sounded simple enough for Sona's level. This time, she understood the equations and systems behind it, and yet could not comprehend the variables in the slightest. If she could not rely on her intellect for the understanding, she would have to lean on her natural-born instinct as a devil. Without the maths, he had added another circle around everything to stabilize it, increased the flow of magic directly into the potency, and had increased the efficiency vastly by using smaller intricacies. That much she could recognize. Only the intricacies and the additional circle would help her, since Sona's magical supplies were not as unlimited as Issei had made his seem. If he could visualize the circle perfectly though, why could he not show it to her? After raising the question, he had just chuckled lightly before saying that he was a bit special in how he uses magic itself. Special in what way? Well, you're a devil. You have a magical reserve around your navel, that you flow through coils within your body to output it through your hands. You absorb magic slowly from the atmosphere when you rest, but rely on those reserves for the most part. You already know how magical circles work, so I'll skip that part. Right. Everyone is like that though. What makes you special? He could confide in her. With a quick ask to keep it a secret, and a confirmation, Issei's skin cracked like glass, falling in magical chunks to imprint onto the soil. Nothing changed. An illusion I keep as a standard measure. I'm wearing concealing makeup below, for people that can see through it. I don't understand, what are you hiding here? The water from the pond flowed towards him, wrapping itself around his hands like a sentient sludge asking for a hug. He leaned into the light puddle within his palms, and rubbed his face. When Issei raised his face to look at her once more, she saw what he was hiding. Vicious-looking red lines covered his face and neck like the markings of a cult. She could see the makeup now, spreading further down his body, through his unbuttoned shirt. He had really defined collarbones. Sona shook her head, slightly flushed. What are those? They look like cuts. They are, kind of. I'll ask you a question before I tell you. Which came first, the body or the soul? That was an unexpected question for her. She didn't know the answer, since it was never recorded in any book she had read. If I had to guess, the body. Why? The soul comes before the body is properly formed. Upon conception, the body is formed over time. On the other hand, when is the soul developed? I don't know. The soul appears the second the zygote is formed. It grows naturally alongside the body, but things do not appear out of nowhere. What forms the soul? I don't know. This interaction, weird as it was, showed Sona how little she knew about things that could be important. She would have to learn more, lots more. Magic. I'm sure you know that the bodily fluids involved in conception contain vastly more magic than any other, with exception to the blood and the cerebral spinal fluid. That's why succubi and incubi are the way they are. Yes. It's not the most common knowledge, but anyone that's read a single book on the various species knows it. Exactly. Upon conception, the magic from the sperm cells that die is excreted slightly, but is mostly kept within. It creates an environment rich in magic for the soul's growth, but the initial fragment is formed from the individual cell of the female. So the soul is a collection of magic? Close. In every sense, it is the self. It is what makes you alive, conscious, and what gives you a reserve of magic. Upon maturation, the soul treats the magic it was bathed in as poison. It expels it, leaving it in the navel as it shifts towards the heart of the newborn. The magic is left within the previous confines of the soul, which becomes the reserve. Okay, I didn't know that either. What does this have to do with you, though? Oh, I was just rambling. You may have seen me use a circle, but I only use them to stabilize a powerful magic or to multicast. The reason I'm special in terms of magic is because all of the spells I have are carved directly into my soul. That was some weird wording from him. She had only seen Issei use a circle when it was to show someone he was using magic. Carved? Do you mean that you were born with every spell you have? No, I mean carved literally. I had a friend directly etch hundreds of overlapping magical circles onto my soul. Instead of forming a circle outside, I can use the one on my soul to do it quicker. The disbelief on her face was almost magical to his eyes. He knew what she was about to say, because it was exactly what that god had said when he proposed it. That's not possible. We're taught that the soul is the single hardest substance within the body, and is so microscopically small that it's impossible to see even by our eyes. How could you etch magic onto it? My friend is a bit special. Anyway, back to my questions. The soul comes before the body, right? The skepticism about his friend was clear to him. If there was anyone that could do such a thing, it could only be a god. As you said? As I said? When you damage the soul, you would directly damage the body since it came first. If you hurt the body, it doesn't do anything to the soul. No matter what you do to it, the effects are reflected onto the body. If you carve magical circles onto it. The realization set in. As much as she wanted to deny it with her knowledge, Issei clearly knew more on the topic. Not to mention, the evidence was directly in front of her. It engraves it onto the body. Exactly. The cuts never heal either. They don't bleed if I'm not using massive amounts of energy, but I still cover them. Sona had leaned in mid-explanation and was touching the wound directly. It was like the skin had parted, leaving lines of red muscle and blood vessels beneath them. Does it hurt? Not anymore. It did hurt at one point then. He had just gotten used to it. An idea came to her mind. Can you use the circles on your body too? Issei laughed a bit. Her ingenuity reminded him of himself, since he had tried it before. Technically I can. It has a tendency to violently remove all of my skin all at once, though. There's a reason why you can't use any more magic than high class when you etch a circle onto yourself. The thought of suddenly having your skin torn off in one cent shakes down Sona's spine. She wanted to ask about his friend, but if Issei only referred to them as such, then he wasn't going to reveal that tidbit. I see. Are you the only one like that? The only one still alive after the procedure. I had to be placed within a partial stasis chamber for weeks to let my body settle with the damage. Well, at least there weren't any superhumans like him running around unaccounted for. The damage they could cause would be irreparable. Thank you, Issei. Lunch is almost over, so I'm going to go back to class. Are you ready to attend yet? He just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Sona sighed, before waving him goodbye and leaving him in the grounds. She would keep his secret, but needed to do some more research. Issei just went back to the clubroom and, after picking up the sleeping Koneko, placed himself under her again. He saw Akeno cleaning up the remnants of 2 cups of tea, saw Rias leaving as he entered, and did not fail to see the looks on their faces. It was grim, like they had resigned themselves to slavery. He would have to consult his memories again to find out why. It may have been important, but he had forgotten. You're Issei Haidu, from Kuo Academy, right? A slender girl with silken black hair, eyes of brilliant violet, and a clearly accentuated bust hidden beneath a red jacket, white undershirt, and with a deep green skirt to finish her facade. The jacket had a signature P adorning its left breast, to fool with the idea of being from another school. She was here. He had to hide his malice. Issei wanted to torment her after all, and that would start with her emotions. The first step was to play along, and that started with quelling the internal flames screaming at him to maul her. I am. Did you need something? His voice must have had too much emotion in it, she had faltered. Yes. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. Are you seeing anyone right now? Her voice sounded sickeningly sweet, hiding every true intention behind the deception. It made his hand twitch every time he heard it, eager to peel her face from muscle and bone. No. Is this some kind of dare? No. Since you're single though, would you like to go out with me? That phrase, those words. They had haunted Issei for all of his life, lying in wait to convince him that every relationship he had was false, that everyone he cherished had another agenda. His blood ignited and burned his existence black with hatred. He had to hide himself. He had to follow the past to lead to the future. He would get his chance. Sure. Great. I'm Yuma Amano, by the way. Are you free on Sunday? The Lord's Day. Her name, meaning setting sun, the time she had asked him out and when she had killed him. Everything was clear, if he had only known the signs. I'll meet you by the fountain in the city then. Does 2 work for you? It does. See you then. Issei turned around and left the bridge he had been waiting on. He could feel the scalding anger at being brushed off so quickly and easily, but he had agreed to her plan. Showing her his back wasn't something he ever wanted to do, but the urge to leave and break something was getting out of hand. It seemed she knew that the devils might have been watching, because she did not act on the embarrassment. He walked home in silence. Drake was trying to talk to him and calm him down, but he needed to shatter something. There was a construction site he was passing by. They were destroying the foundation of a cinema and remaking it into a tall office building. A steel I-beam was left on the ground, hidden underneath a typical blue tarpaulin and lying on sand. A precursor to letting his anger free then. He picked it up like a stick before bending it not so carefully into a perfect circle. Summoning Ascalon, Issei sliced the 2 edges into razor blades following the circumference before teleporting to the forest just outside of Kuo. A trail was left in its wake when he had thrown it. He knew where he was aiming. Satisfied enough for the next minute, he went back home before ignoring everyone and going straight to train. His malevolence must have been evident because none of his friends followed him. Now, he was teleporting magic with infinity. A major step up considering minor progress, but he needed to cool off. It didn't help. Azazel was sat on the seat of a small rowboat atop a lake. He was close enough to his subordinates to tell where they were, and it seemed like they had made contact with the sacred gear user. They were just supposed to monitor him. Regardless, he was busy for now. The fishing rod in his hands was being pulled and his bottle of whiskey was still full enough. Both hands reached out to grab the oncoming weapon. It was massive, bigger than his entire boat, and the force had sent both the Governor General and his trusty wooden steed skipping across the water. Landing on shore and still trying to stop the object, it shattered the bottom of his boat before the massive altered chakram had finally stilled. There was no magical signature at all, it had to have been thrown with pure strength. Tossing it to the side revealed that it was a twisted and contorted piece of metal that looked straight out of the foundation of a building. It was that size at least. The devils were only high-class magicians, they had no one that could throw it like that. His subordinates were also far too weak to do so. Azazel was sure even he couldn't throw it with such force and not use magic. Regardless, it had hit him directly, and seeing the trail of destruction from above revealed it could not have been thrown on accident. Not only that, small drops of blood were running down his hand despite his magical reinforcement. There was an underlying force here, warning him. It was likely connected to that colossal holy signature coming from a particular set of residences. Interesting. Either way, there was no good way to track who had thrown it. They hadn't used magic, after all. Returning to his boat, he found the gaping hole in the bottom, a shattered bottle holding mere droplets and a lack of fishing rod. He sighed in resignation before leaving for the Grigori headquarters. Koneko was worried. She had been told that Issei would come home late, and when he had finally come back, he was angry. That look on his face was concerning when he went straight into the training ground, before feeling the entire house begin to shake violently. Whatever happened to him, it had made him angrier than she had ever seen. There were a few times she had seen malice on his face, but this feeling dwarfed it a billionfold. Once the trembling stopped, she would go and check on him. A small glance over to Rias revealed similar intentions, along with Akeno and Kiba. Descending the still trembling stairs was a minor struggle without staggering. They had convinced Issei's parents that it was just a small earthquake and to take shelter beneath the said dining table. They had all been waiting for him to return to begin eating. Upon clearing the winding staircase while clinging to the handrail, they were shoved backwards by the sheer amount of energy being output. Kiba conjured and planted a plain greatsword as wide as he was tall into the ground, and they had all sought cover. Fuck! All that could be seen of Issei was his figure's shadow overcast by a tower of flame that would barely fit within the grounds. Said flames were emitting a disgusting aura, and were a darker shade they had never seen before. A colossal silhouette burst out from the flames, revealing a dragon's head that subsequently dived for Issei. The burst of dust and debris from the collision blinded their vision before the waves of aura cleared it within seconds. The flames were gone and their mentor was behind the menacing-looking beast. Blood was spurting out of deep wounds trailing along its left side, cutting just above the wing. It looked at them and roared, the unending malevolence accompanied by the deafening sounds kicking their knees out from underneath them. Why on earth was there a dragon this strong in their basement? Looking behind them, they could not see the stairs they had first descended. Instead, there was an endless expanse of a barren, rocky terrain. Back to Issei, they could see where the flames had come from. He was holding a sword as demonic as hell itself, and was wrapped in its dark, violent embrace. Issei. Rias tried to call his name over the booming echoes of clashing talons and blades, but he did not still. Rather, he planted his sword into the soil to his left, crossed his arms over each other, and threw them out to his side. The dragon was swallowed by a pillar of light that scarred the cratered ground around them. Another roar could be heard. This time, one of pain. They were forced to watch in relative silence. Issei did not cease, nor acknowledge them. His mouth gaped, and lips warped to form a command. 14. Temperance. Rushing straight towards the light and dismissing it before it grazed him, the slightly charred dragon could only take flight to avoid having its weakened scales pierced. Dodging and weaving between blasts of air, it too opened its mouth. The oncoming heat could be felt from behind their steel barrier, which was starting to melt despite the multiple magical reinforcements and half-kilometer between them and the fight. Their skin would dyed a light pink as sweat covered their fringes and ran down stunned faces. It was like two calamities fighting for dominance, and the sheer temperature was stopping them from watching the outcome. They could, however, see the path of the otherworldly flames carve its way through countless miles of towering mountain. When it had finally dissipated, Issei was encompassed in emerald magical circles, all stitching his skeletal muscular system back together. They got a chance to see the dragon properly, and fear dripped down into the dredges of their souls. Why Drag Gotch, the heavenly dragon contained within Issei's sacred gear. They were engaged in vicious battle, and both had sustained numerous injuries. The crimson dragon descended, talons seeking to crush their friend in his distraction. "I see dodge." He heard that one, and turned his head in rage-turned shock before collapsing underfoot the force of nature. Sharpened talons carved into his back as his knees buckled and shook beneath the weight. With his back arched and knees bent, his anger flowed back into him as flashes of memories from years past fanned it. Flames ignited where he crouched, bursting free from their prison. In sharp contrast to before, these twisting golden flames were almost hypnotic. The heat gently flared on their face, but they could not look away. The gate had opened, at long last. Divine flames pierced weathered scales, forcing Drake to reel back in pain. He could not resist their affinity, despite being a fire-attuned dragon. They formed wings not unlike those of a phoenix, flowing freely from Issei's shoulder blades. They glided between his fingers, molding themselves as his hands and arms danced around his vision. Baptized in divine conflagration, Issei Hayata's eternal fire had marked this plane once more. His gift from Lady Amaterasu, it provided him with the boon of far more significant magical reserves, albeit of only one affinity. It also purified his drowning mind from rage. The hypnotic energy faded into wisps, and Drake could see the change as his partner's contorted face settled into blissful peace. Issei's eyes, before sharpened and unfocused, could now see him for more than a punching bag. "You look worse for wear, partner." "I did it. If you didn't, I might have actually lost. Those emotions had been building for far too long. I couldn't even sever you from the boosted gear. You would have lost if I didn't take those flames head." Issei, his mended body, draped in fatigue, was tackled to the ground beneath him, falling hard. He couldn't help but laugh as he looked down at the small white figure lying on top of him. Glancing up from his place on the floor, he saw Rias, Akeno and Kiba all gathered nearby. A different breed of malevolence swarmed his abused form, clearly emanating from the redhead. Akeno, with a weird smile on her face, and Kiba, staring at the horizon, just observed from afar. He didn't seem eager to get involved. Koneko, of the same mind, fled to their side. Sweat couldn't help but drip down the back of his neck as he was forced to prostrate himself in front of his future wife. Issei. A sweet, gentle smile was painted on her face. It screamed silent deceptions about its nature straight into his ears. "Hi, Rias. You look wonderful today. Did you change your earrings? Do you want to tell me why you're causing an earthquake in our house, why you almost killed yourself fighting Drake, where we are and what you're doing here?" Kiba cringed, despite it not being directed at him. Issei looked to his loyal partner for assistance, only to find the traitorous bastard very obviously ignoring his plight and admiring some very rock-looking loose stones on the floor. He had no choice but to explain, albeit blended with a few white lies and missing details. "So you saw someone who tried to kill you when you were as strong as a normal human, and you couldn't kill them? You didn't think to call me, or Akeno, or Koneko, or even Sona?" Instead, you came home and accidentally slipped all of us into your soul's confines because you were angry? In his defense, Drake, you're next. Shut up. The dragon kept his jaw shut. Hell hath no fury, and the like. Well? Maybe? Get up. Issei could not have crawled from his feet faster. A sharp slap rocked his face, almost knocking him over. Her hand had to be magically reinforced, but nonetheless left his cheek stinging. Fucking idiot. A strong embrace wrapped around him, determined not to let Issei go free. Her voice had lost its sickeningly sweet tone, and was replaced with genuine concern. Don't do that again. You can talk to us, you know. You're so klitsch. Shut up. Yes, ma'am. Upon releasing their hug, Issei found himself back in the basement of his home. Drake was nowhere to be found, having chosen to hide within himself instead of facing Rias like a man. If she noticed, it was hidden well on her face. Issei didn't doubt that she did. The dinner afterwards was clingy, for lack of a better word. Rias and Koneko refused to leave his sides, taking the chairs next to him. Akeno lingered behind him, giggling all the while. Kiba didn't stop staring at him with hazed eyes, eating as if on autopilot. The older hiders were more than slightly confused, and worried about the aftershocks of the earthquake. Can I help you guys? Glancing between Rias, Koneko, and Akeno while making eye contact with Kiba, it was the former that chose to respond. We're just keeping an eye on you. Don't mind us. Akeno giggled again. Kiba snapped himself into reality, resigned to find out. Issei, can I talk with you after dinner? Preferably alone. Everyone turned to look at him, each with varying degrees of confusion. Sure, man. I'll wait in my room for you. Thank you. The remainders were eaten in comfortable silence. Issei finished first, dismissing himself to his room. The girls, upon finishing, would move to join him, but instead stilled for now. They settled in various places around the living room, eyes all locked onto the television or being rested. Kiba was the last to finish, moving upstairs immediately after settling his plate away. A knock on the door, and a following greeting. Issei was sat on his bed, and his other moved to take the other end. What's up, man? That sword you used. It was the strongest demonic sword I've ever seen. Ah, yeah? You've heard of it, but it's not easy to recognize unless you've seen it before. What is it? A knight's curiosity knew no bounds when it came to swordsmanship, it seemed. It's called Agwithil Abaep Daithdu, or to open the gates to black fire. It's the sword of the original Lucifer. It's a legendary weapon in every sense of the word, on par with Excalibur. How on earth did you get it? A gift from Ajuka. Thanks to the boosted gear, it can't take over my mind the way it can with others. It was deemed that I had the strongest mental fortitude among any currently living being, so it was given to me as a symbol of devil friendship. I see. Why did you keep it hidden? If I showed you, it might have driven you crazy. I'm sure you know its reputation. A lie, of course. It obeyed him well enough so long as he fed it, and blood was its fuel. If he told it to rain its maddening miasma, it would do so. Drake helped to whip it into shape alongside himself, after all. I know it well. Do you have any other swords? I have one other, a holy sword. Ascalon, a gift from Michael. Right. The mention of a holy sword had soured Kiba's mood. He predicted this, of course. Do you want to hold it? It would kill me. Not Ascalon Daithdu. Do you want to hold it? It would also kill me. I would love to otherwise. Alright. Will you prove worthy? Probably not. Agwithil. Kiba's blood ran cold. The boosted gear formed on his arm, and the black sludge flowed freely from the cracks between scales. It ran down towards his hand, forming the twisted longsword alongside the contorting red tendrils of flesh. There was a complete lack of energy coming from it, but when it spoke, tremors ran down the devil's spine. There's no fun here. Did you call me to eat the boy? No. I want you to let him hold you. He's one of your kind, you know. He admires you. I know, everybody does, but he's weak. Why should I let him? I have a gift for you, that's why. In a week, you'll get a taste of the most delicious blood. Not only that, but I told you to. Fine. You know what will happen if you try and corrupt him. Get it over with. His legs were frozen in place, trapped in a clash between fear and overbearing curiosity. Issei held the blade out to Kiba. It was taken from him with trembling hands. The sword was heavy, typical of a longsword of its size. The independently moving tendrils rubbed up against his palm, creating a different kind of discomfort. You would make for a decent host, Sword Birth. I'll leave a gift for you, if you can handle it. Thank you? I didn't give you permission to thank me. Oh, shut up. This gift better not destroy his mind, or I'll leave you alone in the Garden of Eden. It won't, don't start crying about it. Are you done, little insect? You're poorly balanced, and you have no edge. Excuse me? Issei cackled lightly at the remark. It looked like Kiba was in higher spirits again. It's because you aren't its wielder. You know the saying, the sword chooses the owner? This one doesn't choose anyone, they have to beat it into submission. If you don't, it becomes so poor to use that you'd be better off using a stick. Let me flay him. I'll paint this room red with his insides. No, stop being sensitive. Kiba? Draig's host outstretched his hand to take the whiny sword back. Said Knight almost didn't want to let go, but it was starting to burn his hand. Reluctantly, it was given back to its owner. Let me kill him. No. Do you want to be left alone for all eternity, or do you want to watch me kill hundreds of millions? The silence was palpable. Fine. Good sword. You can go back now. Said blade melted back into sludge, before shooting up violently back into his sacred gear. Did you say you were? A finger raised to Kiba's mouth silenced him. SHHHH. How was it? Heavy, but not weight heavy. Like it was carrying the weight of a billion souls. Issei cracked a smile. He didn't know how close to correct he was. Just one. Lucifer's, to be exact. See, it was his holy sword when he was helping lead heaven, before he plotted to overthrow God with a third of their population. He paused when a sharp tinge of pain racked the devil's mind, before continuing. When he was outcast, his sword became as demonic as he was. In direct contrast to Excalibur, which was as heavenly as he was. It allowed the various Satans to stand on par with him, during the Great War. Upon his death, he sealed his soul within the blade in an attempt to live forever. Does that mean I was making fun of Lucifer? Not quite. It's sentient, but that stems from the overwhelming power of Lucifer's soul. Think of it as power given consciousness, instead of direct contact with his soul. Issei had asked that question immediately upon receiving it. Of course, the sword knew of its nature, but refused to tell him until Draig and himself had pummeled it within their soul's domain. I see, thank you, Issei. I don't know what it gave me, but I'll need all the power I can get. Of course, we all need it. Anything else? Nothing, thanks. I'll head to bed now, good night. Good night, man. His door opened, and the figures of the girls lay behind it. They were listening in, and he let them. It's not like they would outright ask him. Ajuka gave it to you? He doesn't have it, it's in the Satan's vault. You need permission from all four to open it. How did you get it? Never mind. Rias knew too much about it, thanks to Zex. Good night. Issei jumped into bed and immediately fled into his soul's cape, leaving her with unanswered questions. It was fun teasing her, but he didn't doubt she would get him back for it. All he could think about was Asia, and his date with her after Rahanair had her turn. Your rates. That's it, guys. That was the full stuff. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.